Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerilla cricket.
Well, welcome back to Guerilla Cricket. Welcome back to Test Cricket. The city-based salty snacks have been put back in the cupboard, for now at least. And the focus here is on day one of England versus Sri Lanka at Old Trafford. Enforced changes for England. No captain Ben Stokes, no Zach Crawley, and no chance to finally take a look at Dylan Pennington. Opportunity knocks for others though, particularly Dan Lawrence, Matthew Potts, and my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome, who has been anointed as captain. Sri Lanka have played 3 and won 3 test matches this year, and have a pretty settled look to their batting lineup. They will hope that defeat in Worcester to a young Lions side was just shaking off some rustiness. This is their first test tour in the UK since 2016. In that time, India have played 10 tests here and are back next summer for 5 more. The times, it seems, are a-changing, and not always in a good way. I'm Tony Bishop. What is good is the sheer knowledge, wit, wisdom, and frankly physical presence of my 2 fellow commentators, the redoubtable Messy Jez. Morning, Messers.
Good to be back.
It's good to have you back, of course. And who else? The eternal Ursa Major, Bear himself.
Well, no, I found the Great Bear. The Great Bear is an audio engineer as well, funnily enough.
Well, that's why I said Ursa Major.
And someone asked me to get a transcript of a 1981 Viv Richards interview after the first test in Antigua. And I googled up how do I digitise some small tape as Dave Brooke arrives. Nice to see Dave. And weirdly enough, one place in Bristol called The Great Bear was an audio tape to digital guy You basically took any type of old school tape audio and digitised it and sent you a file for 60 quid.
There you go. And the man himself has just walked in, by the way, who asked for that. Who clearly doesn't quite know how to use Google. Right, teams and toss, that's the most important thing. The toss has been won by Sri Lanka. No surprise, perhaps, that they have elected to bat the teams. Well, they were both published well in advance. England just ahead of Sri Lanka. So we have, for England, Dan Lawrence, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, the captain. First time we've said that. Well, it's not the first time, but it's certainly a rarity. Joe Root, Harry Brook, vice-captain, Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, Gus Atkinson, Matthew Potts, Mark Wood and Shoaib Bashir. For Sri Lanka, as we said, a pretty settled top order, and there's plenty of runs in it, by the way. Dimuth Karunaratne, Nishan Madhushankar, Kusal Mendis, Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal, the wicketkeeper, Dhananjaya De Silva, the captain, Kamindu Mendis, Prabhayath Jayasuriya, Asith Fernando, Vishwal Fernando, and I think I might be right in saying it's a debut for Milan Ratnayake.
We don't have a jingle for.
We do have a jingle
we do
for
have a
Milan.
jingle for him. There were 2 hours we didn't have a jingle for.
That was the one I specifically said make sure we got it.
Yes,
all
right.
Personal ownership. Right, anyway, Stokes Bear. Stokes, how big a miss?
Well, he's a massive miss, isn't he? I mean, he's not only the captain, he's one of the best batters, and he's a very, very useful fourth bowler now that his knee's been sorted. Personally, the bookies have got under for the fall of the first wicket at 22.5, which means they rate them better than the West Indies. But they got rolled by fucking English Lions with a load of names I've never even heard of.
Well, it was essentially a very young side not playing in the 100.
They got rolled by kids just a week ago. I mean, yeah, they would have improved from that, but look, again, it might be the fact that they are not a bad batting unit, etc., etc., etc. But if they come in cold, lose the first test, like the West Indies, backs against the walls, and hopefully the series gets better. I personally think this will be similar to the first test against the West Indies. Kind of hope I'm wrong, but I don't have a great feeling about it, to be honest.
Well, you've essentially covered all my other questions in one quick go
well,
there, so well done you. I should just mention, by the way, as the players go off just to do their final preparations, there was a very moving tribute to Graham Thorpe.
Rooty looked genuinely
well.
upset,
They will know him. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just horrible. It's horrible. Whatever. The fact it was literally he died just around the corner from me. That brought it home in a sort of a very local way for me. But Messrs, Pope as captain, same message, different voice. He says, "What do you think we might expect from my ecclesiastical brother?"
It's a real test for him, isn't it? It's as if it's worked out well for England to give him a trial to see how he stands up. I know very little about him as a personality, and that's really what a captain is about, the personality you bring onto the field and the sense of trust and leadership that comes with that. So it'll be very interesting to see how he exerts that authority while still being a member of the dressing room without being too palsy-walsy.
Well,
so it's interesting to see how it'll go. The other interesting thing is that since 2010, every England captain has had a one-syllable name, assuming you think that Pope is the one-syllable name, with the letter O in it. So obviously his successor after Stokes retires,
Root,
and he
Stokes,
retires,
Pope. Yeah, I'm with you.
will be Harry Brook.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
Well, there you go. Next question I had, the Bears already answered, which was, what, if anything, can we read into Sri Lanka's defeat to the Lions? So back to you, Messrs. Settled batting, very settled batting lineup. I think most of them average over 40 if you look at it. Less so the bowling for Sri Lanka.
Yes, I think that's true, and I think it's a very good thing that they won the toss today. I cannot tell you how happy I am to see Angelo Matthews back for the 742nd year in a row. It just feels like the natural order of things. But I was listening to you and the Bear talking with Bennett and his son on the Bear and the Bishop, and
The what?
there is a sense of no outstanding players on the Sri Lankan team, as if they're sort of still feeling to find their new gold and even silver generation.
Well, I think Angelo Matthews might take exception to that, especially after his famous 160 at Headingley in 2016, wasn't it? I think that he made that. Anyway, we're about to go. Chris Wokes, who is now the chief all-rounder, is going to take the ball. He's going to be bowling to Nishan Madhushankar. He does indeed average over 40. Is it? We don't have a jingle. The message I got back from Mog on that was I may have bad news on that, which I suspect means they somehow slipped through the normally incredibly reliable Mog net, which sounds a bit like Mum's.
We do
net.
have this guy though.
Indeed it is. Wokes is going to be in over the wicket, and it's defended solidly. Back to him, and there is no run. This is the Rothsay test. I wasn't aware of that, but it is. So I don't even know. They sound like an investment company. Would I be about right? Rothsay? Tell me if I'm wrong.
So Jamie Smith at 6, Chris Wokes at 7.
That's right.
Pat Potts at 8, I presume.
Potts is a really interesting case in point, actually. His bowling has sort of ever so slightly regressed numbers-wise. His batting average is crazy at the moment.
Yeah.
In comes Wokes. That's just a little bit of swing, gentle swing, no real pace. Drops and taken at ankle height behind the stumps by Jamie Smith. And there is no run. Yeah, 42, I think, the average there for Madhushankar. I shall find you out bits of information about him as we go. The other interesting stat we were nattering about this morning, very briefly, which was, I thought, quite fascinating, and I'm sure Messers will already know it because he's basically the oracle of all knowledge. We'll just wait for Stokes. There are 3 slips, by the way, and a backward point advancing. That swings away, and a little nudge at it by Madhushankar thumps into the gloves of Smith. Sharp intake of breath from Wokes, but we will move on. Yes, that other interesting fact that struck me was in all the test matches at Old Trafford ever, only 11 times has a team who's won the toss chosen to bowl, and and never have they won. So
it's interesting, isn't it?
Electing to bowl here has never ever netted a result. Been a few draws. Right, in comes Wokes over the wicket, down leg it goes. And would have been a one-day wide. Obviously not the case here. That statistic, of course, may well have been rendered redundant had the last test match here gone the way it seemed to be going against Australia, which of course it didn't.
Well, yeah, we were battering them and then the fucking rain saved them. That was our moral fucking victory.
You know that there has only been one other drawn test match since then.
That swings away quite dramatically, taken in the dive in front of first slip. No run again. Sorry, Messers, carry on.
There's only been one other test match drawn since that time a year ago when the rain foiled England's aspirations, and that was the rain-affected one between the West Indies and South Africa last month.
Yep. No, you could argue that both ways. It is the influence of England. Certainly have had an impact on the way teams think. In comes Wokes. That's defended nicely in front of his off stump by Madhushankar. Back to Wokes, who starts with a maiden, one of which certainly troubled Madhushankar. But Sri Lanka
Madhushka, not
Madhushka, beg your pardon. Yeah, Madhushka. Aye, Madhushka. There we go. Mog, if you need an idea, bit of Kate Bush. Messers, who's with us? Rescue me from my ineptitude.
Sorry, before you go on, Rothsay is of course a castle on the Isle of Bute. Alternatively, there is a thing called Rothsay Asset Management.
Yes, I said it sounded.
I prefer to think we're sponsored by a castle. It's much more interesting.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Well, we have lots of people joining us over on YouTube. I should say that we are also getting active on Blue Sky, which may be a bit of a shit show initially because it takes some time getting used to it. Muttley was first up, says Wolf Morning Primates, up early enough to catch the whole thing. Messi will have to wait for the food corners. I haven't cooked it yet. Sorry, interrupt me.
Well, that's all right, because we are about to restart again. It is the platinum-haired Gus Atkinson, another one of the the Manchester City of County Cricket, Surrey's boys. And over the wicket he comes, and it's left alone by Karunaratne, and through it goes to Smith. Again, I'm just going to say a very quick hello, if I may, to a certain Louis Bishop, who is listening to us on a beach in Morocco.
Nice.
So there we go. We're covering.
All right, Louis. Sorry about that drop all those years ago.
You don't have to. You don't. Every time I mention his name, you don't have to apologise. Actually, yes, you do. I was going to say you don't have to apologise.
That makes him chuckle.
But you do. But you do. Right. In comes Arthur Atkinson. Where's me washboard? That's full and defended by Karunaratne to backward point. There is no run. There are 4 slips, I think. A very short third and a backward point. So England on the attack. No runs on the scoreboard, but only one ball really, I think, there that's troubled either batsman, and that was that one that really swung just that little bit later from Woakes, a little bit of late movement. The rest of the movement had been a tad predictable so far. In comes Atkinson. That's full and defended into the onside this time by Karunaratne, and there is no run.
I will mention some names rather than read out messages. Brown in Brisbane, Matthew Callum, Wham Thierry, Matthew Todd, Part Badshaw, and Leah are all with us on YouTube, I'm pleased to say.
Fantastic. Delighted
And
to
Mog
have
with
you
us,
with us.
is with us on Twitter.
Louis does have a beer in hand. He does let us know that. That one's wide of off stump, taken nicely by Smith. Sort of shoulder height. So some decent carry for Atkinson, who of course is lively. He's got that little bit of extra pace on Stokes. I mean, what is Stokes average? Stokes, what am I saying? Woakes average pace-wise. Normally sort of mid-80s, isn't he? He's not sharp by any manner of means, whereas Atkinson, we know, can get close to 90. Not in the Mark Wood Express category by any manner of means. And interesting that England have gone for the extra bowler. Well, wait, in comes Atkinson. Left, that was a good ball, but Karunaratne knew exactly where his off stump was. Are we having some YouTube problems there?
Well, I can't see any of the chat.
It's a funny thing, it sometimes does that.
Okay.
I usually refresh the page. We've lost the picture off the Zoom screen.
Hold on.
It's all going predictably. It wouldn't be the first day of a test match at Guerilla Cricket if a few of the technology things didn't blow up in our faces. Fortunately, IT support is as ever on the case. Atkinson in, an attempted cut by Karunaratne. He doesn't get hold of it. Might have got a faintest of bottom edges, but it was on the bounce through to Smith. 82 miles an hour. So comparatively gentle. It's the end of the second over. There's still no runs on the board, and we can go back to messages. With messages.
Well, over on Twitter, Mog says, top of the morning, Cuntlings. And
Morning, Mog.
I assume you've got your weekends planned. Is this ain't lasting more than 3 days?
I think it is.
Pessimistic. And he says, don't fob missing jingle blame onto me, Bishop. I asked which ones you needed, and you didn't mention this guy at all. I blame the bear. Of course,
Don't fucking blame me.
Woakes in. That's going to be... Is it the first runs? No,
No,
it's not, because it's pushed straight to short mid-wicket by Madushka. Aye, Madushka, yai. And there is no run.
And Jay has sent us his shortest tweet ever. It just says, hello.
Well, hello, Jay. Ay up, as they say in Yorkshire. Even South Yorkshire. In fact, how far south do you have to go before you stop saying it? Or is it literally the Yorkshire border? When you change from A up to good morning. Woakes in. Oh no, that's thumped the pad of Madushka, but I think it was outside his leg stump. There's no excitement from Woakes, the wicketkeeper, the slips, or indeed anybody. So we can sharply move on.
I think when you go south of Yorkshire, it doesn't actually go to good morning. It says, you're right then.
Oh, it could be. Could be. Then you sort of get down into Nottinghamshire when just about everyone's Midduck, aren't they? You're right, Midduck. Strange ways of the English language. I'm going to wait for Woakes, who's in, up onto his toes. There are runs now. Fenced out to, well, yes, runs as in the beginning of hopefully more than one. pushed out towards point by Madushka, so he is off and away. Karunaratne yet to be so, and it is one without loss on what looks like, well, sunny and cloudy. I'm sure Messrs will give you a full weather update from his battery of meteorological technology in the weather cave.
I should mention that those of our patrons who are with us on Discord, I've set up a weather channel which has links to the weather forecast, the rain radar, and the current observations.
Ooh, see?
The current tests.
Well, now that is, honestly, if there's a day when I'm not organising my sock drawer or doing my washing, that sounds like the place to be. As in comes Wokes, angled by Karunaratne to the fourth of those slips on the bounce, and there is no run. How many weather computers do you have, Messrs?
Just the one computer, but 742 tabs.
742 tabs.
How come?
I do exaggerate, but
Hopefully.
a lot.
Hopefully. Whether you need to tell me about Sicily. I'm getting increasingly worried about Sicily, where I'm going on holiday. Volcanoes erupting, storms in the sea are sinking ships, rather tragically. That's a terrific delivery from Wokes. Seemed to just again, possibly too high, bounced away into the offside off the top of Karunaratne's pads out towards point, and there is no run. Karunaratne, what did he do against the Lions? 26 he made. He was out to Zaman Akhtar in the first innings. Then he made a decent 43 off 70 odd in the second innings, the LBW to Lyndon James of Notts. So he at least did make some runs in that game at Worcester. That one is defended nicely into the offside by the left-handed Karunaratne. And onside then, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, just the one from it, and we can go back to Messrs.
Whoops, sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Leah says, who was the bowler that kept records of fielders dropping catches off him to send letters on the anniversary of the job just to make them feel bad? I hadn't heard of that, but that's wonderful. Brian in Brisbane says, moral victory makes an early appearance in the first over. Kieran Roseblades with us says, morning all. Lockie6 says, your website ain't loading either. I don't know if that's fixed now, Bear.
Well, hopefully. What we're also needing to get fixed, which we can't control but will be a very, very worrying sign for England, is that Chris Wokes is on the boundary edge taking off his boot, and I think he's getting something iced. Now that might be a technical problem with some of his clothing, but it didn't look too good to me there. I suspect you were concentrating on solving technical problems.
Yes.
But anyway, we shall move on now. Wokes is off. Who have England brought on? They brought on a sub-fielder, but I'm not sure I can tell you who it is, rather sadly. It isn't Jordan Cox, I can tell you that much. It looks like a sort of a young member of the Old Trafford ground staff to me. Do let me know if you can tell me who that is. But they're on, very worryingly, for Chris Wokes. Atkinson is bowling from the Statham end. And he's bowling over the wicket, and that beats the outside edge of the right hand and goes through to Smith, and there is no run. That was sharp. Just a hint of movement off the pitch, Messrs.
Indeed. By the way, Kieran Roseblade says, how many holidays does Tony go on? He's always away on a holiday.
This a bit harsh.
Watford's always travelling, so he needs to go, but I don't suppose they're going
I had 4 days in Scotland to go and watch Watford play in a pre-season friendly against Hibs. In comes Atkinson. That swings in this time, but it's fenced into the offside by Madushka. The right-hander out towards cover, and they will take another single. So he doubles his tally. He doubles Sri Lanka's tally. It's 2 without loss there.
The website's working for me on my phone.
We're looking at how close that was. It was the archetypal coat of paint job that passed the bat of the right-handed Madushka.
Yeah, got it working on the internet as well.
on
Yes, it's
the
working for me.
internet.
On the
On the internet,
interweb.
Bear. Well done.
Interwebby.
2 without loss. Karunaratne, the left-hander, is facing 3 slips now, left alone through to Smith, who jumps up onto his toes, takes it away to his left, and there is no run. Yeah, so Karunaratne is in some decent touch with a 26 and 43. Just see what we can find about Madushka. Not so. Oh yeah, well he made 77 in the second innings. I mean, most teams will just hold that thought as we wait for Atkinson, but that sort of low, scurrying start to his run, that's nicely driven. That's driven away between point and cover, and they should come back for 2. So they'll double the overall Sri Lanka total and move on to 4. Yeah, 11 and 77 off 88 for Nishan Madushka. So
We have a historic message. Our first in-play message received on Blue Sky
Ooh.
Social
Who's it from?
from Derek Willis. He says, website's working well for me as well.
Oh, that's good.
Good to know.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you. In comes Atkinson. Left by Karunaratne. There is no run.
Has he gone all Phil Foden?
Who for Phil Foden? Who's Phil Foden? Oh, you mean
Atkinson's. He dyed his hair.
Yeah,
Got
he's
his
got.
hair
Oh, he's
blonde.
absolutely
Yeah.
gone real platinum blonde.
Oh my word! It's all gone to his head.
Phil Foden's just one of those names that really annoys me because it should be Bill Foden or Phil Bowden. The Phil Bowden just always feels a bit wrong to me. The best description I saw of him was like he looks like a child that someone's who's perpetually just had his ice cream stolen from him. 'Cause he seems to have that sort of put upon look, left alone by Karunaratne through to Smith, and again no run. I'll tell you what, our friend Madushka has been making hatfuls of runs in the Sri Lankan List A competition for Colombo. He made 122 versus Berger, 68 versus Moore, 81 not out versus Guerilla. So he's well and truly okay in white ball cricket, but he's come into this series with plenty of runs behind him.
Some very experienced players in that top 6.
Well,
really.
that top 6 is incredibly settled, and Kamindu Mendis, who's batting at 7, I think. I think he's currently got an average of 107. Yeah, look at it there.
Yeah, 4 tests don't mean
Okay, but he's 4
Where?
tests.
In
He's still
Sri
got an
Lanka?
average, above the famous 99.94.
Yeah.
Don't take any notes of that until they've played 20.
This is true. I take your point.
Parrot.
Woke's in. He seems to have been repaired.
I think it was a problem with his boot.
Hopefully it was just, as I said, a technical footwear problem. Defended into the offside, no run. Messers, I interrupted you.
Parrot Badger corrects me. It says bookmarks message. Bookmarks are for longer term storage of links. Tabs are for current usage. That's true, but I just counted 48 tabs open at the moment.
48 times. Christ, you must burn the processing power of your laptop, Messers.
He's got an Apple.
It's,
They're fine.
Oh.
They use it with ease.
It's a MacBook Air. It's 3 years old and it works beautifully.
Oh, well, all right. I'm not going to knock that. Woke's turns. Of course, all the England team are wearing black armbands. And that's kept a bit low. Just pushed, really, by Madushka into the offside. Out towards cover. Takes a run. And will bring Karunaratne back onto strike. So 3 for Madushka, the man who's been in the runs in domestic one-day cricket in Sri Lanka. Karunaratne, well, he's been... I can't remember how many tests has he played now. It's been a fair old number, isn't it?
Yeah. He was up at 92, I think.
He was, but 91 tests.
This is
And he's
92nd.
averaging, so this is his 92nd, yeah. Averaging 41. Highest score was 244 versus Bangladesh in Pallekele in 2021, which is a high-scoring draw. Up onto his toes goes Karunaratne. Steers to backward point, no run.
He's a bit
Bashir
on the
fielding
slow
there.
side, isn't he, Wokesy?
Well, this is it. I mean,
He needs an extra 5-6 miles an hour, which is what he was bowling last summer. I don't know why he's so slow this year, but he really is. I've had out the speed guns to change, which might make sense, but he does look a bit. He doesn't look zippy.
or bungle. No, he doesn't.
No.
But what was that? It was Zippy and Bungle.
That was
Rainbow.
Rainbow.
Rainbow, yeah, it
Yeah.
was Rainbow. Okay, we're going to tell you about the GPL very soon, but Woke's in. That swings! beats the outside edge. Did that take some pad on the way through? Ollie Pope, Captain Ollie Pope's having a good old look at it.
I thought it was outside edge and just didn't carry, went down. Or back of the bat even.
It's not always about pure pace. Let's have a look. It does it just seemed to maybe just nip away a tiny bit, and it missed everything when we look at the replay. It's got quite a shock of sort of almost greying hair at the front. I thought it was top of the pad, but it would have been outside off, I think, by the time he played it.
It would have been outside off, but it may not have gone on to hit. But it's difficult because if it's a slight glance, it looks like the path of the ball, doesn't it?
In comes Wokes. Oh, that's a horrible ball. It's probably not quite wide enough to be wide, but it certainly would have been a wide in one-day cricket outside the left-hander's off stump, and probably 3 sets of stumps away from the outside of his off stump. But there was no run. His first name, Demuth. Do you know what Demuth's Karuna Ratney's first name is, Ben? I don't say Demuth. I mean, as in his full
I was obviously going to say
Lanka name.
Demuth. No, no, it would be some crazy thing with about 15 syllables. 15 letters or something.
Yeah, you could not be more wrong. His first name's Frank.
Frank? No, that's why.
Left alone, by the way, outside of the off
Frankie.
stump. Yes. Yeah, there you go.
That was an old Sherwood jingle. I just googled up his name. There's
Well,
2 jingles
now,
to choose from.
if you're saying James Sherwood wrote the jingles, that was left outside of the off stump. There was no run, by the way. It's the end of the over at number 3. Then it just shows how long he's been playing.
Well, it does indeed. Should mention the GPL is open today.
Yep.
Of course, we are back, and day 1 of the GPL has a prize pot of £106, probably mostly Messi's even.
Yes.
But
Are you allowed to say that these days?
what? Probably Jesse.
No, I think
Huge big Jesse.
that's outrageous.
Well, I
Doesn't
just got his
go
name
much
wrong.
to
Got a
get
wrong
you
syllable in
going.
front of his name. Forgive me.
Where's my washboard? Here comes Arthur Atkinson. Over the wicket he comes, left alone, through to Smith. No run. Tell us more about the GPL there.
Well, you go to our website and you follow the link to competition, and you either sign in or sign up, and then every they're not guesses, are they? Estimations of the amount of runs scored.
Estimations. It's a game of skill.
It's a
not
game
a
of
gambling
skill.
game.
You've got to, figure out the opposition, playing conditions, and what you think will be the amount of runs scored in the day. If you get it on the button, you get the pot, which is now £106. Every time someone who enters, it goes up.
Atkinson in, defended into the onside by the right-handed Madushka, fielded at short mid-wicket, and they will take a single.
If you do not,
Score
if
goes
no
on to
one
6.
wins today, it will roll over till tomorrow. You have until lunch to get your estimations in, at which point it closes.
Just a factor to take into account in terms of your estimations. The Weather Bureau is forecasting 50% chance of rain from 4 o'clock and a 70% chance at 6 o'clock.
That's the worst time to have it. That means, unless it's an absolute deluge, that means it's the end of the play. I mean, from the point of view of hanging around and wondering what comes next. That's a swing and a miss. I think he's got a top edge. He has. It was short. Karuna Ratney was tempted. He tried to pull it from off to leg. He's edged it through to Smith. England do have the breakthrough. It's Atkinson that's got it. It's Karuna Ratney that's gone. And the score is 6-4-1. Well bowled, Gus Atkinson. Well taken, Jamie Smith. Bit of a rash shot, I thought, Bear.
I was looking down as he played it, and then you said, "I'm not sure." Oh yeah, no, he's got a big edge. Well, I guess it was the first short ball, and he thought runs. But there you go.
The crowd says.
Clearly a top edge.
Good
Take
top
by
edge.
Smith.
It was. He took it up about. Let me see. He was jumping off the ground and taking it high above his head. You'd expect him to take it, but he'll feel very happy that he did. So Karuna Ratney, in form though he may have been, he's gone. Faced 18 balls, just 2 runs. I was literally about to say it's been a real kind of old-fashioned Test cricket start. Probing bowling, opening batsman trying to see it out and just playing sensibly. But the first real aggressive shot misses was what did for him. And the first short ball, in fact.
I don't like to see an opener play a shot like that in the first half. It's not what they're there for. Take the shine off the ball. If there are bad balls, by all means. But that was just a rush of blood, I think. It doesn't fit the mould.
It was indeed.
I've got a message from Mog who says, to smooth over this growing jingle-based schism, I will indeed use a Kate Bush song, Tony, and piercing falsetto.
Nice. Oh, I'll go for that.
Tipcott says, morning all, doing my best to pretend to work with you in the headphones. And Farone points out, in the other test, Pakistan are 3 for 16 against Bangladesh. Baba was a second ball duck, and Tigers are on top. I'll just check.
And I've got a question, a technical question on
23 for 3 now.
Yeah, a technical question on the GPL for Bear in a minute.
Okay.
Can you just explain to Louis, who wants to actually enter, how to do it one more time? Because I think credit cards or whatever are fine, Louis, as that one's defended off Atkinson away into the offside and there is no run.
I think when you go to buy tickets, it'll take you to a PayPal link, but obviously in PayPal you probably have to have an account, I wouldn't have thought, and you can probably click the pay by card link because it's a payment system.
I suspect if he's on a beach he doesn't have his cards with him. I think that's the problem.
Does he, well,
you can't play by cash on the internet, Louis.
No, you can't.
We probably need to explain that to you.
You do need to, I mean, if you have a PayPal account and it's on your phone, then obviously you can just pay from your PayPal account.
Do you have to have a PayPal account, or you just pay?
No.
You
can pay by card, but okay. You have to have your details of your card on
that
the phone.
one is a smart ball too by Atkinson. Probing spell now. He's got his tail up, having made that breakthrough. It was left alone outside the off stump again, taken by Smith. 6 for 1. Kusal Mendis, of course, is the new man. Did we jingle him and I wasn't paying attention? I'm sure we might do. Kusal Mendis.
Our good man Brian in Brisbane is sending us a care package. Again.
Oh, fantastic. I may see him tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Say hello.
Well, of course I will.
Kusal Mendis.
Atkinson. Wider off stump, swinging a little bit wider, left by Kusal, no run.
Mendes was a man who thought he was a keeper, so they played him as a number 3. 'Cause that's where the selectors for Sri Lanka think a keeper needs to be. And get back to where you are.
Louis was taking the piss apparently after all that. I thought, oh great.
Oh, come on, Louis.
Come on, mate.
You know you want to win in the GPL.
We don't do
you
this.
Could win 106 quid. See how far that will go. Where is he? Morocco? That'll go miles in Morocco.
Pirate Badshaw's having a dig. He says 2 words, Messi: non and repairable. Well, I haven't needed any repairs on my.
Oh, you're talking about your MacBook Air.
Lasted longer than my last Windows laptop, and it doesn't bloody crash.
Well, it's 6 for 1, and the new over is starting his edge. It's taken.
Shit, didn't get that.
Wokes was in to Madushka. That was loose. He couldn't resist. No footwork. The loosest of drives. Taken straight to first slip. Wokes has his breakthrough now. It's 6-4-2, and I think both the wickets that have fallen after such a careful, watchful start. Madushka and his fellow opener are both going to look back and go, those are shots we should not have played. Goodness me, that was loose.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Now, Ruti hasn't really been old safe hands at first slip in the way he used to be, but he wasn't going to drop that one, was he? So we say goodbye to Nishan Madushanka, who has departed the scene. 6 for 2. You do start to worry, Bear, don't you? From a Sri Lankan perspective.
I did tell you, did I not fucking say?
You did. We're going to have a change, I think. Is it the end of this over? Probably will be the end of this over.
Oh, we have a super chat.
Excellent.
From Echo
We have a jingle
Stevens.
for that.
Send us £2 as Mrs. reward for being the token sensible person.
Hey, hang on. By inference, that quite explicitly, by the way, that says that Bear and I are not sensible.
No, I don't think Echo realises that Bear is also a Mac fanatic.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Oh,
Everything here runs on fucking
you.
Mac except for the jingle machine because you can't get the software on a
Give
Mac.
me a PC every day of the week.
Oh, fuck off. PCs are shite. Oh, look, the camera's gone down. That's a bit weird, eh?
All right.
Yeah.
I better go and fix that.
Oh, Lord, everything's breaking. What's going on?
I think this is our last.
Angelo Matthews is the new man. Another man who averages nearly 46 in Test cricket. Oh, that kept a bit low, and he nudges it rather carefully and watchfully, prodding really into the offside and towards square leg, and there is no run. 6-4-2. I assume what we're seeing here is a replay. Yeah, did just shape away, but Nishan Madushka rather is going to look at that, and he's going to go, why did I play that shot? Extraordinary. Wokes in again, down leg, taken by Smith. There is no run. Something else has happened. The crowd noise has come back on. No, it's on rather than off. It was off and now it's on. I'm suddenly hearing crowd noise in my headphones. Do you mean, did you accidentally step on a cable that's improved my sound quality?
Might have done, I suppose.
Okay.
Mr. P says, when you say everything runs on a
Wokes in!
the camera goes down.
That's a
Make a
terrific
love
ball.
with.
And Matthews again, it kept a bit low. It's the second ball. Well, I won't ask you, Bear, because I realise you were performing technical duty. Second one that's kept a bit low, though.
Well, that's good. Well, the thing is, you know, you can't just take a camera feed. Well, you have to take a camera feed into the mat, which is quite easy, but you need a box in between. The box lies on the floor, along with a whole fucking ribbon of cables that are everywhere on the floor, and if you tread on them, some of them have got loose connections. So occasionally shit goes down.
Absolutely. Wokes going to be in again to the new man, Angelo Matthews, who again sort of does a little hop and a skip as he defends this back towards Chris Wokes. There is no run. Louis is getting quite into this. Fun fact, he says, Morocco played their first international cricket game on the 23rd of April 2006 against Rwanda, but had their ICC status redacted in 2019 due to violations against the ICC. So there you go, that's the status of Moroccan cricket.
Interesting to see that Jay Shah was into fucking distributing cash the other day, from what David was saying. Or was it an Indo sent out the article, wasn't it?
It was this one. That's left! That has to be out. It's plumb. The Bear, as you can hear. Matthews, LBW, as plumb in front as you will ever be. Salmon trout, but he had his bat raised. He was leaving it. He's discussing a review with Kusal Mendis, but honestly, Angelo,
I mean, it looked for everything to be out. If it's not out, it could be out, and it could be going over the top. He's a reasonably tall man. Mind you, everyone else
isn't
is
Joel
short.
Wilson one of the umpires there today?
Well, is it Joel Wilson? Because that could put it in the.
That could put it in the balance, couldn't it?
6 for 3.
If it's blind Joel, which should be 6 for 3. We all gave that instantly. It could not have been more plumb. Let's have a look. It does nip back. Oh, it does nip back a lot.
That's no knee high. That's not, I don't think that's going over.
Well, it's the, let's say it's the top roll of the knee roll. Woke seems absolutely certain. The umpire's finger went up immediately.
Well, it looks so out, doesn't it? When no one plays a shot, if you get hit on the pads, it's one of those things, isn't it?
Wokes was wheeling away with an Alan Shearer-esque salute of the sort of the one raised arm. But the decision is being reviewed. I guess you probably would, wouldn't you? Let's have a look.
I think it might be umpire's
pitched
call.
outside off,
Stumps.
impact in line, wickets hitting, not even umpire's call. It was slapping between, well, it was high up the stumps. It's Paul Rifle. Is our friend Paul Rifle, old Pistol, who raises his finger.
Pistol Pete, shot him down.
Pistol Paul says that's out. Angelo Matthews is gone. David Brooke is quite right. He's like one of my cats when it gets towards feeding time. He's agitating. We should change over, shouldn't we? We should have done
Need to go to the
anyway.
loo. Can you hold?
Do you want to let Forthy in before you go, Bear?
Yeah,
I just have. You two stay on Zoom. Dave, go and sit where Tony is. I'll be back in a sec.
Let's do that. David, get ready to jump in.
2-person Zoom. There we go.
Good morning, Forthy. You're
Morning, good morning, good morning.
You're taking over from me on socials. I think we're up to date on Twitter. I've had to be a little random with YouTube, so pick it up wherever you like.
Okay, thanks very much, Messi. Cheers.
I would say Ashley Partridge, I see you have lots of messages. I'd appeal to you to stick to very brief, very longest but less frequent messages. It really stuffs with us around if we get too many messages from the one person. Thank you.
Wise words from the old bird. Thank you so much, Messi. Very good. No doubt you'll be back. I think we're on together before too long.
Indeed.
I think that David has appeared.
Hello.
Hello. You're slightly off screen. Is that David?
Yes.
Hello, David. It's 40 here. How you going?
Good.
Very good. Now, I think that Bear is on ball by ball. So
I am indeed. I am back.
There he is. There he is.
I missed out on the second. Bloody under, Dave, but I got the third.
Oh, well done.
I'm going for a fourth now. I will play a jingle in a minute. Chandimal's a new batsman. Ooh, and he decides to drive. It was a full ball outside his off stump. He's driven it out towards the cover boundary. It hasn't quite made it. I think it's Potts who's chased that down, and they will get back for 2. The new batsman is this man.
Chandimal, you're unstoppable. Except they suspended you, overrate value. In T20, you lost the captaincy. Oh, Chandimal, you're unstoppable.
It's Dinesh Chandimal. 80 matches, high score of a lot, and they took it off the screen very quickly. Average in the 40s, I believe, 42, 40, something like that. Bit of extra pace, Atkinson, 3 to the keeper, and there's no run. Atkinson 1 for 6. They've only scored 8 runs, so Wokes has only gone for 2, and he's got 2 for 2 then. And Atkinson has 1 for 6. Good start by England. I did say this, Dave, didn't I, when you said, give them credit for more, they'll be better than they were. These first tests, if they don't get enough practice in,
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
very
good
true.
enough.
One warm-up match, Worcester.
I mean, they got thrashed by fucking kids again, same as the West Indies. But the West Indies did come back. They didn't really fight too hard. They did at times. Attempted pull by Kusal, but he strapples it up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's hard for these teams. But anyway.
What was the question, Bear?
There wasn't really one.
Right, okay.
How are you, Fourthy, anyway?
Yeah, very, very well. Thank you, Bear. Very good.
Life treating you well in Melbourne?
Yeah, I can't complain at all. We've got some lovely weather, actually. We don't really get too much of a winter in Melbourne. I mean, we put a scarf and gloves on, but...
That's through to the keeper and there's no run. When I was in Melbourne, it rained a lot.
Yeah, well, you'd have loved it. It also clears up, and then 10 minutes later, it's beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, true,
That's
true,
the nature of our weather here. It's not LA, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, I had a holiday since I last saw you. I went to the south of France. It was lovely.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it was beautiful. I haven't left the country properly. I left for 2 days. We went to France at the end of the pandemic, but I hadn't really been on holiday since about 2019.
Gonna need a bloody waiver visa next year.
Fucking hell, the border is a shit show, and that's before all this crap comes in. Fucking Brexit. That's fast-ish, and in at the stumps, defended by Chandimal though. Out to the offside, and there's no run.
Well, where do you stand on Brexit, Bear? You've never really expressed a view.
Oh, really? Fuck
Very
Brexit
confused
is what I say to fucking Brexit. Can fuck right off. I just think it's, well, here we go again. It's fucking travesty. My kids want to be able to travel, all these old fuckers. Older than me, and I'm reasonably old. Just fucking bigoted shit. Sorry. And fucked up my kids' lives. Great, well done, peeps. Anyway.
So you're against it?
Yeah, funny that.
Net, yes.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
I think it's fucking travesty. It's fucked our economy. Everyone who's pro-Brexit was in, no, it hasn't. Opportunity, fuck off. Sorry. I get very angry about it. Wokes is going to continue. 4 overs done. He has bowled. He's got 2 for 2, as I said.
It's the
in fact, they've
ball.
lost 3 wickets for no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's the swinging ball
It is that. Oh, look.
That's
Sky have lost the signal.
and,
For them. Someone's... No. Defended. Just in time. We got back there. Chandimal defends up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it is. I mean, I guarantee someone will get a 50, and they'll get to... I'm going to say 130. What are the bookies saying? For... Did I get that bet in? Did he keep fucking changing my... Really annoying. Here comes Wokes in, defended away from the body though by Chandimal, but he gets it out wide enough of cover that they'll get through for a single. Of course, something like this as well, if they get Shankar out for, say, let's say 130, Dan Lawrence comes in. There's not really a lot of pressure on him. He's not really got to track down a score as an opener, and his first time opening when you're batting number 5. You know,
Yeah,
score of
he's
130. You're pretty free to play your shots. If you get out, it's not really going to matter. You
Well,
wouldn't
no,
have thought.
he's been given a free pass, isn't he? I mean, they wouldn't have sent him out at the Gabba, first test versus Australia. You wouldn't send him out against the likes of Cummins and company. But we'll see how he gets on. But at the moment, there's no contest, I'm afraid.
No.
Who
Plays
would
out
you-
the
who
back
would you
foot.
send
Kusel out to point. It's fielded by. Is that Potts?
We say
again?
Fourthie?
I was going to say, if that were the situation in Brisbane, who would you send out to open along with Duckett?
What if Crawley was unavailable? Well,
Yeah.
I'd put in an experienced opening batsman. It's a specialist position, so I'd go for Keaton Jennings. Probably bring him in, yeah.
Yeah.
Scoring bundles of runs.
Oh, yeah, that's true. If they thought he'd fit, I think it's as much about
does
fitting
he
in with the
fit?
side.
Oh, come on, Bear.
It is. You've got to play what the captain wants. That's a really nice drive by Chandimal. Unfortunately, straight to Ollie Pope as a cover. And there ain't
Well,
no run.
Alex Lees was dropped for slow scoring. He scored mountains of runs. He'd be another candidate. I mean, Tom Haynes probably dropped down the pecking order at Sussex. But no, I mean, Keaton Jennings would be right up there for me if the situation presented itself. But you'd like to think that they went out with more than 2 specialist openers. And Lawrence, if he'd had a taste for opening, probably would have done it by now. Although there have been examples, in the case of Amos and Gooch, who didn't start off as openers, started off as middle order batsmen and became great
Yeah,
openers.
indeed. Attempted. Well, I don't know what it was an attempt of by Kusel there. Chandimal there. He played well away from his body. Looked like he was trying to withdraw the bats and managed to pat it into the offside, and he got through for a single.
I think the selection of Lawrence, Fourthie, is more to do with the fact that he's been carrying the drinks for 18 months, yet to play a game in under the McCullum regime, and thought that bringing in another batsman over him is probably
Yeah, it'd be a bit cruel. Be a bit cruel after all that drink carrying. Yeah, and I remember Gooch's debut, as I'm sure you do, in 1975. Got a pair, came in at number 6.
Yeah, Wokes comes in, pulls out of delivering. Looked like he fell over in a foothole, but there aren't. Well, maybe there is a foothole.
Was that pre-moustache, Fourthie? Not yours,
Yes, no
Gooch's.
I think he was 21 and no moustache. He was
yeah.
very
You look at his
colour-coded.
record before and after the tash.
Tashes are awful. Wokes is in. Nice again, it's full. This time he does beat cover. It might be the first boundary of the day. Is it going to be chased? No, it's not going to make it to the boundary. It's not hit hard enough. Should get back for 2 at least. Maybe 3. I think that's 3 in fact.
I think it was pre and post stubble as well with Gucci.
I think
More
they
difficult
went
to
for 2.
track that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's subjective.
It's very subjective. Well, Kusa's on 6, Chandimal's on 2. They've got 14, but they lost 3 wickets and only 9 overs have been bowled. Painter, who's that? Is that going to be Jack? What's his name? God, I can't remember. Jack Russell. Fuck. No, it's a photographer. He's also doing some painting.
Jack Russell.
No.
There's one. I'm on YouTube. Are we in between overs?
Yes, we are. Briefly.
I don't know whether Messi read out Messi's reward for being the token sensible person super chat. No, that was Eco Stevens.
Yes, we did do that. That's played out in the offside and there's no run.
Apologies, I'm a little bit behind on my feed. There's quite a lot of Ashley Partridge action, so thank you for that. Hey, the Toll says this game will be over in 3 days.
Yeah, that's what I reckon. Got a strong suspicion. Sorry, that was just defended by Kusel. No run.
Yeah, sorry. Get back to you later.
We've got short leg in. Dan Lawrence is in at short leg. We've got 3 slips gully, or maybe 5 slips, but missing out 4. 4th slip, I should say. Atkinson has gone full Phil Foden, a la 2022 World Cup, 23 World Cup, wasn't it?
I haven't studied Phil Foden's Barnet closely enough to know whether that's accurate.
Well, he just went beach bomb for the World Cup. Oh, attempted pull, horrible shot from Kusel, beaten for pace through the keeper, no run.
quite a slim build for a fast bowler, Gus Atkinson. Quite slim arms, actually.
Yeah, little pterodactyl.
Sorry, Bear, can I just give a big shout out to Brian in Brisbane? We've had a fantastic package delivered, which is going to keep the nutritional attributes of the Guerilla team fully what's the word? Satisfied.
Fed and watered.
Fed and watered. Massive thanks to Brian, and thanks to everyone who contributes to Guerilla Cricket.
Indeed, we've just had a new $10 patron, which I'll tell you about in a second. Oh, fished at outside the stuff.
What do I get for $10, Bear?
You get... I can't remember, to be honest.
Asking
the difficult
that was
questions.
much better in rehearsal, Bear.
Yeah. You get access to Discord, you get the Bishop and the Bear, and lots of other goodies as well. You probably still get a mug. Don't know. You'd have to look. There's someone who signed up. Just tell it. It's Sandeep, and I will. You do get on the roll of honour, the glory roll, which I will get up shortly. Kusal Mendes is facing. He defends that out to point, and there is no run. It's now I can't find it. There we go. Sandeep Kiri, welcome along, Sandeep. Nice to have you. Thank you for your support. Always required. I am sadly having to sell this flat. My kids are leaving the nest and going off to university, which costs a fucking fortune. So I need to liquidate some assets. This being a very good one to liquidate, unfortunately. We do want to carry on. We are going to have to rent some space. That one comes back into Kusal. Can't quite beat the man at Gully. Thinks about a run, but it's not there. Goes back and there's no. It's Ollie Pope's everywhere. So we are going to have to move on from here. We found reasonable spaces with enough space that we need, and they're a little bit more expensive than here. We're trying to double our patron. It was around $1,000 at the beginning of this year. Anything beyond that is absolutely fine. We're not going to complain, but we need to get up to about $2,000 because it's all in American dollars that make it affordable for us to move into what would be a commercial space in the end. That's defended out to point, and there is no run, and all your help is appreciated. Lots of people have upped their donations, but I would really like to have some new patrons, not relying just on the lovely people who support us all the time, who I love dearly, but it shouldn't be all on their backs. It would be nice if we had a big open field of lots and lots of patrons, and all just chipped in a tiny amount. $5, $10, it's a Starbucks or two a month, and Starbucks is not very good for you, but Guerilla Cricket is. So
nicely put.
Yes. So help yourselves and help us at the same time. Become a patron. Patreon.com/Guerilla Cricket, and we will be going forever as long as I'm still alive. I love this thing. Never made any money out of it. It's cost me a fortune, but I've been doing it for 13 years. So you figure it out. And I'd like to carry on. We have a change in the bowling.
Yeah, give us some super chats as well. That's always helpful. It's all money in the coffers.
What's
Matthew
a super
Cullen
chat,
says
Wolfie?
What's that? Sorry.
I was just saying, could you explain what a super chat is and how you go about doing it if we want some new
absolutely. So on YouTube you can sponsor a super chat, which means we are contractually obliged to read it out, and because we do skim across quite a lot of the YouTube commentary, but were you to put something in a big blue box here, we'll read it out and we will give you
a big shout out.
Big shout out. So Eco Stevens has already done exactly that so far this morning, and we'll be very grateful for more.
Indeed. New bowler, it's Matthew Potts back in the side.
From Potts that the kettle's a filthy black.
Had dyed his hair darker. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Chandamar. Through the keeper and there's no run, and he's got one of those Vinicius Junior kind of mohawks. It's a long, wide mohawk.
Yes, the hair is cut short around the ear and back neck area, but no, not. But it's like a mane. I mean, whether it suits him or not, it's hard to say. But if it has the effect of the blonde bleach that Atkinson's had, then it could be okay.
Yeah, indeed.
We used to call them flat tops. There's a very similar haircut.
Well, it was, but then you actually gelled it and actually cut it flat on the top, didn't you? That was played out off the hip by Chandimal out to deep mid wicket. They get back for 2.
The time to
Stormy on
take
16.
breath, take a breath here after those 3 wickets, and
Yes.
I mean, there's a bit of batting left. All is not lost for Sri Lankan fans. I mean, Chandimal is actually the batsman I was interested in terms of the highest scoring market there because of his experience against pace in Australia. He's got a lot of runs in Australia, as well as doing well on their last tour of England.
It's not the pace though, is it? It's the bloody movement. That one's just played out into the offside. They are trying to take everything that's on offer though. They're trying to put some pressure on the field, as that one's just dropped wide enough of cover to skip through for a quick single.
I mean, I'm reticent to give these two any type of build-up at all because, you know, the stay at the crease of each Sri Lankan bat has been so slow. But Kushal Mendis, Chandimal both got good Test match records behind them, and you know, if they can just keep their heads and not. I mean, the wickets that have fallen, I thought Kurakaratne's shot was pretty hopeless one. Ball wasn't short enough to play that sort of shot too, and in the circumstances, you know, the other opening bat, you know, flaying at one outside the off stump, that was disappointing too. And Angela Matthews should know better.
Well, yeah, soft hands. Kushal Mendis just drops his bat on that, goes between the gully and the third slip, and that is, I believe, the first boundary of the day.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Just nicely played, really. Came off the fence, didn't offer any chance. Vacant third man these days. God, do you remember when we first started watching Test cricket? There was always a third man.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
There has never been a third man. I can't remember one since, you know, unless things are really going away for you. But it's usually backward point anyway. Potts in again. Oh, edged. Oh,
Down a third man.
Down a third man. Flew this time where that full slip would be, and he does get 4 runs. It's suddenly all moving along.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
Run rate 2.27. And in fact, that's virtually, well, that's a third of the score in over.
Lovely tribute to Graham Thorpe this morning. I thought
before play, yeah, we didn't have the volume up, unfortunately. Root looked genuinely moved, to be fair.
I'll tell you what.
Thorpe was the first to discover Joe Root.
Oh, really?
He was recommended him for the Lions squad before he'd scored a first-class century, and Thorpe was really good at spotting, you know, who was coming through. And Joe Root was someone that he was the first one to really champion his cause, and I'm not surprised that there was a tear in the eye of Joe Root.
Yeah, it would definitely look like it to me.
No, he's very, very much loved cricketer. It's really tragic. By the way,
oh, we got a jingle for that.
Prime example of a super chat. Disinterested hand job has put up $10.
Well, there you go.
The man with the best handle on Guerilla Cricket.
It's one of these.
As he says, this is a prime example.
Super chat.
There you go. You even get a jingle. Look at that.
Yeah.
What can you
It's
complain
a prime
about?
example of the super chat. Is his super chat? It's quite a meta super chat message, actually, I would say.
Indeed. Chandimal facing up, 25 for 3. Atkinson is in. That one, he gets forward and defends up to cover, and there's no run.
By the way, my apologies. Twitter doesn't seem to be allowing me to get on this one, so I'm just concentrating on YouTube. The next comment reader will get us up to date on Twitter, but we don't actually get nearly as much traffic on Twitter as we do on YouTube now.
Well, we're on Blue Sky, and we have some Blue Skies, people. Whatever happened to Mastodon?
Mr.
Says
Blue
Mrs.
Sky.
Mrs. Shandy, you're on Blue Sky. Hello, you. Atkinson is in. Oh, that's down leg side. That's very formal. I think that came off the face of the bat. Did it not? This time it's Chandimal and gets 4 runs, and things going along swimmingly. All of a sudden, I've lost a bet.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Derek Willis says starting to feel better about the West Indies performance earlier this summer. That was 24 minutes ago.
Did you say Blue Sky, Bear? Could you elaborate?
Blue Sky is actually the part of the reason I signed up. I'll explain after this ball as Atkinson comes in. It's left alone by China through to the
Anything to do with the masterpiece by the Electric Light Orchestra, Mr. Blue Sky?
No, but it may be named after that. It's Jack Dorsey's involved, the guy who originally started Twitter. So I'm hoping he's hoping to take down Elon Musk with what was the original product. And I figure there's not that many people on it, but they've opened it up. Seems to be a few journalists going over there, so it may grow. So I figured we'd be an early adopter.
You heard it here first. If you listen to the Bear, you'll get all these. Not just get the betting tips, you get the social media tips too about the channels that you'll be watching in years to come.
What is Threads?
Also, the great Coventry City used to come out to Mr. Blue Sky by the ELO for quite a few years.
Ah, yes. That was a nice drive.
What a travesty that was.
But a good bit of fielding by Cover. Was that Wokes at Cover? Or was that? It might well have been.
When Jeff Lynn was writing and arranging that with the guys at the Electric Light Orchestra, I bet they thought, do you know, one day we could be the play-out music for who was it?
Coventry City.
Coventry City.
Oh, we're Sky Blues.
Yeah, fair enough.
Exactly. That one seemed to jump a little bit on Chandler. Well, it seemed to intimate it anyway, and he just turns it round to mid-wicket. There's no run. 12 overs are done.
Just send apologies to 40. I didn't get that reference, but now you've told me the Sky Blues. Then
it all makes perfect sense.
It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Indeed, it does. We've got quite a lot of action on. Oh my word! We've got another $10. This is fantastic. It's from Muttley Von Eric. Yeah, it's about 10 quid. And his message is: you can also use a super chat if 40 has missed a tweet. Oh wait, food born for Messi. It's all very meta. But it's all money in the coffers.
Exactly.
Yeah, so Guerilla Cricket could be homeless without the contributions, and we really value them all, whether in dollars, pounds, or in kind. So thanks again to Brian from Brisbane for the package today.
Well,
you spoil us.
He does it a lot as well. We're very grateful for that. Potts is back in. Went for 11 in his first over. Ooh, nearly squeezes one through though. Kusal manages to get his bat down on it. Q ends it into the ground. There's no run. Kusal is a great batsman if he gets going.
Yes,
it's not someone you want to let get away.
No, and he looks like he's batting with a lot more application and concentration than the people that preceded him at the top of the order. And Kusal Mendes, the way he changed his shot there, reacted to that ball, showed that. Well, at least there's one batter today who looks like he realises what the task is ahead of him.
Well, it was Kusal who took down the South Africans, didn't he? Virtually single-handedly, wasn't it?
He did.
It was one of the greatest things of all time. I didn't see it, but I was listening to, watching text.
How many Mendeses in this Sri Lankan team?
Today, I think there's only one. That one's played up to mid-on. There's no run. We have...
You think that should... What's the plural of Mendes, do we think?
Mendai, I would say.
I think it's third declension, maybe Mendes.
Oh, Mendes.
Fourthly, how many Mendeses in the Sri Lankan team?
There is only one. There is two. Kamindo.
Yes, and we know about the other Mendes because he's ambidextrous. He's the mystery spinner.
That's Kamindo, isn't it? There are two Fernandos in today's team.
Both of whom have played county cricket with some success.
Okay, defended. Behind square on your side.
Neither of whom were playing in the warm-up match, interestingly.
Funny.
So we haven't seen the opening Sri Lankan attack at all, and they've been quite effective in Test cricket so far. So look, I'm flying the flag for Sri Lanka. Someone has to.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'd like them to be competitive, and I like Sri Lanka. Don't get me wrong. Just whether I think they are a reasonably competent batting unit. That's played off the back foot by Kusal, and there's no run, and I'm sure they'll get it together at some point in the series. I just don't think it'll be in the first test.
Well, that's very shrewd. Bear's a very shrewd punter as well as an eponymous investor and property developer, but still we need the money, folks. It's not that successful. Because times are bloody hard.
About it.
How hard are they?
Really hard. Why do you think I'm selling a flat?
Right. Well, you bet you couldn't afford a pair of glasses like Kumar Sangakkara.
I heard he's playing in the Hampshire Leagues, I saw.
Well, he lives in Dorset now, which makes him an outside candidate for the England ODI coaching job there. Because he lives in Dorset, he lives in England now.
That's nicely played by Kusal, waits for it, comes on the bat. Maybe a bit close for that shot, but he watches it right onto the bat, guides it behind point. out to the backward point / third man boundary, and suddenly the runs are flowing.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Oh, it's time for a change. Is it the end of this over? Is that the end of the over? I can't even remember.
Well, there was a ball to go.
There's a ball to go, but Dave's run out already. Grubby's going to be on with Messers and Forthy, so Grubby's actually going to have to come and take my seat. So you can sit there for a ball if you like, and then no, you will just wait. Okay. Well, Messi's already there, so that's good. I'll let him in instead then.
Well, I'm a bit worried. I took 3 wickets during my first half hour, and then you managed the runs, Forty. So we'll have a contest to who succeeds this time.
Well, they're already looking at the ball already.
There should be a drinks break now, anyhow, shouldn't there?
Yeah, there will be at the end of this ball.
What I haven't managed much of messages because I couldn't get my Twitter feed up. I'll just while you're doing that message, I'll just read one or two. So Leah's been on, says Chandimal has a high score of 206 not out and averages 14 more than one of your openers, Bear. Ashley Partridge fancies 150 score. Matthew Cullen demands the return of Dom Sibley. Talk about high-octane cricket. The man's born entertainer. Meath 56, greetings from a sweltering Madrid. We've been up to 40 degrees for the last 3 weeks. Too hot for even cricket, I say, John.
Oh.
And Ashley Partridge asks about how many patrons do we have?
I can't remember. It's about 140 to 160. That's a nice
Somewhere
drive by Kusel out to the cover boundary. A lovely shot. And we shall give it another one of these. At which point... I'm running out. You two are staying, and Grubby, he's got a lovely can of Red Stripe, which I might join him in a minute. I might wait till it's midday. So I will hand over to Grubby, and I will see you. Looks like after lunch. Until then, bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Good. Very good. So we're up to Leah saying hello, Forthy, and Muttley, and then after that, it's Greenfields for you on YouTube. Hello, I imagine Robbie is in position. I can't see him. There he is.
Well, Leah says Chandimal has a high score of 206 not out and averages 14 more than one of your openers, Bear. I do like Mog's tweet that the plural of Mendes is Mendipides, or I suppose it could be read as Mendipodes.
Mendips. Hello, Grubby. Going?
G'day, Grubby. Welcome.
Hello, my Australian chums. How are you?
We're doing very well. We don't have a dog in the fight, as it were. Well, I don't.
Well, some of us do.
Most Australians will be supporting Sri Lanka, though, let's face it.
Yeah,
it's all fair enough.
Not this one.
Don't mind that.
This one.
No. But you're a special case, Forthy. I've always said it.
Very good.
A bit of a whirlwind start from England's bowlers, isn't it?
Yes.
Well,
not totally unexpected. I suppose Sri Lanka would have been thinking a little later in the summer than they usually allowed in. Maybe their spinners can get to work a bit later. But you've got to sort of weather the storm of a swinging ball, whatever.
Yeah.
Whenever you're around in England, they failed to do that really.
I was disappointed on their behalf, really, because they're top 6.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to seeing England being challenged by, because they've got real pedigree. That they're top 6. There's, most of them average over 40.
Yes.
And so there were a couple of pretty injudicious shots early doors, weren't there? We're just seeing the first one now because we're on drinks break, by the way. I think Karunaratne was kind of done for pace, really, by Atkinson. He tried a pull, didn't he, which was pretty silly early doors. Then the drive.
Gus Atkinson channeling your hairstyle from 1998 as well.
Yeah, thanks for remembering that, Forthy. I think I had rather more hair than he did, and it was all bleach blonde. And do remember that the whole Romanian team then followed suit, having seen me in the crowd of 50,000.
Yeah, that's what happened.
That's what happened. I'm here to report. Yeah, so a mini recovery, I suppose, from Sri Lanka. They've made it to 37 for 3, having been 6 for 3 at one point. Kusal Mendes is there on 22, unbowed, and Dinesh Chandimal on 9. These are the two big hitters, I suppose, of a pretty impressive top 6.
Yes. I'll tell you what's not quite so impressive. I always feel that are there a limited number of surnames, if they're called surnames, I'm not even sure of that, in Sri Lanka. They seem to come, about 2/3 of this team, I feel,
there's lots
Is that guy?
lots of Silvers and lots of Mendices or Mendipides or whatever we're calling them.
There's a couple of Fernandos. I remember those from the
Yeah.
past.
Well, it was confusing when I was doing my extensive research yesterday. The opener, Nishan Madushka, who got out to that rather injudicious drive outside the off stump,
Yes.
also has Fernando as a surname. So I was looking at one of the BBC historical cards where he was listed in the player list as Nishan Madushka, but then the fall of wicket was Fernando, which was very confusing because I thought, why were they opening with the man who was slated to come in at number 9?
I bet going through your head was, first of all, can you hear the drums? And then you switch to Madushka, Madushka, Madushka.
I didn't, but now I am, and I wish I had. It's going to be a change of bowling for England. It's going to be this rapid lad here.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good. And pretty quick, so just a normal.
Bowls a short one to Chandimal and sits him on his arse. Welcome.
Right. What?
Welcome, lad.
95 miles an hour is not bad for
Oh.
the first delivery, is it?
He's such a joy to watch, isn't he?
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
No, do you
loose.
think he'd get more wickets if he was like Lilly or Thompson and just bristled with anger, or do you think that's absolutely nothing to do with it?
I think you've got to do you, haven't you? Whoever you are. Mark Wood, he can get cross, like anyone, but his default demeanour is one of childlike joy.
Yes, yeah, and that's how we like him. What a lovely man.
3 slips, one of them at 4th slip, if that makes sense. This he ducks under it again, Chandimal. Not wanting to get onto the front foot really, and who can blame him? Down on pace there, only 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Messi? Sorry.
Well, I think the Lillian Thompson thing wasn't so much the attitude. I mean, obviously the attitude contributed a little bit, but it was the fact that it was merciless from both ends at the same time.
Well, that's true, but there was a bit of talk about blood on the pitch and so forth.
Yeah, but you know, that's all bullshit. You
And
don't
no,
have to
and no helmet.
to face it. Yeah, that's true.
Chandimal facing
That's a
up
big
to
fact.
Wood. He's back in his crease and steering this watchfully into the covers, and there's a single for him to have there, and he'll be delighted, I'm sure, to A, get to double figures, and B, be up the other end.
Exactly right, yes. God almighty. No, how do you face 95 miles an hour? I mean, even the most sort of seasoned test cricketer doesn't see that every day of the week.
No, I think you have about 0.4 of a second to make a decision.
Yeah.
So I think a solid base, solid technique, and then you almost got to trust your muscle memory a little bit.
No time to phone a friend. No.
Yeah.
No time for anything.
Yeah. It is one of we say it often, but it is one of the joys of watching Test cricket in particular, when you get a really quick bowler, and this one is whistled past the outside edge of Kusal Mendis, who just remarks his guard, rehearses the shot, and thinks, let's put that one behind us, move on to the next one, please.
Has anyone sort of done a scientific analysis of what are the kind of like 1 and 2 percenters which makes someone bowl not at 85 but 95 miles an hour? Because to all intents and purposes, he's not stronger, he's not taller, he's not anything else. It must just be his action.
He's actually quite slight, isn't he, Woody? I reckon if you stood next to him at the bar, you'd think, I could take him.
He's only about 5'10".
Yeah, he's whippy. He might not even be that. He might be like 5'8" or 9", and he's not sort of muscular, if you like. Anyway, this is pushed into the cover region off the back foot by Kusal, and he gets himself a single. So yeah, you're right. It's all in it's that combination of he runs in very quickly. He's got long. I think he's got quite long arms relative to his body shape. I'm making this up as I go along, by the way. And
go on.
And he's able to get quite a lot of what I would call elastic whip through his action. So there you go. That's my scientific opinion.
I think you undersold him.
Full delivery, which is full delivery.
He's actually
defended to mid-on.
6'1".
Is he?
Bullshit.
I don't think he is.
183 centimetres officially.
No, untrue.
Taller than Jofra Archer, shorter than Chris Wokes.
He's not taller than Jofra Archer. Sometimes the facts will lie.
No. It's like that thing. What were we getting annoyed about earlier this week, where the BBC reported the first Test match as a single innings game?
Yes, indeed, yeah.
And
that is annoying because Test matches have never been single innings. It's just fucking rubbish.
It just drives you mad though, because you start questioning things. You start thinking, was there a game that was single innings and timeless at that point that they might be talking about rather than the actual Test match? But no, it's a genuine mistake which seems to have been replicated across the internet over the last couple of days.
Despite it just shows how much thieving goes on in terms of news articles, doesn't it?
Yes, I think the polite term is syndication.
Slightly reminded me of the Wagatha Christie case, where, of course, Colleen Rooney brilliantly managed to expose Rebecca Vardy through very similar tactics.
Potts has not had a great start here. 2 overs for 19 so far. He starts with the ball just outside the off stump, which Kusal leans on, and the ball winds up at gully, and there's no run. Yeah, there are. I can't bring any of them to mind at the moment, but there are some quite well-known facts in inverted commas that have become facts by being replicated across the internet down the years.
Yeah, like the fact that the Inuit, I should say, have got X number of words for snow. That's not the case. That was just made up by some anthropologist in 1910, has been replicated ever since. I mean, it's because it feels as if it should be right.
You don't question it.
No, I'll
outside the off stump, it squats a little bit. Kusal aims a cut at it, but plays over the top of it, and it's through to Smith on the bounce. 39 for 3 is the score. A lively start to this Test match at Old Trafford. I think they might have had some overnight rain. Would that be right? Does anyone know? Pitch looks the outfield looks quite lush.
If anyone's going to know, it's Messi.
Well, it hasn't been any rain today, I can tell you that.
I woke up to a text from my friend Deco, who said lots of rain about in Manchester. I was like, oh, great. But it's dry. Wide of the crease comes Potts, spears this one in towards off stump, and once again Kusal leans on it. No run.
Yes, there's a few of those, aren't there? There's Italians apparently ate terribly up until quite recently. Italian peasants, terrible diet, but we all think of them as having this most wonderful Mediterranean diet.
Yes, lots of.
They had a couple of millimetres on Monday night, but nothing since then.
All right. So another lie, yet another lie exposed. That's what we're here to do. Potts bowls a slightly shorter ball. Kusal, with no timing at all, pulls it to the right hand of the man at mid-on, who is the aforementioned Mark Wood. Can't get through for a single.
However, I should say there is the Met Office are suggesting a 70% chance of rain by 6 o'clock tonight.
Right. Do write in with your favourite alternative fact.
Yes, please do.
For extra fun, turn it into a super chat.
Yes, nicely done.
Nicely marketed. Fuller delivery this time, and Kusal is forward to it, turning it defensively into the onside. There's no run.
Potts was reminded me of when we were trying to get an advert through once through Budweiser. And I said, well, look, the research very clearly tells us that we should be doing this ad, doesn't it? I got a little short with them. He said, no, that is bad research, the American told me.
Was this some research that you conducted, Forthy?
It might well have been, actually.
Oh, no. What a slight.
No.
Defended off the back foot into the offside, into a little gap there, and Kusal is going to get a single and take the strike for the next over, unless there's a buzzer, because the ball was wanged at the sticks. But no, just the one. So 40 for 3. We've had 15 overs this morning, in over an hour, of course. But no, good start. We've got anything on the old socials there, Messrs?
Indeed, we have. John O'Correct Smith points out that 183 centimetres is exactly 6 foot, which is what Wood is registered at. Matthew Cullen suggests, is he closer to the nearest body of water than other bowlers? Could this cause speed as well as swing? And Mog says, are you still going on about factual inaccuracies in articles? We're in a post-fact society.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are.
Wood starts a new over, gets to the shoulder of the bat. It's taken easily as it looped up to Harry Brook at second slip. Kusal is done for, done by sheer pace by Mark Wood. That ball just angled in at him. He fended it off, or attempted to, and it looped up to Harry Brook. Easy as you like. And it's 40 for 4.
Well, yep.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Well, as we were saying earlier, 93 miles an hour, not too much blame attaches to any batsman, really. He just almost instinctively he raised his bat, hit the shoulder, and flew to Harry Brook at second slip. And one of the less culpable victims this morning.
Yes.
It was just a bit of self-preservation attempted there by Kusal Mendis, who, as we've discussed, is a terrific Test match batsman. Averages actually he averages under 40.
He's the one.
He's the one letting the side down, but he's I think he's better than that, or he's at least a 40 caliber batsman.
Wood got a lot of lift with that.
It was a vicious delivery.
Get up. We got another super chat from Mog.
Hey!
Another $10 He says, just about every incorrect historical fact can be blamed on the Victorians, e.g. horns on Viking helmets.
Oh, that's a good one.
Poor old Victorians.
Vikings with their hilarious raping and pillaging.
I seem to recall an episode of QI where Stephen Fry said that of the facts that they used on QI, it turned out that something like 25% of them were either wrong or incorrect within a period of 3 years.
Got you. Right, we've got the captain has come to the crease with his team in a fair bit of strife.
He is a million miles from home. Says I won't let the pace attack come through me. They need some more.
Faces up to Wood, back in his crease, up on his toes, defending it. Silver Lady. Silver Lady, what a great tune from back in the day.
Silver Lady. Is that Fleetwood Mac?
David Soul.
Oh, yes. Don't give up on us, baby. We've still worth one more chance. That's David Soul.
Oh, right. So Silver Lady. And he used to live in Notting Hill when we worked at BMP back in the day.
Oh, did he?
A hook shot here from the captain. He didn't get all of it. He's going to get one run down to deep backwards square, so he's off the mark, and the score moves on to 41 for 4. Yeah, at least some people that I used to go drinking with from the agency would semi-regularly sort of have a drink with David Soul.
Yeah, he was the nice one. He was the sort of nice guy, wasn't he? Not poor Michael Glazer in Starsky and Hutch, who was a little bit crazy. David Smell was the smooth blonde fella, but he had a couple of number ones as well.
Yeah.
I've just been talking to friend of this parish, James Hillhouse,
yes,
on why singers can't act, and David Soul would be an actor who could sing.
A short delivery, Chandimal sways out of the way of it and manages to avoid sitting on his arse this time. So, do you have any hypotheses as to why? Which way around is it?
He's got quite a few.
Actors can't sing, or singers can't act. Which way around is it?
I think it's singers who can't act. That's not the ones who it's not your Lady Gagas who genuinely can do both.
Right.
It's the ones like Mick Jagger who dabble. He's got a lot of theories on this. It's very good, but I won't steal his thunder.
Wood in again to Chandimal, takes him high up on the thigh pad and drops down in front of him.
So if we wanted to hear his theories on this, where would we listen?
I'm always very reluctant because there's always a Fred lurking in the background who claim me of hyping things up. But I will say on Vinyl Maelstrom is the place to get such information. We've already interviewed James on there, and Tony Bishop of this parish as well.
Tony's wearing one of his Bob Dylan t-shirts today, so.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll get Grubby on soon talking about indie lamb film.
I did enjoy your discussion with Paul Burke about punk, which passed me by, I have to admit.
Full from Mark Wood and driven back to him by Chandimal. That completes That over. Wood has figures of 1 for 3 from his 2. It feels like he's been in a long spell here, and it feels like he's bowled more than 2 overs, and I'm sure if I were one of the batters out in the middle, I'd feel similarly. 41 for 4 is the score.
Indeed.
Mog has added to a super chat by saying Vikings also aren't an ethnicity, it's an occupation.
Right, so what's the
Ben
definition?
McCormick. Well, basically, rape and pillage makes you a Viking.
Right.
Ben McCormick says David Soul used to drink in the Warwick Castle, and once told my mate to get the bar staff to top up his drink, as in his words, "This is never a pint." And Mog says, totally unbidden, I can highly recommend almost all parts of Vinyl Maelstrom, found on any of your podcast platforms.
No, thank you. And I must say the jingles are excellent on Vinyl Maelstrom as well.
The theme tune is marvellous. It sounds like
it's very, very good theme tune.
It sounds like craft work on speed. And I was actually quite surprised when I heard it was a Mog composition, because
right.
Well, he's got a very broad church of skills. This is a delightful drive by De Silva. Potts has started a new over. It's not quite going to reach the boundary though. They're going to get at least 2. In fact, they're hurtling back for the 3rd, which they make. It was a little bit tight, but Potts couldn't quite gather the throw from new captain Pope, and so 3 runs it is. 44 for 4.
I did interview an old friend of ours who used to be my boss, called Paul Feldwick, for one episode, who's a very eccentric man. He was talking about the Beatles, and then he went on this fantastic digression about the death of steam trains for some time. And he just kept saying clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
I think you edited a good deal of that out, though, didn't you?
I had to edit some of it out. He won't be listening to this.
Editing, overrated. Chandimal faces up to Potts, gets the ball on midland leg, turns it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yes, I think the segue was along the lines of, you were talking about Help and that famous scene, which is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be at Paddington Station, but isn't?
Oh, maybe
something like that, where they're running for the train and then they get sitting in the carriage with Wilfred Bramble and all that, and Mr. Feldwick took that and then went on a much longer story and theory about the death of steam.
He did.
Terrific listening, I say. Potts is in again, bowls ball just outside the off stump, and Chandimal is back in his crease and defending it. Gun barrel straight back down the track.
One of the things you do, the cricket is moving along steadily, but one of the things you do notice about the Beatles, you think, oh, they were such cheeky chaps, but they're not very good actors, actually, funnily enough.
No.
Maybe Ringo is probably the bigger than
the tallest dwarf.
Indeed, if we can still say things like that.
Well, someone will take me to task for it, but I won't be listening. Chandimal faces up, gets a wide ball from Potts, throws the hands at it, it whistles away through cover point for a much needed one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, he's not had the most auspicious of starts, has he, Matty Potts, on his return to the team?
No, not really.
He's been a bit
He
wayward.
sort of burst onto the scene a couple of years ago, and we were thinking, oh, this is good. We can see a sort of post-Anderson Broad era emerging. Now, I don't follow county cricket, so I don't know what his county form has been like in the meantime, but he's been out of the side mostly since then.
Yeah, there was that Fisher chap as well, who made his debut and did okay, and you think, yeah, we've got...
That's right.
This is left alone by Chandimal outside the off stump. 48 for 4 is the score now. 1 ball left of the 17th over.
Not a big fan of his haircut, I will say that, but that's only because probably I'm old. I don't know.
Well, he looks about 12, doesn't he?
Doesn't do him any. Don't really see it.
Headmaster sent him to the barbers because his hair was too long.
He's had a for people
a bit like Ben Stiller as Simple Jack.
If we can still say that these days. It's back in his crease and defending it towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I quite like it. It's got a little strip that's been shaved just above the ear on both sides.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Bear about that, and we used to call them flat tops back in the early 80s. If you want to see the archetypal flat top, Bernard Sumner from New Order, when he was starting out in life, had beautiful flat
Vanilla
top.
Ice. He had a good flat top.
Vanilla Ice, yes, that's another good call. broaden it into other genres.
And my friend Joe Taylor, who I used to sit next to in A-level French, he had a terrific flat top.
That's nice. Sorry, Messi, over to you.
Leah says, please remind Forthy that I'm available for discussions on concept albums based on 70s SF, science fiction role-playing games, British comics, and what krautrock would sound like if played by the likes of Napalm Death.
That sounds like a great episode.
Mog says, craftwork on speed. Noting that one down. Thank you, Grubby.
You're welcome. A full delivery from Wood, who's starting a new over, and De Silva turns it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Down on pace, 90 miles an hour. It's like Sid Waddell all those years ago, the famous darts commentator. Big Cliff Lazarenko on the hockey. Lost a lot of weight recently, down to 20 stone.
He had a lovely turn of phrase.
Oh, he did.
Man.
Gary Naylor says, singers can't act. For every sting, there's an Art Garfunkel. There you go.
Well, we did include Art Garfunkel on our list. He's one of our top 5 great performances, Art Garfunkel, in bad timing. Absolutely right.
Another ball speared in towards middle and leg, and De Silva is able to whip it through mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple here, I think, as Gus Atkinson runs round to do the fielding from the boundary. His newly M&M'd hair is hiding under the cap at the moment, Gus Atkinson.
Gus Atkinson has definitely inherited the won't smile, won't laugh inheritance from Jimmy. I don't think of it. A bit like Donald Trump, I've never seen him laugh.
Yeah, Sam Curran falls in that category as well.
Yeah, what, of not smiling or laughing? He's always smiling, little Sammy.
Does it count as a smile? To gurn more than a smile, perhaps.
De Silva now facing Wood, who bowls him a shorter ball, and he gets on top of the bounce there and steers it to backward point, where Matty Potts fields. The 50's up for Sri Lanka, 50 for 4.
Well, very good. Talking of Donald Trump, someone posted on our feed a picture of Baron Trump, who looks indeed quite a lot like Stuart Broad, it's fair to say.
Also, on Gus Atkinson not smiling, I'm sure he was pretty smiley a couple of Test matches ago. I mean, you would be when you're taking 7 wickets in your debut, I suppose. We'll keep an eye on that. Atkinson's smile watch.
I'll watch.
De Silva's facing up to Wood, 3 slips and a short leg in place. This one goes well to the right hand of third slip and to the left hand of the man running back from backward point. And in fact, it's going to run all the way down to the boundary for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I don't know whether it's a trend, but my team, Coventry City, my football team, I've noticed when they do score a goal, and they do score a few, they don't smile or laugh. They do a kind of, maybe it's a sort of cool thing. They just kind of give a very straight face. I don't know whether your Ipswich people do that.
Well, I'll let you know when we score one. We're away at Man City on Saturday, so that might have to be deferred for a week or two. Yeah. A controlled pull shot here from De Silva, getting on top of the bounce and guiding it down to long leg for another single. The score has moved on to 55 for 4.
I was watching a little bit of the 100 the other night, and Adam Zampa took a wicket and just sort of said, "Yep, that's good."
Yeah.
Next over or set or whatever ridiculous thing they call it.
Yeah.
Will Jacks took one and went absolutely ape.
Yes. I was watching the same game and I noted that they were 2 big wickets. It was in fact Vince, wasn't it, that Jacks got out, right. And that's why the celebration was quite so fulsome, I think. Wood figures of 1 for 10 runs into bowl wide of the crease this time. Spears one in, it's turned towards mid-on and there's no run.
I'm sorry, I've been neglecting Twitter a bit. Jay Grover said 16 minutes ago, I want to know what my muscles remember. Which I think it's
Jay's back. Hello,
Indeed.
Jay.
Hello. Now then.
And Spicy Golden Duck says, good afternoon. Thanks for the commentary. Says Michael Vaughan has plopped on to Test Match Special, so your number of listeners has probably just doubled. Yes.
So the biggest shock of when I went back to England last year was seeing Michael Vaughan's portrait in the Lord's. So I'm still quite getting over it.
They are
have to
terrific.
separate the art from the artist, don't you?
Oh well,
And
yes,
sometimes
you
the
do.
subject. They are terrific, those portraits there. We often talk about the Viv Richards one in particular, which is just so imposing. But a lot of the art there is great. Some of it not as great as others. We all have our favourites and our lesser favourites, if you like. But it's well worth seeing when you are at Lords if you get the chance to go in there. Potts starts a new over and De Silva defends one into the offside. There's no run.
Speaking of trains and Paddington, Michael Bedford
right.
says in one of his films, George Formby is seen sprinting for a train. The guard says, "First class," and Formby says, "Aye, champion, thanks."
Hey!
Oh, they do not write
They
jokes
do
like
not
that.
write them like that anymore, and I wish they would.
Messi, what's the name of that mining baron who's trying to sue the National Gallery of Victoria and try and get her portrait taken down because she hates it so much?
The miming
Oh,
baron.
Gina Hancock.
This one is allowed to pass through by De Silva.
Yeah.
What's
Another
her beef?
one I have a lot of time for.
What's her beef?
Sorry,
What's her beef? Why is she so anxious?
Well, have a look at the portrait of her, and you'll see maybe let's have a point.
It's less than flattering, put it like
I
that.
see.
But I don't think you can interfere and sort of get it taken out of a gallery. It's art, man.
Yeah.
Being on
How
spitting
someone
image.
else sees that.
On spitting image and saying, "Could you stop doing that, please?"
Yes.
De Silva leans on this one.
Exactly.
Fielded it backward point. There's no run.
I think Graham Sutherland did the portrait of Winston Churchill, which his wife immediately burnt.
Marvellous. Was it painted in flammable materials?
It wasn't great, but it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't.
I think we're due a change, but I remain isolated and alone in the Guerilla Cricket studio. Much as I'm enjoying myself enormously, of course.
It's supposed to be David Brooke, Tony, and Bharat. Is Bharat in the waiting room?
He might well be. I'll have to wait for him. It's a full delivery from Potts and defended by De Silva into the offside. There's no run. We'll have that change at the end of this over. Tony will be coming in here, resplendent in his Bob Dylan t-shirt. 2 balls left of this over before you get that advertised changed.
Any particular period of Dylan, or just says Bob Dylan?
I don't know. I'm not an aficionado. You'll have to get Tony on that, I'm afraid.
Neither am I, to be fair.
England have got... Is it Joe Root in there? Or is it? I can't quite see at this angle.
I think it's Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence, yes. In the on Hayden position. This is nicely controlled by De Silva. That's going to run away to the third man boundary. And it's going to be one of these.
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't it? Because Ollie Pope is one of the best guys under the lid, short in there at short leg. But as captain, it feels a bit demeaning.
Yes.
So he's pulled himself out.
Potts has seen the least threatening of the England bowlers today, I'd say.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's not done particularly well thus far. But there is
Number
time.
31 coming up to the end of his 5th.
Here he comes to bowl that final delivery of his 5th over. He's in now, bowls outside the off stump, and De Silva is back on his toes and guiding it through point. He's going to get at least 1 here. Probably going to get back for 2, I reckon. And they do, so that takes the score to 61 for 4 after 19. I shall bid you farewell until later on, and I'll leave you in the very capable hands of David Brooke.
Thank you very much, Grubby.
See you later.
And we welcome, for the first time today, Bharat is joining us from a Oxford location. Bharat, where are you located? No, he's in the waiting room. No one's let him in. And that's what's called a production note there to Tony, as he takes his seat in the Tony the Wrangler, producer as we call him, he who must be ignored. Sri Lanka 61 for 4. Karatna was the first to go. That was 6 for 1. Madushka, that was 6 for 2, and Matthews 6 for 3. 3 wickets falling at 6, and then a partnership of sorts between Kushal Mendes, who looked very good, and Chandimal. But Mendes went at the score on 60, and now we've got 45, and now we've got Chandimal plays that on 1 leg and manages to keep it down as a new over is commenced by Mark Wood, who made an instant impact with the wicket in his first over, replacing Potts, who had a very nervy reintroduction to Test cricket. 2 overs for 19 Potts went for, took the pressure off, but then Wood coming on with his extra pace, getting the vital wicket of Kushal Mendis. But Chandimal, who incidentally was my tip as highest scoring batter today for Sri Lanka, is still there. Doesn't mean he's going to win, but he's still there. 61 for 4 as Wood comes into bowl now, and this one is dug in short, and it's helped round the corner down to long leg, and he jogged through for a single. So Chandimal with a decent record against England and Australia. The responsibility is on his shoulders now, with the sort of disastrous start to the series that every Sri Lankan fan would have feared came to fruition with those 3 wickets just on 6 runs. Sri Lanka having won the toss, confidently batted first. The pitch doesn't look like it's got any gremlins. It was the swing that really did. And do we now? I think Barrett is now going to join us, and I'm going to bring Barrett in a moment from his rural location, or is he in the centre of Oxford? We'll find out in a moment as Wood bowls, and De Silva plays that out. The captain Dhananjaya De Silva plays that one out for a single. So the captain, he's got off to a decent start. Barrett, welcome, and for the first time today, whereabouts are you? In a rural location or in the centre of Oxford?
No, I'm in Nottingham, closer to Old Trafford.
That was good, wasn't it? Or yes, C, any other option? Yeah, you're in Nottingham. I hadn't realised you were that. That's pretty north for us in Guerilla. We like to recruit only from southeastern public schools, don't we, Tony?
No, we don't, David. It's just that our youth wing seems to be somehow coming from that direction.
Yeah. Not
by design, by happenstance, as
those
they say.
ads on the Young Farmers Group must have paid off. And that's a full ball from Wood. That's driven nicely by Chandimal. It's taken his time to get to 15. Barrett, what have you made of what you've seen so far this morning? It's been a nightmare start for Sri Lanka, but recovery perhaps?
Yeah, I think Chandimal is probably the key. I would have thought if Matthews got a start, then he could have gone on and scored a big one. But I think the conditions haven't been in their favour. So if they can ride out this period before lunch, they might be able to get back into the game.
It's Potts that's disappointed me, I've got to say. I mean, he's just overpitched it too much, and he's looked too hittable, hasn't he? It's been a sort of a weak link.
Yeah, I was speaking to our debutant today on the Guerilla side, which is Billy, who's becoming on after lunch, and he was saying before Potts came on to bowl that he didn't think he was bowled too many half volleys, and that was exactly what happened. That's played away by Chandimal just for a single from Mark Wood. Yeah, we were just chatting in the green room, and my first conversation with Billy was that he said Potts is the wrong person to have come into this team because he bowls too many half volleys, he's too hittable. 19 off 2 overs.
Yeah, he hasn't got his length right. Although it was interesting that Ollie Pope was doing a very Ben Stokes thing, and rather than whip him out the attack, he's saying just keep going, have another over, son. It's all good. Give him time to find his range.
Yes, Wood. If only more captains could take heed of that. I was pulled out of the attack far too early last Sunday, Barrett. Down into the. I hope he doesn't make that same error on our forthcoming tour. Down to mid wicket, and there's no run. That's the end of that over from Mark Wood. I should explain that Barrett has very kindly invited me to join his Oxford University Club cricket club tour of Devon and Cornwall, where we're going to be playing Annie Chave's Exeter Erratics on Saturday.
Ooh, fantastic. Hello to Michael Bedford. This may be a repeat, but I'm just catching up at the moment. Something about George Formby. Can't go wrong with George Formby. I remember a film about a race course. The Lamb. It was the horse was called the Lamb, and then it was typical. It fell over. It was gonna win. Fell over near the end. Got up and somehow rode George to the finishing line. I remember that very well. Mr. Handjob, that Gina picture is long gone from the art gallery, but I don't think it was because of her pressure. I don't know what that's all about either. Change of bowling, David, and an interesting one too.
What it is, it's the man who's bowled more overs in Test cricket than in first-class cricket. Shoaib Bashir coming into the attack, a man still without a regular place in any county side.
Here he is.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Well, the whole country is behind you, Bashir, apart from all the other county spinners who do play all season without getting a call-up. One thinks of the likes of Liam Dawson, Jack Carson at Sussex, so many spinners, and Bashir has leapfrogged them all. Bowls, and Chandimal plays that back, and there's no run. Bharat, just to bring you back in there on your cricket club, tell us a little bit about that after this ball from Bashir, who's bowling with a slip and difficult to see past Harry Brookett slip there and bowls, and that's on leg stump. It's about to say difficult to see past his backside because the camera was at an unusual angle. Bharat, tell us about your team.
Yeah, we're a bunch of staff and alumni with a few postgrads. We play friendly cricket, including against your erratics team every year.
Well, it's not my erratics team, but it effectively, I suppose it could be.
We feel like we're part of them. We hear so much about them.
Yeah, that's one Chandimal takes a single there. It's Annie Chave's team are at the Exeter Erratics, and look, when we're playing against them on Saturday, make no mistake, Barrett, my loyalties will not be divided. I don't care how many members of the Chave family I have to dismiss to prove that. There's the husband, there's the son. They'll all be playing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
It'll be a double-header this year.
Oh yes, that's right. The return match at Balliol College, could it be? Yeah. Here's quickly run single by the captain, Dhananjaya De Silva. He'll be the second string spinner for Sri Lanka today behind Jayasuriya. Not Sanat Jayasuriya, but Prabhat Jayasuriya. Who Mog had to do a hasty jingle for this morning, Tony.
I don't know if he's actually done it, but I think somehow it slipped through the net.
And if you're going to forget, that's a nice ball. Just a little bit of purchase there from Bashir. That was bowled in the right area, and Chandimal just caught in two minds there for a moment. But it did spin.
I don't think the Sri Lankans are going to mind seeing a bit of turn on day one, are they?
Well, especially the forgotten man Prabhat Jayasuriya has taken an inordinate number of wickets in Test cricket for a very short career. That one, did it get inside edge onto his pad? But the way Bashir is reacting there would suggest that he did. If there'd been a backward short leg, it would have been in the breadbasket, Bharat.
Yeah, I love the way he gets so much overspin on the ball, which is very unusual for English spinners in the past. And that poses a different threat than someone like Graham Swan in the past, or Monty Panesar, who are a bit more skiddy, a bit more skillful. So I don't think Sri Lanka will mind seeing that. As he said, they have really good spinners of their own.
By the way, Barrett, you mentioned that your team, Oxford University Club, Cricket Club, you mentioned it's made up of sort of staff, alumni, postgrads. Which one would you fall into?
Alumni.
Right. Alumni of which college?
St. Catherine's College.
Oh, that was the one I went to. And when did you graduate from there?
7 years ago. So
well, I'm just seeing whether that can form part of our youth policy or not. I'm just waiting for a nod.
Sorry, I was thinking about something else. What was the age? Sorry, David.
He graduated 7 years ago.
Oh, of course. Oh, you're talking to a man who's 65, David. I mean, anything under 64 is our youth policy.
Oh, just creep in.
Yes,
just for a few more weeks.
Just creeps in. Talking about Potts, by the way, I'm looking at his bowling and batting averages since 2021 in first-class cricket. His bowling average, if you work from 21 to 24, has gone 27, 20, 23, 34. We'll wait for Chris Wokes, and then I'll finish after this ball.
So Wokes is into bowl. That's right on the money. Wokes with the excellent figures of 2 for 8.
So this is for Durham and including England. So big increase in his bowling average this year. Now you've got to remember he'll have been bowling some of those overs with the wet cloth that passes for cricket ball under the name of Kookaburra in the early part of the season, but nonetheless his batting average in the same years has gone 29, 10, 16, 41, which makes you think someone at Durham said, wonder if you're really quick enough. You need to think about yourself as an all-rounder, work on your batting a bit.
Wokes bowls. That's a nice wristy shot from Dhananjaya De Silva. He waited for it and sort of caressed it down to the third man boundary. Good shot from the Sri Lankan captain.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
It didn't rise as much as Wokes would have wanted, I suppose.
Well, he was another one who had quite a gentle start, didn't he, Wokes? And then all of a sudden found his range. Sri Lanka looked, it was a classic test match opening. First 25 minutes, it seemed all very quiet, not many runs, solid defence, and then all of a sudden a couple of loose shots and England were amongst them.
That one I missed. That one I missed completely. I'm going to rely on either Tony or Bharat to tell you what happened there.
Just dabbed down past second slip down towards a short third, and they took a single. But it was a very much a classic test match opening. It was the anti-Bazball approach from Sri Lanka. The solid, defensive, watchful, and then all of a sudden they decided, right, we now need to try and put our foot down. An attempted pull that went horribly wrong. A loose drive with no footwork that went straight to Joe Root at slip. A shouldering of arms by Angelo Matthews, which was almost inexplicable. He just raised his bat and he was absolutely plumb in front. Why he reviewed it, Bharat, I have no idea. Because you'll never see anything more out.
Here's Wokes, and that's outside the off-stump. Stylish leave from Chandimal. I won't say that it's reminded me a little bit of Bear's favourite player Marnus Labuschagne and his other favourite player Steve Smith, but there was a little bit of that, and why not? Yes, Potts we're talking about, the man with the
well, I think the Badger haircut I think is not a good look.
Well,
that's not going to help him, is it?
Which audience are we trying to appeal to? That's your opinion.
It's my opinion of it's a NASCAR haircut.
It's a
David.
young person's
It's nothing to do with age.
Well, it's a young person's haircut, Tony. It's very fashionable at the moment. Outside, played out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Have you not noticed a profusion of those? In fact, Barak, in case we can't see you properly on screen, and for those listening on the radio, do you favour the mohawk as a fashion sort of? Have you considered that as your own hairstyle?
I prefer the sort of low-key mohawk, the side. Take the sides off, not
just the sides off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's interesting when we're watching Potsy here and talking about Matthew Potts, and you've got Jimmy Anderson and Broad watching on. Broad from the Sky Sports commentary box, as that one's played out by Chandimal into extra cover, and Jimmy Anderson there doing something like mentoring or something, but being paid not to play. So you've got Anderson being paid not to play, Broad earning his money from Sky Sports, both of whom could do a much better job than Matthew Potts. That's the thing with their retirements, is who was there waiting, making an enableable case to replace them. There was no one waiting. Who would you have brought in, Bharat? Tony, for that matter.
Ooh.
Who would you have brought in?
Good question. I mean, the option was to play an extra batsman, but they've gone with the option of Potts really as an all-rounder, and I think that was the motivation there. I think he is the next cab off the rank. Remember, he only came in because they wanted Pennington, and Pennington was another one who broke in the 100. Right, very quickly, Ashley Partridge says, what's a good score over 250? I think he means what's a good score over 250 ? Yes, I think Sri Lanka would bite your hand off for that right now. And Muttley, and there's a whole wave of people telling you, David, don't talk about bread baskets. It's offensive to gluten intolerant people these days.
God, one's treading on eggshells. Oh,
you can't say that. That'll upset vegans.
Yeah, I remember talking to a fella from the wildlife charity once, and I was making a point. I said, doing it that way, you can kill two birds with one stone. And then I realised what I'd said. Here's Bashir. That's up. That's pitched up. Oh, quick single here from De Silva. It's quite comfortable in the end, and hopefully enough entertainment is being provided to Broad and Anderson, who are just watching today, because of course Anderson was too old to continue.
Very quickly, the look on his face.
Quick reminder: GPL. You've got 10 minutes to enter the GPL GuerillaCricket.com/competition. Make your estimate of runs to be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you win the pot. It's a pound to go. Get in there.
Yes, indeed.
10 minutes to do it.
10 minutes to go. Production note, Barrett, could you just raise your volume a little bit? Otherwise, we can't quite hear you. Oh, that's going to be Plum LBW. It gets shot along the ground, and Bashir cannot believe it. What happened to that? And
it was a drag down.
Is just speech. Well, what can I say?
That was the most horrible of drag downs, and it just trundled along the ground. He's got to go. You won't see anything more Plum. Why is he reviewing it, Barrett? Why is he reviewing that? That looked out. That looked more out than Angelo Matthews, and that looked
as a batsman. I will never say no to a review. But maybe he thought it might be sneaking down. Probably not.
I mean, it's the plumbest of LBWs I think I've ever seen. He said with that Kevin Peterson style exaggeration. Yeah, let's have a look at it. Well, it hardly got off the ground. It's just rolling.
Grubbed.
It almost bounced the second time. It's hit him on the right
maybe
leg.
outside the line.
Well, he may have a point. You Barrett, you could be right there.
Right. Well, I've got everything else wrong this morning. So,
is he outside the line? Impact. I would say impact. Umpire's call. Barrett would be my guess these days. You try and support the umpires as much as possible with those. Ultra edge is not an issue. The what do you call one of those graphs that zigzags up and down? Here's what's going to tell us. Impact is in line. In that case, he's gone. It's hitting. The 5th wicket's gone down. Bashir was embarrassed. He probably should be. Hideous, awful, horrible drag down. Once again, Paul Rifles got it right. Poor old Bashir's laughing. He knows he got that. He probably didn't deserve it. Dinesh Chandamar's gone. David, are you with us on ball by ball there? Just checking.
Are you just trying to throw me a hospital pass there?
No, I'm trying to
I completely missed that. What happened?
help you out. He was out.
Well, I know that. I said people called it. I said it was the plumbest I've ever seen in my life.
Well, you're right. I was rather hoping.
Ball by ball, not the bits in between the wickets.
Okay.
Talked about,
Well, fine.
Barrett, just to bring you in there. Well, Sri Lankan spinners were looking at that dismissal and thinking, we'll have some of that.
If Bashir can do it with his usual bounce, then I'm sure Prabhat Jayasuriya will skid a few through.
But he got that one
Round
wrong,
the
didn't he?
wicket,
That was the
straightening.
thing. He got that so wrong. I mean, he just dragged it down, and it just didn't bounce. It bumbled, and that's what did for poor old Chandamal. No one could anticipate a complete lack of any bounce at all.
I'm just trying to sort out the lunchtime interview with Fazir Mohammed, Tony. That's what I was trying to do there.
You carry on doing that.
And I might have to use the laptop. Well, it's the second Mendes, Kamindu Mendes.
I'll just play this.
This is the ambidextrous bowler with an average
Another
over
one
100.
bites the dust.
It is, yes, 107.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the
bats
dust.
left hand, and he can bowl with his left or right arm, can't he? He's
He can play guitar either left-handed or right-handed.
He can, whilst riding a bicycle.
Probably. Here's Bashir round the wicket to him, and let's see what he does. Plays that one confidently in the style of someone with a Test match batting average of over 100. And is that a statistical fluke, Barrett? What's his actual stats?
Well, he's only played 4 tests, so no.
128 runs, 4 dismissals.
So we
High
get
score
not out today.
I mean, that ball, we're just seeing a replay of that vital wicket of Chandamal. I mean, it didn't get up. So maybe some inconsistent bounce. That one's given a nice lot of air and played defensively down for no run. One looks at Bashir, one thinks, why can't he get a berth in any county cricket side? There are 18 of them, and he's not in the top 18 spinners in the country. I find that extraordinary. Or are we just paying for bloated staffs who have to be played, have to be given a game? That's defensively by Kamindu Mendes. the ambidextrous left-handed bat, because we're talking, of course, about his bowling. Shot of McCullum and Collingwood, pretty wrapped up there this morning. Collingwood without his normal wife beater. He's got the full tracksuit.
Shall we jingle up Kamindu Mendis? I thought that was a beer that they had to stop naming.
Good boy, or he should be now. This girl will put him right. And also left, she'll show him how. Just give her one night. She's a gypsy and the dexterous queen. Pay her before we start. She's the gypsy.
It's new over from
Jeff Opus.
From Wokes, who bowls. It's pitched up. De Silva's given the kitchen sink at that. He was nowhere near it. And, well, what would you say about that, Barrett? Would you have gone for that?
Probably not, but I'm glad he went hard at it. You don't want to be half-hearted when you do that.
Well, as Bumble once said, if you're going to flash hard.
I've been up many times doing that tentatively.
Well, don't do it tentatively. It's my advice to you before the important tour of Devon, which is coming up this week. Any listeners in Devon or anyone watching us from Devon at the moment? Wokes bowls. That's flicked away by De Silva. Just going to take a single. Was it a leg by? I think he got bat on that.
Interesting in that ball, he got almost as much in swing as he did outswing the previous ball. So it was really well played by De Silva.
Yeah, it's been a lovely bit of swing bowling from Wokes this morning, taking the Jimmy Anderson role, I guess. So that's why we had to force Jimmy Anderson to retire, because we wanted Wokes to open the bowling as part of our reset. I think he's 34, 35?
Wokes, yes, he is.
But no doubt they've got their own reasons, with a view to the Ashes and all that. That tends to be the reason given. So there's Harry Brook at first slip, Ben Duckett second slip. They're the two taking their positions as Wokes bowls outside the off stump. That's the leave by Kamindu Mendis, who remains on no score. De Silva 26, Sri Lanka 73 for 5, having elected to bat this morning, and a disastrous spell of 3 wickets when the score was on 6. 3 men out, including Angelo Matthews, the man who was timed out in that in the World Cup, of course, the famous dismissal back in the autumn, and the autumn of last year. Here comes Wokes, bowls now over the wicket. That's pitched up. Kamindu pretty solidly behind that, and there's no run. Can we just find a little bit more on Kamindu Mendis' first class record, because the test average is misleading, but
anything you want to know
is
there.
it a statistical quirk, Barrett, or is it backed up with first class numbers?
I'll let you know.
Oh, that's silenced you. That's silenced both. We're going to get some serious research in a seat previously occupied by Andy Saltzman outside the off. No, it's ticked. This is just tickled away off leg stump by Kamindu. He's off the mark. That's his first run.
He does. He does have an amazing record, actually.
Go on.
In first class cricket. So
tell us.
He averages 64 with the bat, 1500s, and he hasn't bowled much. He averages 32 with the ball, 31 wickets. So he's a pretty accomplished batter.
He's been going very well in the Lankan Premier League. Got 350s for Candy, but not really taking wickets. He's also been going well. Went very well in the White Ball Series versus India, 26, 1 and 40. So he got runs in that.
This was played away by De Silva. It's beaten the fielder at mid wicket, who is Atkinson. I was looking for his blonde bleached hair, but it was hidden under his cap, and they take 2 runs. So at the end of the 24th over, Sri Lanka 76 for 5. Tony.
Yep. I can also just tell you again, in the T20s against India, he made 12, 26 and 1, but as I say, wicketless. In the ODIs, he played 2 of those, 40 and 23 not out, and none for 19. So better with the bat than the ball. Bowls finger spin with both turns with both left and right hand, which is extraordinary. Right, let me see.
How are we doing on the socials, Tony?
I can tell you Hugh Sheridan sorry not to be playing for the Erratics on Saturday and missing the chance to meet David. Enjoy the beautiful Tane Valley ground. I can confirm that both Duncan and Fraser Chave are playing.
Oh,
got a brace of junior Chaves,
and we obviously very much hope that Janny Chave will be scoring, and rather than umpiring. We don't want to see that sort of Chave bias extended to that. Over the wicket goes Bashir for a new over. Gives that one a decent amount of flight, and Kamindu plays it back. I have to say, Barrett, this is the most well-organised tour I think I've ever seen in terms of the preparation. Congratulations on meticulous preparation. Is that a hallmark of your leadership style?
There's a dead ball. No, I would say things do go wrong, so you have to try and plan for as much as possible. The one thing you can't control is the weather, which may play a part looking at the forecast over the next few days.
Don't worry about that. Bashir bowls. That's given a nice lot of air, but Kamindu Mendes finds the gap, plays a beautiful extra cover drive, enough to possibly send some hope and optimism to the Sri Lanka fans. They're going to take a comfortable 2.
My mistake.
Just hauled in there. It was elegantly played, but not with a lot of power, so it was just hauled in front of the boundary. But nice to see Bashir, the county-less England spinner, giving it some air, and he's been rewarded with some inconsistent bounce, which will be of interest to Sri Lanka's
nice
front
to see
line.
4 men around the bat on the first morning to a spinner. That's very unusual.
And this one is the arm ball, I think. No, maybe not. And that is defensively played by Kamindu anyway. Yeah, there's 3 close fielders in attendance. You've got a short leg, a slip, and a city point as well. So
I think it's 4, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, 4. Leg slip, first slip, sort of third slip, and a short leg. Here's Bashir. Again, tossed up. Plenty of gaps, though, because of those close fielders. And Kamindu Mendes is going to help himself to an easy 2 here. Takes him to 5. So it's a recovery of sorts, given that they were 6 for 3. We're heading, this is probably the last over before lunch, but don't go anywhere, because we have got an interview with well-known Caribbean broadcaster on TV and radio, the man from Trinidad and Tobago, very much taken over from Tony Cozier as the voice of West Indies cricket, Fazir Mohammed, who I spoke to shortly before he went back to Trinidad. He stayed on a few days, and we don't often hear from him.
The man who did Why Did He Do That?
Yes, we talk about that actually,
yes.
Tony, at the end of the interview, and he talks about that particular. That's played defensively back by Kamindu. Yeah, we talks about the Shannon Gabriel swipe off the last ball of an over when they only needed to hold out for one more over to save the test, and he went for a huge swipe. Shannon Gabriel, the number 11 for West Indies, and to which Fazir said, "Why did he do that?" was his first reaction, which is brilliant. That's played defensively back, and there's no run. The end of 25 overs. Going to be one more over before lunch. Sri Lanka 80 for 5.
Do you think they've got time?
No, that you're right. They're taking their positions, and that looks as though I have even less time to send this to Bear.
That's all right.
I'm going to Could you just talk about the morning's play?
80
and I'll
for 5.
go sort that out.
Then of 25 overs at lunch. Very much England's morning. Something of a recovery, which gives you a sense of just how badly poor old Sri Lanka started. 80 for 5 at lunch for Sri Lanka. They started off in abysmal fashion. 3 pretty quick wickets after a steady and defensive first few minutes. The wickets then really did start to tumble, I'm afraid. Nishan Madushka, he slashed wildly and was caught at slip by Joe Root off Chris Wokes. Karuna Ratney was caught behind for top edge to Atkinson. Kusal Mendis caught by Harry Brook off the bowling of Wood. That was a genuine rising ball outside of his off stump and taken, I think, at third slip. Angelo Matthews, extraordinary dismissal. He raised his bat to one that kept a little bit low from Chris Wokes, did move back in and was absolutely plumb in front. And then perhaps the least culpable of all the dismissals, Dinesh Chandimal, who'd been going quite nicely, to be honest. But it was a drag down by Shoaib Bashir that just grubbed its way along, surprised Chandimal, the wicketkeeper, He stepped back in front of his off stump, and he went for 17 off a pretty watchful 40. Dhananjaya de Silva and Kusal Mendis, the not-out batsman. Dhananjaya de Silva, the captain, doing well. 28 off 25. England, of course, have moved on to the attack, the result of which has tended to mean that there are gaps in the field, as David said. So 28 off 25 for him, 5 off 12 for Kamindu Mendis. For the bowling, well, clearly very good for England, with one proviso, I think. 2 for 17 from Chris Wokes, never having to hit any kind of real pace, letting the pitch do the work. 2 for 17, 1 for 10 for Gus Atkinson, going at under 2 and over. None for 33 for Matthew Potts. That would be the one I think England might be a tad concerned about. Just the 5 overs, he went at nearly 7 and over, constantly over pitching. Mark Wood, 1 for 13. He really is the sharp end of the short bursts, and it did the job. It took the wicket it needed. And Shoaib Bashir, well, he's got 1 for 7 off 3. He would admit, I think, that it was fortunate. So I will also give you some last social media messages, of which I think there are indeed a couple. Bear with me a moment. Let me see. I'll have a look there for you. The last message I recall was Hombre Nuevo. Goodness me, right. A super chat from Hombre Nuevo. Thank you so much for that. Acid Queen jingle deserves a donation. Well, thank you, Hombre, as ever. That is fantastically kind of you. Leah over on X, which is ridiculous. I still find it so ridiculous to say, but there we go. Speaking of NASCAR haircuts, she says, please enjoy this picture of Fireball Roberts sporting a very NASCAR haircut. Keep in mind his head is from before they discovered aerodynamics. What about the rest of him, or was it just his head? Presumably his head and the rest of his body kind of all arrived at the same time, but I think I know what you mean. No points for guessing how he died. Well, either it was attempting to shave his weird buzz cut, or I imagine he died actually in a car, I would think, most likely, based on rather sadly what you're telling me. So that's where we are. I need to find out what the plan is for lunchtime entertainment. We're supposed to be hearing from David talking to Faisal Mohammed. It appears to be not occurring as we speak. I'll see what I can do. Okay, is the bear there to he's disappeared, has he? Okay, I'll see what I can find. I don't know either.
Alright everyone, it's Grubby here. We're hoping to play you an interview that David's done. Oh, the Bear's just walked in. Hi Bear. I'm sure David would like to see you. But meanwhile, we've enjoyed a pretty exciting first morning to the test at Old Trafford. Sri Lanka losing 5 wickets. That last one that Bashir got, the P-roller, was unfortunate, I think. No one wants to see that happen in the game. And it got no higher than ankle height. First day of a test. It shouldn't really be happening. Nevertheless, England bowled well. Sri Lanka were a bit skittish early doors and lost 3 quick ones. Pretty decent rebuild from Chandimal and Kusal Mendis. And the score at lunch is, what is it, 78-79 for 5. Meanwhile, the Bear's in, David Brooks in, and I think something's about to happen in your ears. Laters.
Bit of a few technical issues that we had to resolve, but all sorted now that Bear has returned to the Golden Citadel here in Sydenham in South East London, just before at the end of after the West Indies series against England. I had the opportunity to speak to the Caribbean's sort of leading broadcaster now, I'd say, Fazir Mohammed, a man who speaks his mind, doesn't toe the party line. And we discussed the West Indies England series, but we also talked about how to fix West Indies cricket. That's my tabloid headline: how to fix West Indies cricket. So here's one we recorded earlier, and I hope you enjoy it this lunchtime. Oh no, we're not there yet. Sorry, I thought I heard something. So Fazir, this was a couple of days after the Test match series finished, and we found that Fazir was still in the country, so he wasn't the first one to leave. And I spoke to him in. What else did we talk about? We talked about a number of things, including his famous commentary stint with the Shannon Gabriel incident, as we say. That's in a 5-minute at the end, Bear. So our lunchtime entertainment today, and Bear's going to give me a thumbs up when we're ready to go. We're ready to go now. Here is myself and Fazir Mohammed.
Well, it's a great delight for me to be joined by one of my heroes, Fazir Mohammed. Now, the voice of the Caribbean after the passing of the late Tony Cozier. Fazir, it's a pleasure for you to spare the time. You're still in Birmingham, so you haven't taken the first flight back.
No, I haven't taken the first flight back as yet. Spending a couple of days, courtesy of the heavy defeat in Birmingham, then a few more days in London, and then it's back home. So yeah, just taking advantage of the opportunity to spend some time up here.
Tell me, give me an exclusive. I need it. Was your fifth day activity of going to Leeds? You told me you were in Leeds today. Did you pre-book it?
No, I didn't actually, because I was actually believing that the West Indies would be able, if not take it to a 5th day, well, certainly to a 4th, and be competitive, because thankfully you don't necessarily have to book in advance to catch a train to Leeds from Birmingham, so you can do that overnight. So it wasn't pre-booked. I'm not so confident in the West Indies being thrashed inside 3 days that I'll do it in advance now.
You been on a few tours now to the UK. You were the voice of the BBC on radio and television, the West Indian voice, giving thousands, maybe millions of British listeners a break from having to listen to Ian Bishop. So thank you very much for that visit. But tell me, do you enjoy your time in the UK and these tours? Is it one you look forward to?
Yes, I do, because not only is it the home of the game, of course, but because of the strong West Indian connection. And I have to say, there's an element of real sadness as well when you think about what West Indies cricket would have meant to West Indian immigrants from immediately after the Second World War, and indeed the impact that West Indies cricket would have had on your so-called native Britons, for that matter, and to see where we are, where basically it's almost a given that the West Indies in a 3-test series are going to give people a lot of days off, as would have happened in these 3-test matches, losing in 3 days at Lord's, losing in 4 days at Trent Bridge, losing in 3 days at Birmingham. When you take into consideration the impact of West Indies cricket right here in the UK for West Indian immigrants especially, it's really sad to see what it's now come to.
It's painful.
It is, very much so.
You've been through a lot of pain. How many tours have you done now? Since 80, you took over, since 87, 1987?
I would say no. Tony only passed away in 2016.
So you didn't do them before
that. Actually, the first time I did BBC commentary would have been 2017, but previous to that, I would have covered tours of England for the Caribbean Media Corporation from the year 2000, that same year when Channel 4 took over, and of course West Indies lost their first series in England since 1969. So yeah, it's been an interesting journey, and indeed I was here as early as 1980 with the schoolboys team from Trinidad, and that was the year of a terrible summer with the weather, and the West Indies won that series 1-0, and of course we've had the blackwash of '84 and so on. So there's
wasn't
been
as
a lot.
Wasn't as bad as the tour of Pakistan that you described at the time as an unmitigated disaster.
Yeah, well, that it was, and I think it was a precursor to what was to follow because it's almost as if the West Indies went off a cliff from that point onwards because it was 3-0 in Pakistan, it was 5-0 in South Africa, it was 2-0 in New Zealand, it was 5-0 in Australia, and it was just, and this, we're talking about a period even before the advent of T20 cricket. So there was something fundamentally wrong that was happening in West Indies cricket long before the advent of T20.
Can you pinpoint what it was, the key factors that contributed to the sort of off the cliff moment?
I would say complacency in many ways, because we always felt that we would produce world class cricketers. Indeed, even during that great period of 15 years unbeaten in Test match series, we had quite a few narrow escapes against Pakistan in 1988 that could have easily gone in favour of Pakistan 3-0. And indeed, the Pakistan captain Imran Khan insists that but for better umpiring, they would have won the series 3-0. So that's a subjective perspective. 1990 against England. England won the first test at Sabina Park and would have won the second, but for the West Indies delaying tactics
Yeah,
on the last day at Queen's Park
I
Oval
was there.
after the rains came down. So, the signs were there that the great dominance was coming to an end, but I don't think anyone would have foreseen it sliding as rapidly as it did.
Yeah. Yeah, we have this astonishing statistic that when the series take place in the Caribbean, West Indies keep winning them. England haven't won a series there since. Well, you probably had to tell me.
The
So
last time was in 2004.
yeah,
Michael Vaughan's team,
yeah,
they won the first three test matches, and of course the fourth, that's when Lara got the 400 not out. But before that, you have to go back to 1968 and Colin Cowdrey's team with the famous two declarations and England chasing down the target and winning that series 1-0. So between 1968 and the present time, England have only won one Test match series
yeah.
in the Caribbean. That's
So no matter
2000.
how bad it's got, they've still been good enough to beat England in Test series in the last 20 years.
Yeah, they have, and I think a combination of factors. One, I think the West Indies are always motivated
Yeah.
to perform better against England because for all the historical reason, the colonial experience, slavery, indentureship, you add all those things to it. And maybe it's a bit of motivation as well to be performing in the Caribbean and feeling like you're in England with
Mm.
all the Brits there, the Barmy Army and so on at Kensington Oval, at the Antigua Recreation Ground in Grenada and St. Lucia and so on. But what I think is also a significant factor is the English seem to take the West Indies very lightly. And I can give you a
Yeah.
couple of examples. In 2019, they didn't even play a warm-up match, a proper warm-up match before the first test in Barbados. They dropped Stuart Broad from the lineup and they promptly lost by over 300 runs and lost the second test by 10 wickets. And then come 2022, they didn't even bring Broad and Anderson. They were trying some other option. So I would have to say, as much as it might sound offensive, a measure of British arrogance and West Indian motivation would have contributed to certainly the last two series losses.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know how much that contributes to the motivation. Darren Sammy, I think it was, who said to me once that they put up in the dressing room Colin Graves, then chairman of the ECB, comment that this was a mediocre team. West Indies were a mediocre team, a mediocre assignment for England, which they should win with facile ease. That was up there. And then Mark Nicholas reference to brainless West Indies. I know that really motivated the players. And those are two things that I'm saying, I suppose, would support what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's these comments. I mean, Sheila Berry of the Daily Telegraph when the West Indies were coming in 2012 for a one-day series which followed a loss in the Test series, referred to the West Indies as waifs and strays. I mean, come on. I mean, it seems comfortable to cross that line.
I mean, recently, another example I could throw in, Faz, which I took great offence at, I'm sure Marlon Samuels did as well, was the comments from Jeff Lawson, his former Australian fast bowler, of describing Marlon Samuels as a gangster figure.
Well, as I said, all of these comments are made, and people feel they could get away with it because the West Indies, unlike the English media, like the Australian media, and in the Indian media, we are not significant in number, and indeed we are not significant in significance. If you understand what I'm saying, that uh, uh, a comment from me hardly generates any interest because, quite frankly, I'm a nobody in the context of those who would have played the game at the highest level, someone of the stature as a journalist of a Tony Cozio or a Reds Pereira, and so on.
Oh, I'm not
So
having that. No, we're all Faz fans here. I
I,
don't
I,
know a
hear- I hear
single
you on that,
person.
and I
I
appreciate
don't
it,
know a
but I
single
also
Faz. I don't know a single person that doesn't enjoy your commentary. Looks forward to you coming over. I mean, amongst the highlights for me would be your rendition of the classic Calypso song last, which everyone still talks about from the last tour. Because people don't realise that Calypso really comes from Trinidad and Tobago.
And indeed, and well, there's a lot that people still to this day people still. I was reading, I think it was Simon Heffer, also in the Telegraph, making the same old nonsensical argument about West Indies losing a lot of players to NBA basketball,
Yeah.
and again, you have these
Can you
perspectives
bust that
that
myth? Please, can you bust that myth with any relevant evidence? 'Cause I hear it all the time. Please, can you just destroy that, please, Faz? Over
Well,
to you.
the thing is, David, I don't think it makes sense to even bust the myth because people believe what they want to believe, no matter what you say. And again, that is the arrogance of empire. That no matter how much evidence you present to counteract what you say, you'll still believe what you want to believe because, as far as you're concerned, you're right and everybody else is wrong. So that's just the way it is. It's the way of the world. And I mean, I don't beat up too much about it because the people are insistent on their views, and there's nothing you can do to change it. Even if you were to tell them, for example, that well, we're coming towards the end of the month of July and they want to believe we're already in the month of August, go right ahead. Enjoy yourself.
The other highlight for me this tour was hearing your early, and I stress that it's not something you were saying at the end of the third test, your early denouncement of this tour schedule. Um, you were very honest from the very first session, the first test match. You didn't like the way this tour had been organised. You thought it given West Indies little chance of doing well in the first test match. Would you expand on that, Faz?
I just lost you just a little bit because there was a
Oh,
break in our
I
connection.
was saying that you were the first one to really talk about the schedule. You were having that discussion with Michael Vaughan.
Yes.
Remind our viewers, listeners, what it was about. It was interesting.
Yeah, it's basically saying that if we want to consider cricket or test match cricket to be a level playing field, then we can pretend as much as we want. The fact is, it is not. There's no, I can't think of any other international sport where people are, or teams are considered to be of a particular status, yet some, as in this case three, play much more test cricket than everybody else, and we like to go on pretending that that's okay. And I often draw the reference of Premier League football. For example, whoever are the newly promoted teams for the 24-25 season, you wouldn't say, for example, well, okay, these are brand new teams, so they can't play 38 games. They'll only play 19. And when they travel to the Etihad or to Old Trafford or to Anfield, they'll only play 45 minutes because they're really not deserving of 90 minutes. If you came up with that, you'd be strung up from the nearest light pole. But we consider it acceptable that test match teams are treated as second class, third class, no class at all, to the extent that, yeah, I mean, why even bother having test status for Ireland and Afghanistan and Zimbabwe when they hardly ever play at all? But the way the lay of the land is, everyone seems comfortable with it. People,
Well,
when you bring it up, they tut tut and they quietly mutter something or the other. But there's no attempt to change it because everyone is making enough money from the way things are right now, to the extent that those that might be suffering, like Zimbabwe, like Afghanistan, like Ireland, they are happy to get whatever scraps at the end of the table, And this is the ludicrous situation. So when Michael Vaughan and I brought it up and said, about beating the drum, and I said, well, I'm going to keep beating the drum. I know nobody is listening. I know it doesn't make a difference, but
Well,
for
people were listening. I was listening, and I think it will make a difference actually, because I think the flaws in the scheduling were there for everyone to see, and
yeah, but my point, David,
what it
is
comes
that
down to,
my,
Faz, sorry,
yeah,
please continue.
yeah, no, go ahead,
Well,
make your
what
point.
it comes down to is that whatever's happening at the ICC, they're not getting behind Test cricket. They're seeing it being, they're eating itself with their reliance on short form competitions. They're happy for the leagues to go ahead. Yet, like one of the comments that stayed with me when you said, when commenting on the packed houses watching Test cricket in this country, who enjoy it as the finest form of the game. I speak for all the people I know play the game. All the people I know who don't play the game. Test cricket is clearly the best format. And you said it was heartwarming. That was the word you used. You said it was heartwarming to see the amount of people turning out for Test cricket and the rude state of health that it's in. What does that make you feel, in terms of vis-a-vis what's happening in the West Indies?
It's very painful. I mean, what was it on Sunday? What turned out to be the last day of the Test match. We were there, obviously, an hour and a bit before the start of play, and the ground was almost deserted before it became full, of course, because tickets had been sold out for the third day of the Test match at Edgbaston. And I was saying to my colleagues at the BBC, well, if it were to stay this way for the third day, then the West Indies players would feel right at home. Because when they play Test matches in the Caribbean, as they will in a few days' time at Queen's Park Oval and to a lesser extent in Guyana, the ground is almost completely deserted.
In 2003, Faz, I went out to Jamaica, packed house, watching West Indies, South Africa. The mound, the party stand was absolutely electric. And Shaggy played during the interval. I mean, it was incredibly well produced. Chris Derring and Pat Rousseau. Things have gone. I know you've been a critic of West Indies Cricket Board, and I think you're appreciated for that, because most people don't want to jeopardize their accreditations. You speak out. You have a history of doing that. A couple of famous incidents spring to mind. But it's gone downhill from, it was a packed house 20 years ago. And Chris Derring, who was brilliant at West Indies level, Pat Rousseau, they had a vision. And the whole of Jamaica, whole of Kingston was there to enjoy the Test match over the 5 days. Sometimes they were looking at the cricket. Sometimes they were looking at their all-inclusive food and drink. But it was a party atmosphere and a brilliant atmosphere. It's poor administration that they've lost all that and replaced it with what? Nothing, really.
Well, the irony is that, as you mentioned, Jamaica, we have a situation now where Jamaica, the authorities don't seem to want to prioritize hosting cricket. I mean, there's no CPL in Jamaica. The CPL franchise has been lost to Antigua.
So Billy Heaven must have been asleep at the wheel. He's been president is he still the president? He's been president for how long? Things have declined so much.
They had
On
an
things to
election.
Jackie Hendricks, Brian Breeze, these top-class administrators. And they've been replaced by who?
Well, the election, they had an election about a couple of months ago, and they would have changed the administration. But I think the political will
Is not there. Yeah. I think Faz is obviously I'm pausing to make a point there, or we've actually stopped. Well, I told you it was in two.
Yeah, I know, but why was it in 2 parts? That was the question. Don't panic.
We'll be with you in a moment. Just rejoining this, you're listening to interview with Fazir Mohammed, the Caribbean broadcaster, and he's going to end, I think, by talking about the famous Shannon Gabriel incident.
Well, I'm with Fazir Mohammed, who's been the voice of the short summer. Only 3 tests. Should have been a 5-test series. Totally agree with you, Faz. and West Indies have got to start playing more cricket. And there's a whole range of issues that we won't have time to talk about today to fix West Indies cricket. And I know you're one of the people whose voice should be heard. But we were talking there about the decline in West Indies cricket administration. Symbolised by the lack of planning for this tour and the feeble marketing efforts. Speaking as someone from a marketing background, I know feeble marketing when I say it's like good journalism and bad journalism. Faz, one of the questions that's been on everyone's lips here, Simon Wilde in the Sunday Times wrote a piece, you probably read it, after the second test, saying, when will West Indies put out a full-strength team? We've had enough of this. Nicholas Pooran, Carl Mayers, Brandon King, Shimron Hetmeyer, Shafane Rutherford, the list goes on. These are all players who've proved themselves at international level. Yes, the ball's a different colour, but the game's the same. Why can't West Indies Cricket Board sit down with these guys and say, look, playing all formats is going to help your game, it's going to help your reputation. Look at Virat Kohli. Why don't they have these conversations so that people can see, the big picture? We're not going to stop them from earning the money on the white ball circuit, but why do they stick to the outdated and ridiculous qualification criteria? On that basis, Jos Buttler, who didn't play first-class cricket for 2 years, would never have made it into the England Test team. Why do they stick to this idea you have to play in the 4-day championship to qualify?
I hear that point, but Simon Wilde and others are conveniently not recognizing England's own role in this situation. And I mean, let me just state from the outset, the problems in West Indies cricket are first and foremost of the West Indies' own making. Let me just lay that on the table right away. What hasn't helped is the big three and their attitude, the T20 franchise, but as I said before in the course of our discussion, poor administration, complacency, many other issues have contributed to this situation first and foremost. To your specific issue related to Simon Wilde wanting a full strength team, it's very convenient to call for that. But again, it has to do with, even when a discussion is held, if those players are even willing to make themselves available for the West Indies. Jason Holder opted out of the tour of Australia to focus on T20. Kyle Mayers opted out to focus on T20. Shea Hope, famous for those 200s at Headingley in 2017, opted out to focus on T20. So again, this one-eyed perspective, just bring all these players and the West Indies will do well, doesn't really hold up, because again, just as an example, if people want to use the argument that if all of those players were available, the West Indies would be more competitive. West Indies lost 4-0 in 2004 in England. They lost all 4 test matches with Gale, with Wavell Hines, with Sarwan, with Chandapol, with Lara, and on all the names. So again, it's a short-sighted perspective. It's a narrow-minded perspective. It's a perspective of convenience, which just simply reflects the long-standing ignorance and willful ignorance by those who claim to know so much about the game, but yet keep repeating the same nonsense every Monday morning.
Well said. What can be done to fix this? If I gave you the keys to the West Indies, say I relocated it to Trinidad first, I wouldn't expect you to move to Antigua. No job is worth that. I gave you the keys. Cricket West Indies head office now in Trinidad. There's been a kind of revolt and a coup, and you're installed as the new president. 2 or 3 things that you could do, and then fortunately a new president's been installed in England who wants to help West Indies cricket. What would you say England should be doing?
Well, the very first thing is that we need to not see West Indies cricket as a basket case that needs help. We need to see West Indies cricket and Zimbabwe cricket and Irish cricket and Afghanistan cricket as a full and rightful member at the same table. Yes. Not collecting scraps at the bottom of the table that only three nations are eating from. That's one. Secondly, if you talk about the administration, we need to have the implementation of what every study has shown in the administration of West Indies cricket, whether it's the Patterson report, whether it's the Wilkin report, whether it's the Barito report, whether it's the Weeby report, whether it's the Justice Lucky report. They all have said that the administration of West Indies cricket is unwieldy. It's too big. It's too politicized. And therefore, you need to have a board that is cut in half in terms of its size. You need to allow the elected professionals, be they your CEO, be they your COO, be your marketing official, and their decisions should not have to be ratified by a bunch of short-sighted politicians. So to me, that is fundamental. And the other thing I would do is I would have from the very base of it an insistence on excellence and not celebrating mediocrity. We have people commanding selection in the West Indies team, barely averaging 30. And just quickly, David, I know time is running out on us. I will draw reference to a former England cricketer who I had a discussion with. I won't call his name because, when you mention these things, people say, you're bad talking West Indies cricket or whatever. He was drawing reference to a time when he was involved in the club structure in Trinidad and Tobago, and he was just doing some laps for about 30 minutes with the cream of the crop of that club team in Trinidad and Tobago, and what he considered to be routine started with 30 players, and only 4 of them were able to complete the physical exertion.
One contrast that with two event. Just as an aside, Packer, when Kerry Packer said threatened the West Indies to go on the first plane home in the World Series, and he appointed a real tough nut Aussie to be their coach, fitness coach, and they became the fittest team in world cricket.
Absolutely, and again, just because I am emphasizing the point that the slide was not caused by anybody else other than the West Indies. The same Dennis Wade, his last assignment, as it turned out for the West Indies, was 1998-99 in South Africa, and he was told to ease up on the players because he was pushing them too hard. So I mean, there you have. What more telling sign do you want than the fact that the West Indies have happily contributed to our own demise and seem now reluctant to return to the very highest standard? So now we actually celebrate mediocrity. So
do you think your detractors would say, Faz, that you're too negative about West Indies cricket, about the current team? You're constantly comparing them to the people, the heroes of the past, and that contributes to a culture of negativity, a circle of not a virtuous circle, a vicious circle of negativity, where the players don't get confidence from the media because everyone's out to get them. I noticed on this tour a softening of your position, a much more positive feeling about this team and a lot of the players in it. Am I right about that?
Well, I would say that I wouldn't say it's a softening of the position, but what I would say is I've seen encouraging signs. Again, that test match victory in Brisbane and the willingness to fight in the squad, even if we had lost that match, it wouldn't have changed my view that these are players who want to play for the West Indies, to me, more than anything else. But to that point about, and I've heard it many times, that to keep harping on the past is to burden the current crop of players. I would say that when the 100 meters is run in Paris, in the men's 100 meters, don't they mention that the world record happens to be 9.58? Or do they say, do they say, you know what, that record is unattainable, so let's make the record now 10.02. So that way, everyone will be encouraged to go after the world record. Again, that's a nonsense. So are we trying to say that the West Indies' rich legacy in the game, which is not just about the 1980s, which is just not about the 1970s, people ignore even the 1960s. We had the fire in Babylon in the first 10 minutes of that movie, openly deriding and ridiculing the 1960s as a team of talented players who were not winners, which is factually incorrect. So my point to all of this is
Oh,
that
if I can just interject for a moment, Faz, that 1966 team was the first, game I ever watched as a very small child. And that team was a thrilling side. It really was. And West Indies has contributed so much. But to be honest, bringing the story up to date, Faz, I don't want to cut you off there.
yeah, and just quickly. Yeah.
Oh, yes. There were a lot of... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just quickly to say that I think what Cricket West Indies can do very easily, because look, next year marks 50 years since the West Indies won the first World Cup. 2028, which is 4 years hence, God willing, marks 100 years of the West Indies' first Test match in June at Lord's. So, what better opportunity is there? Not so much to burden people or burden players, but enlighten and inspire and take this opportunity as a chance to remind these players that they are part of a rich legacy. It's not a burden, it's an honor. It's an honor to play for the West Indies. It's not that people are trying to cry you down. They're trying to remind you of the great deeds of a George Headley.
What can English cricket do to help?
English cricket can do its best to allow for an even playing field. Because again, if it were an even playing field, then Australia versus England would only be 3 Test matches. And again, people will say that's a nonsense, that is sacrilege. Well, do you have any other international sport that you can name where there's such an imbalance and we pretend that it's all the same thing? So my point is that if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If you're going to reduce Test series to 3 Test matches, you have to do it for the Ashes as well. New Zealand were the world Test champions and played just 2 Test matches in England a couple of years ago. So if you're asking what can England do, England can start putting their efforts where their mouths are, as far as their pretense of
Okay.
He froze.
We
for their
are
benefit as well.
back after lunch on this first day of the first test between England and Sri Lanka from, I would say, a sunny Old Trafford, but it's never a sunny Old Trafford because it's in...
It was this morning, Fred.
Yeah, it was for 5 minutes. Got them into thinking
It's sunny
we'll
at the moment.
I'm happy to be joined by the man, the myth, the legend, sitting on my right-hand side. It's the Bear.
Good day, Fred.
And all the way from the wrong side of the world, it's Messi Jez.
Thank you, Fred. It's only wrong if you're not in it.
I don't know why you don't fall off when you're sort of down there.
It's amazing. I got prehensile feet.
That must be it. Anyway, it was a very good morning for England. Sri Lanka having won the toss and elected to bat, which is always a strange way they have of describing, as if they sit around and cast their votes. 80 for 5 they were at lunch. The not-out batsman Dhananjaya de Silva on 28 and Kamindu Mendis on 5. The wickets shared around amongst the England bowlers, but let's see who's going to be bowling the first over after lunch. It's going to be this blondish-haired man from Surrey.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
Some more generic tush there from Mog. We have 3 slips.
If your boy ain't all he should be now, this girl will put him right. And also left, she'll show him how.
Go on, you can talk.
First ball after lunch is full and on off stump and a slightly inside edged forward defensive shot up to mid on no run.
Okay.
That was a Perco one that goes on for a minute and a half, was it?
37 seconds.
God.
This one's also a Perco.
Just tell them 6 seconds tops.
Here he is a million miles from home.
No, it's not Perco.
Says I won't let the pace attack cut through me. They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva maybe.
That's Senor Peel, as the next ball is very full, Yorker length delivery and jammed down on by De Silva. I'm not quite sure what he did after the ball had hit the bat, because he seems to have danced a little in his crease. It was very full, and it got close to the stumps, and he was trying to bat it away.
Double hit. Well,
you are allowed to hit the ball twice with the bat if it's going to hit your stumps, but not with your hand, even though they've changed the law on that for no apparent reason. Anyway, next ball from Atkinson is on the hip of De Silva, who turns this out to deep mid wicket. The man from deep square leg has to come round to field, so they're going to take 2 runs. The first run since lunch, 82 for 5. We will have some of your social media messages, which I'm sure have accrued over the lunch interval. I'm sure you're all enjoying that wonderful interview between David Brooke and Fazir Mohammed. I think there may be some more of that to come at tea, as Atkinson presumably runs into bowl because the bear's in my way, and again turned into the leg side. He hasn't quite found his line after lunch. He's not really bowling in the corridor to keep the slips interested. Another dot ball. It's quite loud.
What is
the crowd noise?
No, it's not. No, it sounds loud in some headphones and others it doesn't. It's weird.
Sri Lanka, one of the great flags in the world of flags. What are they called? Vexillology or something stupid like that, the study of flags. Because it doesn't really obey the conventions of most national flags. As Atkinson comes in and bowls, this is outside the off stump, but it's full and stroked quite sweetly by De Silva through the offside. A slowish outfield, so it's not going to reach the boundary as the new skipper Pope makes his way back about 80% of the way towards the rope, and they take 2 runs. So 84 for 5. Last ball of the 26th over of the innings about to be bowled. Atkinson's wicket was, what was it? It was a short ball, wasn't it?
It was a short ball, and
yes.
it was a miscue pull. It's the first wicket of the day.
Yeah. There's De Silva. Is he the captain? I think he might be. Gets a straight ball and defends it, and then sort of punches the air to himself, as if to congratulate himself on keeping it out. The end of the first over after lunch, the 26th over. 84 for 5 Sri Lanka. Kamindu has 5, De Silva 32. Messi.
Darrow Zizi has joined us, just says hi all. Matthew Cullen says hello all. Didn't hear the commentary of the Bashir wicket. Did it take a piece of the pitch, or do we think it's genuinely going to be an up and down pitch? I didn't see it take a piece of the pitch, but bear in mind it did pitch very short indeed. And it's the sort of wicket where if you're the batsman you decide you're not going to buy a lottery ticket today because it was unplayable, totally unplayable. I've
just seen it. That was horrible. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he did review it. He may have thought he'd got outside the line of the off stump, and he was playing some sort of a shot, albeit an ungainly one. Anyway, to open the bowling from the other end after lunch, it's going to be this chap.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour.
Right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kamindu, who pushes us out to point, no run. I'm a big fan of Chris Woakes as a cricketer. I think he does a lot of things very well, but what he isn't, and what he should never really be, is taking the first over in a test match for England. Well, it's weird. I mean, he even did that in Australia, which is just bizarre.
No, I think in England, if he was up in mid-80s like he was last year, I wouldn't have a problem with it, because he does get a little bit. He's got the problem with Chris Woakes is his action is very correct, so I guess you can pick it out of hand quite quickly, which is why I think part of his success, but also it just makes him look slow these days.
And next ball from Woakes is angling across Kamindu, but he does defend it behind square on the offside. I just think, I mean, to my mind, it's a nonsense to say that Wood can't bowl with a new ball. I think Wood has to bowl with a new ball. If you've got
does seem weird,
a hard ball, that should absolutely be playing into his hands. I mean, they say, he can't control the new ball. Well, if he doesn't know where it's going, how the hell's the batsman going to know where it's going?
Well, yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense to wait 10 overs before bringing on your quickest bowler, as Woakes is in again. And this does come back in slightly. It started wide outside the off stump and just straightened a little. It was left by Kamindu, and he was probably a little bit perturbed to see it come back, but not far enough to endanger the stumps.
What do we know about Kamindu? What's his test average? Are you any good?
When Tony comes back in, you can ask him.
He's got a test average of 107.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
This is the dude who's played 4 tests and got a test average of 107.
This is the new Bradman.
Okay.
The new left-handed Sri Lankan middle-order Bradman. Which is not usually a compliment on Guerilla cricket. As Wokes is in again and bowls, and this is a straighter delivery and absolutely correct in defence is Kamindu.
Alright, so I'm now going to have a look at his
How many-
test. Well, who he scored his runs against, because that's what I want to know.
And where.
Exactly. Kamindu Mendes.
Read all his names. He's probably got a lot of them.
Yeah, he has. Recent matches. Colombo. That's versus India. Those are ODIs.
Just one more thing, Mr. Kamindu.
Test match.
Oh, not that Colombo. As this next ball keeps a little bit low outside the off stump, and Kamindu does defend it, but again will be slightly perturbed. Has he got highlights in his hair, Chris Wokes?
I think so. Yes.
Oh dear, no, you don't need that, Chris. You're Mr. Middle England. You're a good bloke. You don't need to. You don't need to do all these sorts of things. Don't imagine you're Kevin Peterson. One ball left of his first over after lunch, and it is short. And Kamindu thinks about pulling, doesn't. It was quite a slow, wafty delivery outside the off stump. The end of the 27th over, 84 for 5.
We have a super chat from Sagir Parker here in Perth. Parker, sorry. $10. Greetings, gents. Have a drink on me.
Thank you very much.
There's an invitation won't be turned down, I'm sure.
Okay.
Dara Azizi says, happy 17th birthday to my son. Happy birthday indeed. And Kieran Roseblade says, Bear looks less cuddly with his haircut. He looks meaner, like a cross between a 1980s Millwall fan and a college professor who has to read a substandard essay. His language is more Millwall fan, though.
I think I'll go for the latter, thanks. I'm not a Millwall fan.
Atkinson, first ball of a new over, again very full to De Silva, and it squirts out onto the offside. I think that was a bump ball, but it was it's not really a gully, was that? A point fielder, or just behind point?
Yeah. Quite deep, isn't it? Well, not really quite deep.
It's Mark Wood who's grinning to himself. He's probably imagining cantering around the outfield.
Right, I'm going to come into Mendes' record. It basically consists of 7 innings. He's got 5 of 61, and in his third test, he got 102 and 164.
Next ball from Atkinson is outside the off stump. De Silva didn't have to play it, but did a little bit away from his body. Probably not the wisest thing to do when your team is 84 for 5, but he negotiates it successfully on that occasion.
So he scored half his runs in one game, which is fair enough, but it was against Bangladesh at Sylhet.
Sylhet to bang.
He got a 92 not out in the first innings of the next game as well, so he had 3 innings in a row.
Kumar Sangakkara could do with taking a leaf out of the Bears book and having a haircut, as Atkinson bowls short, and it's helped round the corner by De Silva out to deepish mid-wicket. Who's that out there? Is that Pope? I think it might be, or maybe not.
I wouldn't have thought Pope puts himself out now, but that's Potts, isn't it?
Yes, it may have been Potts. Either way, it was a single, which brings the left-hander Kamindu on to strike.
Alright, I've got 2 bets riding. I need a wicket before 98.
Okay.
And I need all out before 148. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's possible. 85 for 5?
Oh, they're all possible.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's cool. Crazy.
A bit of break dancing from the umpire there. Either that or the picture went a bit dodgy. Sorry, I don't want to talk about breakdancing in front of Messi Jez having his country embarrassed in front of the world. This is short wide outside the off stump and helped by Kamindu out through extra cover. I'm not sure it's got quite enough to get to the boundary. No, it hasn't.
Jesus.
It's a very slow outfield. There's presumably a lot of rain in Manchester. There always is a lot of rain in Manchester.
Wet city in the country.
And whose is that hairstyle? Is that Potts?
That's Potts. Yeah, he's gone full sort of Vinicius Junior.
Oh dear. Either way, that's presumably 3 runs to Kamindu, who played that well. Really, it was short and wide, but he didn't try and hit it too hard. Would have probably expected it to go for 4, but it didn't. As Atkinson has to recalibrate with a right-hander on strike. 3 slips and a gully weight, and it's a full ball and off stump, and De Silva plays it from the crease. He didn't really get forward to that at all.
He was trying to turn it to leg side as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's looking grey in Manchester.
It's looking grey with their stupid Lego buildings that they keep putting up every other year.
I quite like Manchester when we were there, actually.
Well, you have happy memories of Manchester.
Yeah, I do.
Of those bits that you can remember.
Bits I can remember, I was going to say.
Yeah. having studied there. 4 and a Yorker length delivery surprises De Silva. He does get the bat down on it. I don't think it would have hit the stumps had it missed the bat because it was going down the leg side. But that was
a good ball.
A surprise Yorker. Well, he has bowled a couple of them, but the bowler will be pleased to see that the batsman didn't pick it at all, really, and had to play it very late. And did a little bit more successful breakdancing than the Australians at the Olympics.
The kangaroo. She's been getting slated, hasn't she?
Quite right too.
I don't think so. Fuck it. I can't believe that she was. If she was the best breakdancer that Australia.
Well, no, her husband was the selection committee.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just think it's all very funny how
I do as well.
Intense everybody's got about it. I didn't watch any.
It's always fun to watch Australians humiliating themselves and their country.
I didn't even watch it. I thought it was a stupid sport to have in the fucking Olympics.
Woke starts a new over, and this is well wide of off stump. Kamindu probably couldn't have reached it even if he'd wanted to.
I get that it's athletic and all that bullshit, but you know, there's lots of things that athletics are not really sports, and they shouldn't be in the Olympics, and that's definitely
anything
one
that's
of them.
marked. Anything that's marked. Any sports that you have to mark them.
Ooh, that takes diving out.
Yeah. Gymnastics.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
No, I suppose there's a logic to that, Fred. Not sure I agree with it, but there is a definite logic to that.
Yeah. It's not. So what's the motto of the Olympics? A little bit shorter from Wokes, but defended. It's something like higher, faster,
longer, stronger.
Something. Yeah. Not more marks. That isn't one of the things, you know. Higher marks. We're watching a cap presentation from before. Who's making his debut for Sri Lanka?
We had him. He's got a jingle. He came in. He's number 11. I'll give you his name now. Milan Rathanayake.
Rathanayake. Okay. As Wokes' next ball, that does come back in to Kamindu, who and it may have been. I mean, it was only 78 miles an hour, but he seemed slightly surprised by the pace. It was a shorter ball. It angled back into the left-hander, and he did jab down on it. It may have bounced a little bit more than he expected. Yes, it did. He took the top hand off the bat, and he examined his glove ruefully after misplaying that ball. So Wokes is getting something out of the pitch. He must have heard our commentary. And I'd say I think he's a perfectly fine cricketer. I just don't think he's he's a third seamer, or maybe even a fourth seamer, not an opening bowler.
No, I suppose that's very true.
Full ball, defended to mid-off, no run. In my very humble opinion.
I guess he's the senior pro here in the bowling attack.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that. You still want your best people in your best positions.
Yeah, true. But equally, I often think that a lot of bowlers are first change could be opening bowlers, you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying he absolutely can't do it, but it just seems odd that he seems to be the man. I know neither Broad or Anderson were particularly fast, but they were more skilled bowlers than
Wood in the team.
This is short and cut nicely by Kamindu. No worries about a wet outfield, because that's raced away to the boundary for the first one of these after lunch.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Aerial, but absolutely safe. No fielder within 20 yards of that. Nicely played.
That'd be hit though, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Shortish, wideish.
I think he probably would want to bowl a little bit fuller. Last ball of the over. Let's see what Wokes does. He's coming round the wicket. And this is edged, or is it? Yes, it is, and caught behind. He just nudged the shoulder of the bat Change of angle. It was a ball outside the off stump. He probably didn't have to play the ball out there, but he was drawn into the shot and has nudged this through to the keeper Smith, and that is the end of the new Bradman.
Oh, what's his average drop to now?
His average will now be 88.
So 433 plus 12, so 445.
No, 440.
440.
Yeah, divided by
8 innings.
5.
No. Yeah, he's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
This is
6.
his 5th dismissal.
445 divided by 5 would be 89.
He's got 440.
440.
It's
88.
on Crick Info.
88.
Yeah.
Well,
it's not updated here for me.
We've got all our fingers, thumbs out, and toes in some cases. And the 6th wicket has fallen for Sri Lanka, and the Bears' first bet has come in, and he's still online for his second bet.
I am indeed.
Yeah. So.
And he's going to go under again.
I think I might do. The only Dhananjaya Silva is doing all right. I did say someone would get a 50.
Somebody usually
Pokey
does.
Bumfinger says you do look younger and meaner there.
Yes. Younger I like.
Sigir says, have a nice test viewing, everyone. Sorry I can't stick around for long family commitments. Stephen Kelk says, look who we have here. Dara says, how's Potts bowled, fellas? I don't think very well. Stephen Kelk says, greetings to us all. And Tony Bishop says, it's looking grey in Manchester. Not exactly front page news.
No. Atkinson starts a new over. And we will tee up the new batsman's jingle, even though he's not on strike. But when most important thing is the Bear to get his bet on. And
absolutely, 104.5 though. It's quite skinny.
Oh, that is a bit skinny. Isn't
this guy, I don't think we've got a jingle for. No, is this a Sita Fernando?
It's a good question. Either way, he's not facing because the wicket fell off the last ball of Wokes' over. Next ball from Atkinson is guided down, tried to be guided down towards third man by De Silva, but can't beat the man at Gully, who takes it on the bounce. Atkinson looks reasonably good, what I've seen of him. He's mixed up his lengths quite successfully. It's a couple of good Yorkers. He got a wicket with a short ball. And Wokes is pointing at somebody who probably told him, come around with a wicket for the last ball and see what happens, and he got a wicket with it. So I think it was Mark Wood. As Atkinson bowls again short, and it's pulled by De Silva straight to the man at long on.
Long leg.
Long leg, who is Bashir. And we have no jingle for the new batsman Jai Surya.
No.
So let's just sing one. Let's think about it for half an over or so. Jai Surya. What rhymes with that? Oh, that's tricky.
The 3 syllables.
4.
4.
5.
Is it? Oh, no.
Yeah. Anyway, lots of syllables as the new batsman Jai Surya faces up to a good full ball from Atkinson, turns this up to mid on. No run, 94 for 6. We're halfway through the 30th over. Nothing wrong with the run rate, 3.19, but the 6 wickets is a bit of a downer for Sri Lanka. It's possibly a bit of a downer for the ECB's finances as well, because these test matches have been ending very, very quickly. And that can have a roller coaster effect on money that the ECB doesn't have to waste, as this next ball is nudged into the offside. And again fielded by Gully, no run.
Yeah, the first test against the Windies was 2 days and a session, not even a session.
Yeah.
Second one got to day 4, didn't it? And we all thought it was going to go to day 5, and then they collapsed right at the end of day 4.
They did.
I can't remember with the third test.
Remember, this is Manchester, of course, so there's a very good chance of some rain delays.
Yeah, but the rain delays might come too late. That's the problem, isn't it?
Well, the forecast is now for 60% chance of rain from 5 o'clock, 80% by 6 o'clock.
Short and guided over the slips by Jai Surya. He's going to get off the mark with a boundary. Not entirely in control of that, but I think it's what he was trying to do, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, no, I think he more or less did mean that. It was short and wide outside the off stump, and he's just helped it on its way. Well over the slips and gullies. No danger of being caught. You know, that if you're going to do that, though, maybe put in a short third man and make him think twice about it, and then bowl one at his head as he faces up to Atkinson again, who, well, I don't think bowlers like when that happens to them. When people help themselves to an easy boundary over the slips. Let's see what he does. Oh, he just gets. Well, what happened there? Did that hit him on the?
It must have caught a little bit of an edge. Otherwise, I'm sure they'd all been flying in the air for LBW.
Yeah, he just caught something and it sort of died, went towards the slips. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Messi. Let's have some messages.
Yes. So, sorry. Kieran Roseblade says Raygun's embarrassment is one of the reasons breakdancing got removed from the next Olympic cycle and cricket got put in. So rather than not mentioning, let's thank Messi for Australia's contribution. That's actually a myth. It was never going to be part of Los Angeles, and cricket had already been determined would be there. Although breakdancing will undoubtedly be in the opening ceremony in Los Angeles. Pokey says, I've got forward to move but can't drag myself away. Potts not having a great day. Kieran says, to cricket, Raygun has done more for cricket than the ICC. I thought the worthwhile abuse of Raygun was probably a bit, worldwide abuse of Raygun was probably a bit much, says Matthew Cullen, but I did find the petition with 10,000 signatures demanding a formal apology from her for her shit performance very amusing.
First ball of Wokes' over is defended by De Silva. Again, very gentle pace from Wokes. You'd think, having just taken a wicket with his previous delivery, he may have amped up the revs a bit, but no. Three slips were very close together, almost treading on each other's toes. As Mr. Highlight Wokes is up to the wicket now, a little bit wider of the crease. Ball just outside off stump, which De Silva defends. 78 miles per hour, very gentle on the pace front, but you do have to watch what he does with movement in the air and off the wicket. You don't really get to play. How many test matches Wokes played for England? He must be up around the 50 mark, surely, or probably more.
Oh, well, I thought more than that, yeah. 60 odd, 70?
This is 52.
52,
oh, right. There you go.
Well, you know, without having some skill, as this one is wider outside the off stump, and Fuller and De Silva helps himself to a boundary through the cover gap. And it's one more of these. The big side tells you that
2 + 2 is a member.
The bet is on the line.
The bet is on the line. Under 104.5 it's been given to him in fours. I did say
you did say it was a bit
Silva.
skinny.
Yeah.
As well, it was a wide ball. It didn't really do much, and De Silva helped himself. But was it a setup? Much as in the last over, a 4 was followed by a wicket. Let's see what Wokes can come back with here. The 100 up is for Sri Lanka, 102 for 6, as the next ball is tucked off his pads.
That was a nice shot.
For 1 to deep square leg, Bashir Fields. 103 for 6, only 2 runs, 1 run to play with. Well, you can't win them all, Bear.
It's true, you can't win them all. I like to win more than I lose, though.
Don't we all? Plenty of Sri Lanka flags in the crowd and on the balconies of the hotel. There's a bottle of champagne there as well. Some people are enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
If not, perhaps their team's performance. Wokes has 3 for 26, which are pretty damn good figures, really, in his 10th over. As Jayasuriya faces up to him, and he's just dropped this into the leg side and taken a good single, much to the chagrin.
I've got half a run to play with. I need a wicket now.
Sign 1 on my right. Last ball of Wokes' 10th over, 3 for 27. You can't argue with the results, but again, I'm just thinking that it's not quite right. Actually, you look down this England team, if you're the opposition, you think, you know, it doesn't look that fantastic, with a lot of big names missing. As the next ball, and the Bears lost his bet because It's turned into the leg side again, well run. The end of the 31st over, 105-46. This is the point I'm making, that teams who coming to England, and Broad and Anderson have retired, and there's no Stokes, and you look down the team and you say, okay, there's some good cricketers there, but it's not it's not a team where you look at it and think, oh, how are we going to get anything out of this game? There's a lot of names with question marks alongside them. Anyway, Messi, what are people saying?
Well, Kieran Rosebade's done a Jayasuriya jingle. It says, do you know Jayasuriya? Yes, he is a Sri Lankan batsman with diarrhea. He is just a normal guy, except for just one thing. He's had to sit on the toilet again.
It needs work. Needs a lot of work, and also perhaps some inspiration. Atkinson starts a new over to De Silva. Again, there's a little, just a remotest hint of swing there in a 31 over old ball. Maybe a reverse. Quite impressed with what I've seen from Atkinson today. He's
yeah, he does look good. Looks like a real deal, Fred.
He's not. It doesn't seem to be the type of bowler who's going to plug away at a line and length and wait for the batsman to make mistakes. He is going to try things. And,
yeah, I like that.
He looks like, I'm not saying he's a master of variation, but he looks like he has some idea of what he's doing, which is a start. This next ball is bowled him. No, it hasn't. What was that?
I think it's caught him on the backhand. He was drawing off the bat.
I thought he got an inside edge to that. Well,
it was definitely going on to hit the stumps.
It must have got an inside edge and onto his thigh pad. Apologies for any Sri Lankan listeners who may have had a heart attack.
He's a sulky fucker. He certainly looks it. Yeah.
Mr. P says, I love it. 94 for 6, and the bear sighs deeply after a boundary scored.
Yeah, he sighed more after.
There's money on the fucking line here,
The next ball is slightly leg side and turned out to deepish mid wicket for a single. We haven't seen a replay of that previous delivery. I'd like to see what happened. Dhananjaya De Silva's name is so long that the name on the back of his shirt sort of starts.
Then ...
Well, it sort of wraps around rather than is on the back of his shirt. There's a lot of letters in there, and we're seeing some field changes, unsurprisingly, for Jayasuriya, who has 5 from the 5 deliveries he's faced, including a decent boundary over the slips. This is again full ball. Vaguest hint of in swing there from Atkinson, well defended by Jayasuriya. We're going to have a change at the end of this over. A 3-person change, I believe.
David, Grubby and Barrett, who I need to let in.
So 2 balls left before the change. As Grubby makes us the Joel Wilson's signal, as this is an attempted flick by Jayasuriya. I don't know if he was aiming over the slips again, but he got an under edge and it made its way on the bounce to gully, no run. I'd like to tell you the score, but Grubby's standing right in front of the bit, which tells you what the score is.
Brian Barish points out, as an amateur vexillologist, Sri Lanka ranks in my top 5 world flags.
It's just different, isn't it?
Kiribati is the best by far. And Tony Cork says, surely Nepal.
Nepal, yeah. Nepal just for the shape.
Stuff your tradition for things rectangular must be up there.
Nepal, we are talking flags. Grubby's wondering what's going on. Vexillology. Last ball of Atkinson's over in my spell, as it's dropped into the offside by Jayasuriya. Again, they take a good single. The end of the 32nd over, it's 107 for 6. And here comes a 3-person change.
I'll do a couple of tweets during the change. Brian Barish says, I agree that breaking and other artistic endeavours probably are weird Olympic sport choices, but one must remember that until the 1920s, poetry and architecture were Olympic events too. So there are links to the past, it's true. And Tony Cook says, Banksy, despite taking the gold, has declined to attend the medal ceremony. In response to that, Wiggy says, if the ECD didn't waste so much on the 100, the standard of cricket in general would be higher, and the 3-day tests wouldn't hurt them so much financially. Yes, interesting debate, that one. And I shall leave you.
Thank you very much, Messrs. And
thought we nearly had a wicket there. First ball of your spell, Dave?
Oh, I didn't even know it. Come on, describe what happened.
Well, Woke came in, bowled a full ball. It was chipped to Shoaib Bashir at mid-wicket, and it must have just bounced in front of him. It did just bounce in front of him as he was diving forward.
That's the problem with these three-men changeovers. They can be, or three-person change. Sorry, three-person.
Sorry, I'm a man.
Don't cancel me. Three-person changeovers.
We have Barrett with us as well.
We've got
Hi,
Barrett joining us from Nottinghamshire. Wokes comes into bowl. That's flicked away by Jayasuriya. No, not that one. Prabhat Jayasuriya, the off-spinner. And he takes 2. Looking for Prabhat Jayasuriya might be looking forward to bowling on this. Barrett, welcome back, and your view on the stage of what you've seen so far today.
Well, I don't think Sri Lanka have helped themselves, but that was a pretty good delivery by Wokes after lunch to take out the man averaging 100 before this innings, so his average will have dropped a bit.
Wokes pitches this one up. It's driven back by Jayasuriya. There's no run. Please continue.
I think they're going to struggle to get to 200 from this stage, and it looks to be a decent wicket apart from that the one that kept low from Bashir. So I'm not sure they have the bowling to defend such a low score, but we shall see. The captain's still at the crease. He scored some incredible test hundreds. I remember one against Australia he scored against the mighty Australian attack. So he's very capable.
Here comes Wokes again, and it's Jayasuriya on strike rather than the captain Danjaya De Silva at the other end. But no, you're absolutely right on that. And the way that De Silva has gone to 41, a bit of a nuisance for me because I had Chandimal as my top scorer. But it's been a lot to like about the way that the captain's played so far.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the top 6 of Sri Lanka. They've not really fired today, but you'd hope that one would.
That's very gracious of you to acknowledge that, Robin. And it's but De Silva, but specifically De Silva's not today. That's no run played out to extra cover.
No, I'm saying when you got class players like Kusal Mendis, Dinesh Chandimal, and the captain at the crease now, you'd expect, and Karuna Ratner at the top of the order as well, particularly Angelo Matthews very solid at 4. You'd hope that 1 or 2 are going to get you some runs, wouldn't you, on any given day?
No, there's been some shocking dismissals. Those 3 wickets that fell on 6 runs. Wokes bowls. They slants that one in, but Jayasuriya is equal to it. Pushes that one out through extra cover, and there's no run. Now, next question for you, Grubby or Barrett. Any relation Prabhat Jayasuriya, Sanat Jayasuriya, or is it just like Smith in the UK? I don't know the answer.
Yeah. There's a few names like that. Pereira, Mendes.
So no relation.
Yeah, Fernando.
Yeah, no relation. The only relationship, of course, is player-coach, because Sanat Jayasuriya has replaced Chris Silverwood as the Sri Lankan coach, all formats. On an acting basis, he was pursuing a political career, and of course was banned for a couple of years at ICC level. I'm not quite sure what that was for. Forgive me if I've got that wrong, but I know he was suspended for 2 years. But anyway, that's all in the past. And he's back in the dugout, and it must be a bit of a talisman to see Jayasuriya there with all his experience.
What a cricketer, though!
Yeah,
I mean, in all formats.
I mean, he was fantastic to watch. Left-handed. I mean, he was Bazball before Bazball, wasn't he? The way he went about his business.
Yeah, I mean, he was at the very vanguard of how Sri Lanka went and won the World Cup in '97, was it?
Absolutely. Here's this man coming on to bowl.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
And you know it's Atkinson because he's had a yellow, I won't say it's blonde, well, I suppose it's a blonde bleach to his hair. He bowls over the wicket. That's short, and that's swung round nicely by De Silva, but there's Bashir down at long leg, and they'll just jog through for single. Here's a question for you guys. Favourite, for everyone, favourite Sri Lankan player to watch over the last few years. Have you got a favourite that you've enjoyed? I mean, a lot of contenders for that. Obviously, you've got the other De Silva and Jayasuriya, Jayawardena. With the ball, you've had Chaminda Vass, of course, Murali. Any of those tickle your fancy, Grubby?
I always, Dave's laughing because I failed to pick up my microphone there. I always enjoyed watching Chaminda Vaas. I thought, very often the support cast to Murali, of course, but slogging away on those pitches in Sri Lanka for year after year, and with a very, very good international record, Chaminda Vaas for me.
That's Jayasuriya ducks under that. Bharat, any particular favourite Sri Lankan player to watch if you had to choose one from the last few years?
As a bowler, there's no question. I'd say Murali. I really enjoyed watching him run through sides, take most of the wickets that Sri Lanka took, and batsmen of the class of Sachin Tendulkar being completely bamboozled by him. So
he always looked like a cobra to me when he was in full cry.
Atkinson bowls that short, and Jayasuriya doesn't attempt to play that. So Jayasuriya is probably one of the pretenders to Murali's crown. I mean, it's a tough act to follow. 700 or 800 wickets to go, but Jayasuriya has done a pretty good start to his career, primarily in the side as a bowler, and he's had an amazing start to his Test career. I would get the we'll get the stats up.
I might have them just here, my friend.
Here we go. Here's some that Grubby prepared earlier.
Yeah,
Atkinson bowls, and it's dead batted by Jayasuriya to a short ball that was rising on him, and he just played it straight down to his toes. 112 for 6 Sri Lanka. If you're just joining us, where have you been? Let me just quick recap. Sri Lanka won the toss, elected to bat today, and found themselves 6 for no wicket, 6 for 3. And there's been a recovery of sorts from there, but nowhere near what Sri Lanka would have wanted to score today. As Atkinson prepares another delivery for Jayasuriya. Again, it's short, and a very optimistic scoop shot by Jayasuriya. It's just lobbed it up to the gully, and that is a wicket to fall. I mean, it was a extraordinary game. It's the sort of shot that you might, the sort of shot you might play about when you're giving catching practice to OUCCC before a game starts.
We usually drop it, but yes, exactly.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
On your bike, mate. Bye-bye.
That wasn't a raspberry from my co-commentator Grubby there. It was just it's all on the sound effects.
Well, I was just about to give you some stats, more of his bowling stats, Jayasuriya, who's only playing his 13th Test match, but he's already got 71 wickets in that short career, and 7 times he's taken 5 in an innings already, and twice he's taken 10 in a match. So, a burgeoning career there. But he's played an absolute shocker of a shot there.
It was a shocker with, just a sort of up and under scoop.
Oh, hang on. He's back to the crease because it's a no ball.
No ball, he's coming back out. He was virtually off the field. And he's been given a reprieve. And well spotted, Grubby. I hadn't noticed the umpire. It was a belated call.
Dear, oh, fucking dear.
So I'm going to take that back and find a jingle that says you're not a muppet, and you didn't bite the dust, and you're not out. You're in. Still.
He must have very good eyes to have seen it was a no ball and played the stupid shot as a result.
I mean, there's one of those occasions where technology. Would he have played the shot differently? If the technology says it's a front foot no ball, then it's a front foot no ball. So Atkinson has to go again, and Jayasuriya, who he'd already escorted off the pitch, he was virtually off the field of play, has come back on. He's on 10, and what's he going to do this time? He has a massive yahoo at that, as if to say, I've had my life, I can do anything I want.
Yeah. You can't kill me now.
I've got immunity from being out today. I'm just going to do what I want.
Maybe it'll work for him.
Maybe the skipper's going to have a word and just say,
yeah, calm down.
You've been given a life. Use it. This is Test cricket's got to go on for 5 days, not at this rate. With some of the shots that we've seen today, from the Sri Lankans, who may not have the talent of Sanat Jayasuriya, their coach. That one is definitely out. He's played at that. It was pitched up from from Atkinson. I mean, Jayasuriya had a bit of a death wish, I think, after that. And, well, frankly, I mean, well, it was a very optimistic swish, and it's been nicely taken behind the stumps. So that is Jayasuriya out, in, and now out.
Lovely, beautifully done.
Thank you very much.
And if you're free tonight, Dave is playing a set at Turnmills.
Well, Morg, come on, Morg, give us the ammunition.
Pokey Bumfinger says Malinga in terms of favourite Sri Lanka.
Yes.
Malinga all day long, no cricket to put the wind up, quite like Lasith, says Pokey. Have we got anything on the old twits? Oh,
yeah, so
I'll
the
tell you
question
shortly.
for all the Twitterati and radio listeners on the website, or Facebook, YouTubers, is which Sri Lankan player have you most enjoyed watching over the years that you've been watching cricket? And it's only the 80s when Sri Lanka, I think, started playing Test cricket.
That's right. When Vetimuni scored 190 odd at Lords.
That's easy for you to say.
It was, wasn't it?
Bharat, your favourite Sri Lankan batter now that we've had 6 out? Not from this team.
Sangakkara.
Certainly,
No
Sangakkara, of course. How could we have gone on this
The
long
Rolls-Royce
without
of a player.
mentioning Sangakkara? What a class player he was, and of course he went on after his Test career to play for Surrey, and it was like watching a different game going on when he was playing county cricket. He was such a master of where every shot was played. It was, sometimes when you see a game and someone's playing way above at the level of everyone else, and that's what Sangakkara did it for me. So Prabhath Jayasuriya is out for 10, and we'll talk about the new batsman in a moment as Bashir bowls, and that's poked out onto the offside, and there is no run. But that ball from Atkinson, it was right up there. It was a nice little trap from Atkinson, bowling with great intelligence and no shortage of skill. Bashir now from the other end, and it's defensively by De Silva, and he's been joined at the other end by a player who has the first name of Milan. Milan Rathnayaka is the new batsman. He's at the non-striker's end as De Silva plays that one into mid-wicket, and there's no run. So this is Bashir. He's 1 for 7 in his 4th over. He's bowled nicely today, including a grubber. A grubber. What did you think of that grubber, Grubby? It's played out for a single.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it?
I mean, it went along the ground.
You don't want to see a P-roller like that at any stage, really. Certainly not the first morning of a Test match.
Does that mean the surface has some irregularity about it, do you think?
Well, based on that, you'd have to say yes, wouldn't you? Maybe it was just one freak delivery. It looks a sporting pitch thus far. It looks like you can score runs on it, but you can't take liberties. But that one was certainly an absolute shocker.
Well, this is Rathnayaka, the first change bowler who's been brought into this Sri Lanka team. No great record with the bat, as he faces as the only left-hander playing for Sri Lanka today. Only 2 in the match, him and Duckett, 1 in each side. When was the last time only 2 teams played Test cricket with only 1 left-hander in the side? It's a rhetorical question. Don't have to answer that.
Well, only 1 in the top 6 in both sides.
Yeah.
And they're the openers.
Oh, Karunaratne was left-handed.
Karunaratne,
yeah. So I don't know what I'm talking about. There's 2 in the Sri Lankan team. Bashir bowls, and that's got through him. Ooh, inside edge to short leg, but he didn't have much of a clue about that. Rathnayaka, who because De Silva took a single, bringing him on strike, and it nearly went in his second ball there. End of the 35th over, and it's 114 for 7, and Grubby is looking out for your social media on YouTube and Twitter.
Thanks, Dave. I am looking out for them, but at that moment that you came to me, I was looking something up, which I'll try to do in a moment. Anyway, it's great to have you all with us. Pokey Bumfinger was in recently, extolling the virtues of Lasith Malinga, who was indeed box office, capital B, capital O. Aravinda De Silva says Dara Azizi, a Kent legend. And Stephen Kelk says, subtle grubby pun there. Not that subtle.
And this one is Swat. De Silva indicating a change of approach. Now he's got the tail end in. That was a shot that maybe Boris Becker might have hit. Not the Boris Becker that went to jail. The one before that, the tennis player. Smashes it to the mid-wicket boundary. And De Silva's gone on to 47 in the manner of someone who is thinking, I better make hay while sun shines now that there's tail ends at the other end. And it was short pitched. It was there to be hit by Atkinson and, well, certainly put back to ball. But he almost moved backwards and swatted it. What's he going to do now? He's on 47, 7 wickets down. This is short again. This time it's a more conventional shot. And there's 3 men back on the leg side. One of whom is Duckett at long leg, who fields, and they take a single. So De Silva going on to 48. Some consolation prize for him. But 119 for 7. Batting first, in perfect conditions for batting. It's got to be some very disappointed Sri Lanka fans out there, Grubby, today.
Yeah, and also, if Cricinfo are listening, might want to change their profile of Milan Ratnayaka, because he's listed as a right-hand bat.
That would explain the BBC's mistake this morning when I was listening to them, before we went on air, of course, when they said there's only one left-hander playing on either side, and they reckoned without Rathnayaka because they're obviously using the same inaccurate Cricinfo resource. Here's Atkinson. It's outside the off stump, and it's left in a professional enough manner by Rathnayaka, who has got the sleeves buttoned down, as you would do in Manchester in the summer. And some players like to tuck their sleeves into their gloves.
What's he wearing there? A bit of Joel Bloggs, like.
Barrett,
Barrett,
do you tuck your sleeves into your gloves when you bat? Or do you favour the short sleeve?
No. I play with short sleeves when I'm batting.
Atkinson bowls, and that's ducked under by Rathnayaka. Grubby, in case you're wondering why I'm asking Barrett about his playing style.
I wasn't wondering.
Well, you know about the tour this weekend, do you? If you know everything?
Is it the Erratics?
Well, we're playing the Erratics, but the team,
that's what I mean, yeah,
under the splendid leadership of Barrett, is the Oxford University Cricket Club, made up of staff and alumni, of which Barrett is one. And we're taking on, I'm playing, at Barrett's invitation, Annie Chaves Erratics on Saturday. Exeter.
Beautiful.
Here's, that's defensive by Rathnayaka. He's going to get off the mark here, pushes one. Tell us about that tour. What we got lined up? Where can listeners flock to see us at the weekend, Barrett?
Well, 5 games in 5 days. Ooh. So Thursday at Sherbrooke, Friday at the famous Valley of the Rocks, Saturday against the Erratics in Lower Ashton, Sunday at Uplyme, and Monday at Instow, North Devon.
Well, I've got a Devonian alongside me.
Yeah, that's where I grew up, is Devon. And so, well, you'll have a marvellous time. You'll have a proper cream tea with the cream on first.
Atkinson bowls, and this time De Silva has to think about it, but it's the slower one. It's going to be given a wide because it was that high. And the score moves on to 121 for 7. Yes, teas. Devon teas. They're pretty famous. The cream goes on first on the scone and then the jam.
Correct.
Certainly looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to the curated breakfasts.
Absolutely.
Curated?
Yes.
What's a curated breakfast?
Barrett,
we have a list. Secret list.
A secret list.
Of items.
Back foot. De Silva pokes that for a single. He moves on to 49. 48. 49. I was ahead of the game.
You're ahead of the curve. As you usually are in many things, Dave.
A curated breakfast. I'm looking forward to that. And Barrett, where will you be batting and bowling in this? What's your role apart from captain?
Well, we have a different captain on every day of the tour.
How very democratic.
So, yes. We shall see. I just want everyone to have a good time and for the games not to be too one-sided. So we will see what happens. I don't know myself.
Any
I
previous
should be
forms that go on?
keeping-
The last time you played Annie Chave's Erratics, what was the result?
We won by about 40 runs.
This is now not Barat. So I was bringing you on to bowl there. It's Bashir who bowls, and that's tossed up and played defensively by the captain. De Silva's looking for 1 run to make his 50. It's on 49, if my maths are correct. The Bashir bowls. Really throws that one up. Nice to see him giving it some air. But it's going to be a pretty easy single for De Silva, and the crowd acknowledging a very hard-working 50, but not without some fluency, and showing his class. The Sri Lankans on the balcony are showing their appreciation of that.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
He's come off 56 balls with 5 boundaries, but in the context of this innings, it would have been a disaster without him.
Yep.
He's looking to squeeze some runs out of the last 3 wickets here, but Bashir will have other thoughts as Rathnayaka covers up. One of the great things about being here in the studio today at Sydenham with Grubby, which doesn't often happen very often, but
not as often as I'd like.
No, but that's the problem when you favour the first day of a series, that we'll only see you like twice a summer. He says I've only been here twice a summer. Defensively by Rathnayaka.
I do come on other days, but I do like to make sure I'm here for the first day of the series, in particular.
There's a special feeling about it. I don't know whether you felt it as well. First day of a test series, do you feel a little bit of excitement?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Here's Rathnayaka. Forward he goes. Rather premeditated forward shot, but just turns the wrists on it and gets a single. But one of the benefits, Barrett, if you were here now, I know you thought seriously about coming down today to the studio, but I know the logistics were against you, is you'd be able to watch the afternoon's racing with Grubby, and there's no better person to watch horse racing with, because you get winners, you get interesting observations, and 2 heads are better than 1. We've got our afternoon meeting at York, and don't forget the summer jumps at Worcester.
And sometimes you get a pasty thrown against the wall in frustration.
On the back foot goes to Silva. He's got to his 50, but now he gets to 54 with ease there as he's worked its way through the boundary. Top shot from him. It was indeed a super shot.
It's a very subcontinent style cut shot where you back away, make room, and cut it off the stumps. Backward a point.
Yeah. Did you learn your cricket on the subcontinent, Barrett?
No, I learned it here in Nottingham at the Garfield Sobers cricket nets at Trent Bridge.
Wonderful.
I love Nottingham. It's one of my favourite towns.
Great city.
It's a city. Sorry,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Great
Of
city,
course.
Nottingham, yeah. And what age, born in India?
I was, but I came here when I was very young,
Very
so
young.
I don't remember much.
And your family from which part of India?
The southern part, Tamil Nadu. So a lot of links to Sri Lanka.
Yes.
With the language.
Right. Yes, of course.
Right, we've got a bit of speed, a bit of heat about to happen up there at Old Trafford.
Oh, thank you. Well, lovely. It's a bowling change.
I'll give you a couple of messages in the meantime as well.
In the meantime, of what?
Oh. Hello,
Do you know Mark Wood?
Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick.
So just a normal guy.
Of course, except for just one thing.
What?
He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
Here he is, Mark Wood. And the first one's a short one, not his quickest delivery probably, and plenty of time for Rathnayaka to duck underneath it. Sorry, Grub.
No problem. O. Harris. I don't know if that stands for something, or he's Irish maybe. Mr. O. Harris says, hello GC Radio. Something that David was talking about next door earlier on, GC Radio. Mayank says, because we were talking about Rathnayaka and whether he's right-handed or left-handed. Mayank says, Rathnayaka is ambidextrous, isn't he? Maybe a reference to Kamindu Mendes, who famously bowls with both hands.
Here's man rolling with his right arm. It's Wood bowls underneath. Goes right. Well, no, he sways out the way. Rathnayaka didn't really get up that one. Short ball. But Wood looks like he's in that winding up sort of period where he's getting up to full pace. That was 87 mph.
This is the thing. It's his second spell, isn't it? And you want to see him up in the 90s.
Well, you do.
For as long as possible, but it's not always possible for him to do. and we shouldn't ever take it for granted. Mr. P is on YouTube and says, does one have to wear a dog collar to partake in a curated breakfast? It sounds like a choking hazard.
No, you don't.
Oh, good. I hadn't back one. Wood bowls. Oh, that's a nice shot by Rathnayaka. He just put his hands through the ball there, and it was short, waiting to be hit, and he's accepted with gratitude. And well, it's a question of. But he did keep it nicely on the ground. In fact, it was
This is tremendous DJing.
Yeah, you don't spend 3 years on college radio without being able to play a jingle, Bharat. Bharat, so would you say you were, if India were playing England, who would you be shouting for, just out of interest? Wood bowls and down the leg side, half-hearted appeal, no run.
India.
Please explain.
England otherwise.
Oh, India, England's second choice.
Yes.
I think that's fair enough.
Not Fred appears like the voice of
Banquo's ghost.
Banquo's ghost, to indicate that never has half an hour passed so quickly. Because in the company of Bharat and Grobster, I've been on with Fred, and it's taken bloody forever to get to the end of an hour. No, not true. Not Fred, and not Fred. One of the best commentators on the circuit. We heard him out in Antigua. One of Wood bowls, and that's played out by Rathnayaka, and there is no run. The question is, production note, sorry to broadcast this on air, from Not Fred, how many changeovers? Is it 3 or 2?
You're leaving, that's the important.
Right, I'm leaving.
Wiggy says Sangakkara. He echoes Sangakkara's favourite Sri Lankan player. That was a few minutes ago on Twitter. And Jay's with us, Jay Grover, loving all this Manchester hate. Wasn't aware there, wasn't he?
Oh.
Ignoring the fact that Bramall Lane were one of the most hated international grounds ever, says Jay.
Last ball of this stint. Before I've asked Not Fred to take you through highlights of Middlesex season if there's any gaps in the play today. We only need a couple of seconds. And now that goes out to boundary, and 2 runs to Rathnayaka. Tough season for a Middlesex fan, but then every season tends to be pretty tough. 134 for 7 off the 38 overs. We're going to play a little jingle whilst we change over. If I could find
It's a
one. It's a drinks break anyway.
No action you're missing.
So one of us can keep talking.
Yeah,
and
I'll talk. Don't worry.
No, Barrett.
I thought that was tremendous with Gus Atkinson that last wicket. With Jai Surya, because he was given out, and then it was discovered it was a no ball, and then he came back and played and missed at one, and then the very next ball he edged it behind. He almost had a personal hat trick, but he had to go.
I don't think I've ever. I can't recall seeing a player being recalled for that reason. I'm sure it's happened before.
What, for a no ball?
Oh, it has happened a few times, yeah.
What, for the third over the shoulder in the
Oh, was that what it was?
I know
It wasn't a front foot no ball. We didn't see it. We didn't see a replay.
it wasn't,
right.
It wasn't for a front foot no ball. It was the fact he'd bowled. That was the third ball he'd bowled above shoulder height in the over.
Oh, good. Yeah. Right. And
I had some sympathy for the batsman there, because when you've been bounced out, and then been recalled, and he took that one on the hand, the one that was caught and was given out, and then was called back. The chances are you're going to start getting peppered then again, aren't you? So he was a little bit. It was unsurprising that he was skittish, because you're thinking a fast bowler is going to be annoyed. He's going to be very annoyed, and he's going to take it out in the only way he knows how, which is bowling at my head.
Well, his card's been marked for the rest of the series. On that bombshell, I'm going to leave you. I don't know who.
No, you're coming. You're on. Staying on.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Stay on that bombshell.
Yeah,
it's me with the madmen.
Fine. Fine. Fair enough. It's me. Hello. 134 for 7. Forthy and Not Fred alongside me, in the very literal and metaphorical sense. We're on a drinks break at the moment. It's all happening, isn't it? It is all happening. Dave's lost his specs or something. No. We're just seeing some of the wickets from earlier on. The Angelo Matthews leave, where he was out LBW
That was a shocker.
I have a bit of sympathy with him for him as well, because it was a beautiful delivery actually from Wokes. One of those ones that could have, threatened to shape away, but jagged back instead. So it made him look rather foolish.
It did, but when you've been given out because you haven't played the shot, and it's true, you are going to be more likely to be given out by an umpire when you've left a ball. That's just something that's in the DNA of cricket.
Well, he reviewed it.
To then waste a review, I think, would probably have annoyed his captain and his teammates.
They've burned 2, haven't they?
Yeah,
early doors.
But it's sort of compounding misery upon misery, isn't it?
Helion upon Ossa.
You're listening to the Classical Half Hour on Guerilla Cricket.
Captain Dhananjaya De Silva has 54 not out, and he's very much held this innings together, such as it is. 134 for 7. England's new captain, Ollie Pope's going, it's easy, this lad, isn't it?
Well, it was easy when they were 6 for 3, yeah. He did make an early decision to take himself out of short leg, which is unsurprising.
Who's gone in there?
For a captain? Oh, probably Lawrence.
Lawrence,
yeah. But it's quite a difficult place to captain from, to be fair. So
is it?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you don't get a very good overview of the situation.
The thing is, one of the things I liked about Pope going to short leg is that he's the best fielder at short leg, rather than let's just put the new boy there.
Yeah.
Which is very much the old school way.
How many
of
catches
doing
go
things.
to short leg?
Well, some.
Well, that's well worked out. Thank you for that statistical.
A proportion, a certain percentage.
Anyway, I think you're on board by ball.
I am. It's going to be England's long-fingered spinner, Shoaib Bashir, who's coming in with a slip and a backward short leg, actually. This is played off the back foot, and they walk a single as the ball rolls out to long on.
I'm assuming Forthy's on socials, because I'm banned from socials. So, is that correct?
One of your many bans. Is that right, Forthy? Is that tally?
I don't think it's an official ban. I think it's just it's like an unofficial.
I am
ban.
on socials, but I've Elon Musk is stopping me getting onto Twitter, so I'll be just pile onto YouTube.
Lucky you.
For the time. Yeah.
Ratnayaka gets a ball that skids onto him and gets the inside edge. Rather hurried him there, and it's fielded by the man who's gone in at leg slip.
Through his legs?
I think it did. I think it was a...
He's nutmegged himself.
A nutmeg, if you will.
Well, funny enough, a nutmeg's nutcracker. It should be a nutcracker, shouldn't it? Not a nutmeg.
Nicely flighted delivery this time. Held it back a little bit, and Ratnayaka's forward equal to it, defending it back to the bowler. Nice bit of dip and overspin.
Got some dip.
He's looked all right, Ratnayaka, hasn't he? He's held his own. Bat.
Yes, he has. It's a good thing to do if you're a batsman.
Bashir round the wicket to the, as we now realise, left-handed Ratnayaka, who is forward in defence, and there is no run.
Grubby's drinking a can of Red Stripe, which is presumably left over from the West Indies.
No, I bought it this morning at the shop down the road.
What's the Sri Lankan lager of choice?
I should know this because I've been there. Round the wicket comes Bashir, a bit flatter this time and a bit quicker and a bit skiddier. Ratnayaka is back and defending it with inside edge up to mid-on. Yeah, sorry, Forthy.
No, I'll be able to tell you in November, my wife and I are going on holiday to Sri Lanka.
Oh, you'll have a lovely time.
Is there any cricket
so delightful
going on?
I might be able to get some in. I'm hoping to.
Will you be visiting Kandy?
Yeah, it's one of those prescribed tours, although we have a drive. We're not going around with a whole load of other boomers. It's an independent, but it's been all mapped out for us ahead of time.
Last ball of the over is defended by Ratnayaka, just plops in front of him. That is no run. That's the end of the 39th over of this first Sri Lankan innings of this Test match. 135 for 7.
Well, Stephen Kelt,
very,
very clever man, says, welcome Forthy, our parasocial friend, and looking forward to listening to the punk and indie episodes. Oh, you won't be disappointed. Mayank says, you say you love Trent Bridge Cricket Ground. I fucking hate it.
Oh.
It's the ugliest stadium in England. The stands don't go together at all. Dimensions all wrong as well.
It's only one terrible stand.
The thing is, what some people hate about cricket grounds is exactly what I like. I like it when it's all a bit higgledy-piggledy and not.
It's better than this Lego thing.
But I quite like this. I like this as well. But no, Trent Bridge has always been a favourite ground of mine for seeing for some of the unbelievable action I've seen there.
I hear you're a postmodernist now, Grubby.
It's not uglier than the oval.
I don't know if I have time for the old postmodernism thing.
Oh,
I have the
got
farm
the
to
old
run, and in the afternoon I just like a cup of tea.
You got Mies van den Rohe seething through your veins. Terrible impression.
I was happy with mine, but you know, I've always had
You've always thought highly of your own impressions, haven't you?
De Silva on 55 facing Mark Wood, who comes over the wicket. 2 slips are
Shot.
in, and he whips this round the corner to deep. Long leg really, and it's fielded. He gets a run.
I do have access to Twitter, but I'm not allowed to read the tweets, so...
Shame. Go on.
No.
Is this a self-imposed ban?
No, no, it's not a ban. It's just an unofficial.
It's just a warning
rostering arrangement. Hello, Wiggy. Hope you're enjoying your trip home on the bus and listening to us, as all good, right-thinking people should be doing.
3 slips, a leg slip, and a deep short leg, and this one absolutely fizzes through to the gloves of Jamie Smith, who takes it and jerks his head to one side as if to say, "Thank God that didn't scon me." But
Only
it's
88.
Only 88 miles an hour. Yeah.
There's a young pitcher for the Angels by the name of Ben Joyce, who gets it up there. I saw 3 consecutive deliveries, which were 103, 105 and 105 yesterday.
Would they be termed deliveries in baseball?
I'm trying to turn it into cricket parlance.
3 pitches.
That's pretty good going.
Another short one down the arse from Woody. Just loses his direction a little bit. That's easy for Ratnayaka to get out the way of.
Again, they've obviously got a plan. They've got a leg galley in and a sort of backward short leg, but it's Mark Wood bowling at their number 9. You know, stick to basic principles.
Yeah, maybe top of off might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, and the odd short one, just to keep
the
him
odd
honest.
short one is fine. Yeah, and the odd Yorker, which he can bowl as well.
Yeah, just keep it simple.
Kiss, keep it simple, stupid. And here he is to kiss the top of the turf. This one takes him high up on the thigh pad. Rather discomfits him, I think. And he goes for a little wander to square leg. Is that a smile? Is it a grimace? I'm going grimace.
So Mark Wood's a bit like Julius Caesar in the Shakespeare plays. He's hardly in it, but he shapes the entire narrative.
Oh, there you go. Et tu, Popey.
Yeah, it should really call Brutus, shouldn't it? Really, or Brutus and Cassius, really.
Yeah, true.
They keep concentrating on this bloke reading a newspaper in the stand. I don't know
Do they?
why. Yeah, they've just had 5 shots of him in the last 2 balls.
Ratnayaka facing up to Wood. He gets another one high up on the hip. It rolls out towards point. He again grimaces under the helmet. Goes
Maybe
for
he's a
one.
top TikToker.
A top TikToker, that's hard to say, isn't it? What, the newspaper man?
He doesn't look like one, to be fair.
No,
Do you reckon you could get a successful TikTok career by
reading a newspaper?
Images of you reading newspapers
at Lancashire.
Broadsheet, mind. Broadsheet.
In the great days of when like an animal used to come onto the pitch at a sporting event, and they'd have a Twitter account within 10 seconds, or 100 Twitter accounts.
Those are the days. This ball
Good old
from
days.
over the wicket to the left-hander. Ratnayaka plays it to extra cover. Woody half falls over. That's the end of the 40th over. 136 for 7 is the score. Any Sertials?
1 or 2. Mayank just had some nutcrackers when you get hit in the balls hard. Nicholas Agar, capital A, says through the legs, nutmegs. Do you know, I don't think I knew that. Right, okay, that's where it comes from. And
Another
Jay Grover
Agar.
says,
There's at least 2 who play cricket. aren't
Ashton.
they? Wes?
yeah, that's true. I don't think it's either. Jay Grover, who you will know, says lion beer. Lion beer.
Lion beer. Is that the beer of Sri Lanka?
We assume it is, yes.
They have a lion on their flag, don't they?
Yeah. They've
They
got
do,
a
and
rather camp-looking lion. It's in slightly an odd pose. It looks like it's doing some sort of formal dancing.
Christopher Biggins of the lion
Well,
world.
don't have a go at the Biggins. I was sitting right near him, sitting in the same row at him at the theatre
having a
last
go.
week. Me and Gary and Christopher Biggins.
You can't tell me.
Who, of course, played Nero in I, Claudius whilst we were on the classical...
I was about to say that.
Shoaib Bashir turns one to square leg. De Silva turns one from Shoaib Bashir to square leg.
When you're edging past somebody to get into your seat at the theatre and you have to move Christopher Biggins out of the way, you're hoping he's not in Nero mode.
You know you've arrived.
As Gary says,
Brian Blessed,
he's always
George
at premieres.
Brian Blessed, George Baker, John Hurt, Christopher Biggins, the 4 great emperors.
The year of the four camp actors.
Shoaib round the wicket to Ratnayaka, who gets one off the inside edge. It squirts past the man at leg slip, and he's going to get a single.
We're looking at the England balcony with a bunch of people who aren't playing in this game. Stokes has been definitely ruled out for the rest of the season.
They said the summer, didn't they, when he did the injury?
But we're in Lancashire, they don't have a summer.
Well, they weren't the ones saying it.
Ah, okay.
Shoaib Bashir, nicely flighted. A bit of turn there for him as well. It takes De Silva on the pad as he was attempting to advance down pitch.
Should we annoy all Lancastrians?
In what way?
By talking about how Lancashire is a Johnny-come-lately county, which doesn't really exist. It's not in the Doomsday Book.
It's not the West Midlands.
A full delivery, and he's gone for the slog sweep here, De Silva, and quite successfully, as it fetches up at the cow corner boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This shows how little has happened that I've forgotten I was on jingle.
You'd forgotten even that machine was there.
Yeah.
Bear's not going to be happy. He's going to lose a bet in 5 runs' time.
Oh dear.
When they're snookered on 147.
There is one of the county commentators who always mentions it when the score's on 147 or a person's on 147.
It's me.
And also 180. He mentioned something else to do with another sport, which is not related.
De Silva advancing down the track and lofting it over mid-off. A couple of bounces into the boundary. It's the second consecutive one of these. Shoaib Bashir defiantly chewing his gum, thinking, I know my place in this side, I'm confident in my role, which hasn't always been the case with England spinners, has it? But just keep doing what you're doing will be the message.
He's got big ears, hasn't he?
Big ears and long fingers.
How tall is he? 6'4"?
Yeah, it's around about there, 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
Very skinny.
Yeah. He probably weighs
hands,
less than I do.
Warm heart. Is that the end of the over?
No,
It's not. There's one ball to come as the breeze whips up there in Old Trafford. Full delivery, and Jamie Smith has missed what I would consider to be a pretty decent stumping chance.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Wither Ben folks, as they say. 146 for 7 is the score, and England have just missed a chance.
Yeah, quicker ball. It came down the wicket, and really, that should have been stumped. Oh, did he get an under edge into it? Possibly. No. Either way, not good keeping. No.
Bunch of rabbits. Samuel Jackson, probably not the Samuel Jackson, but who knows, says, good afternoon, gents.
Hey, Sam.
First time listeners abroad. Well, that does support the theory that it is.
Well, I mean, in case it is, we better not be rude about him, because he's quite a vengeful man.
I never would be.
Yeah.
He's first time listener, can't get on TMS. That's fine. We'll take it as it comes. Fuck Brexit for that one. We'll also agree with that. But so glad I found this ball by ball. Been laughing to myself by the side of the pool.
Jolly
Welcome,
good. Well,
Samuel.
Keep on laughing, Big Sam, if I can call you that, as Ratnayaka defends the first ball of Woods over to mid-off. There's no run.
He doesn't say if he's big or not. Nicky says, howdy from the Leewoods. Howdy, Nicky.
Howdy. Oh, it's nice that we've still got listeners from the Caribbean. We had loads of listeners. It was terrific to have that during the West Indies series. So hopefully Nicky and others have stayed with us from that region. Wood over the wicket, and Ratnayaka back in his crease and pulling this one quite successfully through mid-wicket. Is it going to trickle to the boundary? It's probably just going to be pulled up short. I think it's not quite reached. And Gus Atkinson does the fielding. I think they've only got back for 2 actually in the end.
Sometimes batsmen who think it's going to go for 4 are not the quickest on the first run, and then they suddenly remember that.
Amen.
It's always a wet outfield at Old Trafford, because it's in Lancashire, a place that didn't really exist, as I may have mentioned.
Or they get themselves out like Ian Bell, thinking it's gone over the boundary.
Oh, that was at Trent Bridge, I believe.
Lovely ground. That we all agreed it's a lovely ground.
Are you talking about the run out? And then
Yes.
it was at Tees. I was there. Mark Wood over the wicket. Yeah, and Lanka is once again feeling the pain. He's taken his left hand off the bat.
Do you see how far
been
back he
struck
was
on the finger
in his crease there? He had both feet well behind the crease line. He's trying to give himself every last inch to see the ball,
Yeah.
but well, that may have broken a finger.
It's nasty, and also he's a left-hander, as we've established, and he's facing Mark Wood, bowling at 90 miles an hour from over the wicket. Now, I know as a right-handed batsman back in the day, facing left-armers from over the wicket, that you always have that little blind spot. Mark Butcher's spoken about this as a left-hander facing right-handers from over the wicket, or right-armers. There's always a little blind spot, and I suspect that one just leapt out of that little blind spot.
Can you get those little mirrors that you can attach to your bat that let you see in the blind spot?
Yeah, how would that work?
I don't know. I'm not sure why there should be a blind spot. You can see the bowler's hand and you can see the ball coming all the way down the wicket. Why is there a blind spot?
You're right-handed batsman, aren't you?
Yes.
You must have therefore faced the left arm over bowlers.
I have.
It's a different challenge, isn't it? From
It's a different challenge, but you haven't got a blind spot.
No, I
No?
think you have actually. I agree.
Well,
I agree.
Mark
with
what's in the way?
Well, you are. Well, your line of vision isn't it? It just disappears at the last second.
Well, I found a lot of bowlers disappearing at the last second when I was batting, particularly if they were very full.
Yeah.
But that was more to do with my head movement or lack thereof. I'm
Well,
wondering why.
whatever it's to do with, it's definitely a thing. And
well, it's not definitely a thing just because you say it's definitely a thing.
Okay.
Try and explain to me why your eyes watching the bowler's hand and watching the ball come out of his hand, why there should be a blind spot for a right-handed bowler, a left-handed bowler, but not a right-handed bowler.
you should listen to Mark Butcher talk about this, who's
Okay,
had way more experience. Yes, I'm deferring.
Okay. Yeah, yes, okay.
And demurring.
An expert said it, so it must be true.
He said he didn't want to talk about it during his career, lest bowlers had, worked him out.
But to be honest, if an expert says it, it probably is true. It's when the tabloid says it or the internet.
What about
Large says it? It's probably not true.
If every other batsman in history hasn't said it?
Well, they're not experts then.
Okay, right.
I guess
We've got to the nub of the problem here. Okay, 148 for 7.
Disappointing news from poolside. Samuel Jackson says he's not that Samuel L.
Well, he would, wouldn't he?
So we can safely slag him off because he's not going to come after us with.
Not that we want to, because he says he's laughing to himself. O. Harris says Janet Jackson revealed last week that she's related to Samuel Jackson, Stevie Wonder, and Tracy Chapman.
Yeah, I heard that. Has she been on Who Do You Think You Are or something? This is a full delivery, so full it's a full toss, and Ratnayaka's able to steer it through the covers, and I think they have come back for 3.
Just a brief look at the batsman running there. I thought there was a one short, but umpires tend not to look.
It was difficult to tell because it was in your blind spot.
No, there was a straight line between my eyes and what I was watching. What's in your way? I mean, your nose. I'm wondering where this blind spot comes from. See, look at that comedy lion on the Sri Lankan flag.
The comedy, yeah, the Biggins lion, as we all call him. All of us.
At least Sri Lankans probably have some lions in Sri Lanka. England's got 3 lions,
but they're
not any
leopards.
lions.
They don't have any lions in Sri Lanka. This is turned down to long leg by De Silva, who's going to get his 66th run with the innings.
Are you an expert on lions in Sri Lanka?
I have been to Sri Lanka, Forthy, so I've at least been there. Unlike the blind spot chat, I do have some. Yeah, they don't have lions in Sri Lanka. So
okay, I'll take your word for it.
I'm mystified. Yeah,
I've been to Kenya. They got lions there.
Oh, I've been there.
Maybe
Yes,
they used to have lions, and they don't anymore.
That's true. I think when they were digging up Trafalgar Square, they found the. Did they find the skeleton of a lion? That's what.
Well, there's 4 big ones around the statue.
Wood coming round the wicket to Ratnayaka, who gets himself in a bit of a tangle here and plays a rather squashed pull, which fetches up at long leg.
Sort of an odd chip shot that was.
Yeah, he thought about
not chip shop, which is something completely different.
He thought about ducking it. He thought about pulling it. He sort of did neither and both at the same time. Anyway,
I'm not sure that Sky. You two are admin, so you would understand this a bit better than I. But there was an advert earlier for cremations.
Right.
I'm just wondering why they targeted this, this test series. Get yourself a cheap cremation. You don't want to leave your family with the costs. That was the gist of the advert.
Yeah, I see a lot of ads like that these days.
Targeted, I think they're called.
Absolute rip-offs, actually, aren't they? Because they're getting you to pay far more. Michael Barkinson was terribly culpable for that.
And what happened to him?
Yeah, but you did get a free Parker pen just for making an inquiry.
Nikki says, your commentary is fun and engaging. I like it. Nikki's also got two rather lovely tulips, I think, either side of her name.
Can you just please confirm that was sent in the last 20 minutes?
Is Nikki the one from the Leeward Islands? And it seems that England, much like Guerilla Cricket, are engaging in a youth policy because there are two youngsters,
toddlers
who've come on the pitch.
Made their way. They're young enough to be policemen.
Shoaib Bashir around the wicket to Ratnayaka, who's forward. He's doing a good job for his team here. That was just defended. Dan Lawrence does the fielding at short leg. Ratnayaka, he's taken a few blows. He's got 15 runs, and he's doing all right.
The value of a number 9.
Helping dig his team, if not out of a hole, then at least
you've lost that halfway through
into the gutter. As this is defended into the offside.
Halfway up the hole that they've already dug.
I was verbally digging at the same time.
I could have interrupted, but I thought, no, let's see how he manages to dig his way out of this particular hole.
Yeah, but then you did interrupt. You couldn't help yourself.
Far too entertaining.
Ratnayaka facing up to Shoaib Bashir, coming round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's forward in defence, inside edgely.
I once heard the football pundit and subsequently disgraced football pundit on radio, Stuart Hall, who, talking about his beloved Manchester City, said, well, that's the thing about City, sometimes they're consistent, and then he realised where the sentence was going and just tailed off.
Another forward defensive from Ratnayaka, there's no run. Yeah, I mean, Terry Munns, the South African snooker player, was once described as consistently erratic.
That's just, yes, okay.
There is some logic in that, isn't there?
There is a logic in that, actually. If you're erratic all the time, you're consistent. Right?
Exactly. Round the wicket he comes again, Bashir, and it's just dabbed into the offside, back to the square by Ratnayaka.
And we'll be hearing more from consistently erratic later in the show.
Running in the 4-10 at York.
Oh, what happened in our bet that we went on either side of? And that.
Well, we'll find out in a few minutes.
Production notes on air. We're having a change soon, talking about youth policy.
Are we? 5 minutes, I think.
Okay.
Another defensive shot from Ratnayaka going back in his crease. A tidy over from Shoaib Bashir. 43 have gone in this innings, and it's 153 for 7. What have we got?
After the debut of Hector, was it in the last series?
Yes.
We've got Billy.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we've got, I think, Nikki probably with her tulips probably is young, and has added yes, and I think that's a reply to those tulips.
Hang on.
Even your blind spot and lion talk is interesting, she says.
Even that nonsense. By the way, Forthy, I'm just intrigued to know why you interpret tulips as young.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just putting anything next to your name, tulips or anything really of a floral nature, suggests that you're not a boomer, doesn't it?
Suggests youth. That's it.
Bear and Tony have come in far too early.
Pirate Badshaw says live TV viewers are old, hence the funereal nature of modern ads.
Wood has started a new over. De Silva defends it into the offside. There is no run. We'll have one more over with this particular setup, and then we're going to get the fuck out of Dodge.
The good setup, according to our friend in the Leeward Islands.
Our friend Nikki.
Yes, Nikki loves us.
Sorry, Nikki, we're all leaving, and we're being replaced by 3 completely different people.
Yeah, but equally entertaining, Nikki. Hang around.
Oh, yes.
Do hang around and just make sure that they're carrying on the good work that we've established very firmly in this last half hour. Here comes Mark Wood over the wicket to De Silva. Oh, it's a Yorker speared in at that leg stump, and De Silva does pretty well to dig it out, and his back foot goes up in the air as he does so.
The thing about Yorkers is that if you're bowling short a lot of the time, then a Yorker is very earlyly obvious, if that makes any sense.
Earlyly.
Yes. You can spot it very quickly out of the hand. But if you're bowling a good length,
yeah,
a Yorker is just going to take you that split second longer to pick up, isn't it?
Much latelier.
Much latelier.
Actually, that is genuinely a good point.
Thank you very much, Filthy.
You sound surprised. Wide of the crease he comes, and De Silva dabs it through point and gets himself a single.
I mean,
lovelily described.
It took a while.
It's taken us 28 minutes to get to one out of our 30 minutes allocated.
Hey, listen, I'll take one in half hour. Don't worry.
Samuel Jackson,
it wasn't
by the way,
yours,
says,
though.
Go on, Samuel.
There was a blind shot spot. Bullshit, by the way. Why don't all bowlers bowl from there?
Yeah, I think it is bullshit. I agree with Samuel Jackson, especially when he's quoting Ezekiel and has an automatic pistol in his hand.
And by the way, Nikki says she's a 1980s baby.
Hey! I'll just cheer that.
For no reason.
Because, we love everyone. Here comes Mark Wood around the wicket to Ratnayaka, who is back in his crease again, once more off the inside edge. It's happened quite a lot in his relatively short innings, but he's moved on to 16s. He gets a single there to backward square.
You sound like an enthusiastic theatre director. Once more off the inside edge.
Once more onto the... Yeah, no, he's playing really well here, Ratnayaka, actually. He's worn a few for his side, and he's still there. 155 for 7. Bear's recently lost a bet. Sorry about that, Bear.
Grumpy Bear.
The Grumpy Bear. There is a sign behind the bear that just says "Beware of the bear," which is all sorts of meta. Captain De Silva playing a
run rate's quite healthy, isn't it?
Yeah, not bad. He's back in his crease and he's cutting this down towards deep backward point. They've raced back for 2. They're well run. So he's moved on to 69. Snigger, if you're my 11-year-old child. 157 for 7. 1 ball left in this, the 44th over of the first Test match being played at Old Trafford. We're in Sydenham. Hello, the world.
Or Melbourne.
And Melbourne, simultaneously. Simulcasting, if you will.
Nice.
Here comes Wood to complete the over. Not quite as quickly as I've seen him run in, but he bowls the ball outside the off stump. De Silva plays it to point. There is no run. 157 for 7 is the score. I'll just keep wittering for a second as the bear leaves himself into that chair. He knocks several things over. Tony's going to come in here, and I believe you're going to have Billy. You're very welcome for your debut. You're in safe hands.
Young Billy is going to join us for a debut, and who's doing what? Am I commentating? Oh, yeah. You're doing social. Billy is going to give us his thoughts on the game. And what are your thoughts on the game, young Billy?
Well, good afternoon. It's been an interesting day to play so far. I mean, from a Sri Lankan point of view, it's been disappointing to say the least. De Silva, the only real shining light, I think you could say. But I mean, the pitch has done a bit really. They always say don't judge a pitch till 2 teams have batted on it.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be as bad as them, though. Bashir is around the wicket. Oh, inside edge, maybe onto pad or maybe just pad, but it balloons out between leg slip and short leg. No run.
You'd hope England wouldn't be as bad, but I mean, it's not the full strength England squad, is it? I mean, a few injuries.
Well, Stokes obviously is Crawley.
Yeah, but as that one's defended out to short leg and there's no run. But I mean, say they get 200. I mean, if you choose to bat first and you get bowled for 200, things aren't good. I mean, there's a little bit of rain in the air, but I think that shortens the game sufficiently enough that even with rain that you get a result. That one is cut, not very forcefully by Ratnayaka. Ratnayaka. How are we saying his name?
Ratnayaka, I think.
Ratnayaka.
That's how we're saying it.
Yeah, exactly. Ratnayaka just cuts it out to cover, and there's no run. Around the wicket, Bashir. That one does straighten a little bit. Not a huge amount in the wicket. I mean, you've got that wicket with a complete daisy cutter. But other than that, there's not been a lot really. There's no ragging, but it is day one, obviously.
A few have kept low. Potts has had a couple keep low. Not had the best day, Potts.
Yeah, I was. that one is defended from the crease by Ratnarika, and it is no run. Yeah, I was quite looking forward to Potts coming back into the side. I think, you were saying in the green room he's much the same as everything else. Kind of true, but he can bowl quite long spells. And he's quick. Well, is he quick enough? I don't know. He's 83, 84 miles an hour, isn't he? You want him to be a little bit quicker, but defended out to the covers, and there's no run.
I mean, I think you want him to be a bit quicker. I personally think he just bowls too many half volleys. I mean, I get that they need to give him another chance. He was kind of first in line post Jimmy and Brody, but I think if you're Steve Smith, are you really going to be worried about him at the MCG?
Probably not.
Although is Steve Smith ever worried about anyone?
Well, yeah, his form's come off the top peak that it was 2 or 3 years ago, hasn't it? He's not been bad, but he's not been stellar like he was for about 2 or 3 years.
I mean, Australia, they can't seem to figure out where to bat him. They've tried him out at opener a bit. I don't know if he'll go back to batting 4.
Well, I think they should put him where he bats best, and that's probably at 4. We do have Potts coming back into the attack. Give him a little
Potts
jingle.
and his NASCAR haircut.
Yeah, that's what I heard someone calling it that, indeed. We'll give him a jiggle after his first ball. Oh, that's aerial a little bit, but one hand off the bat by De Silva down towards deep backward point. Slash third man. And they'll get back. Oh, they only went for 1. Oh, they did only go for 1. I suppose it went straight to the man.
There's a man at backward point. The thing about Potts, as we were saying earlier, is you look at his last 3 years, his bowling average has got considerably worse. His batting average has got massively better.
Yeah.
Genuinely feels as though someone said, well, you're not quite quick enough to be just a bowler, so work on your batting a bit.
I mean, I've
highly rated by Stokes, of course, which is a big point in his favour. Sorry,
yeah. No, sorry. I have to say, I don't know about you guys, but when the team sheet originally came out, I was pretty surprised to not see Cox's name on the list and Potts's instead.
They didn't want to overwork Mark Wood. I think that was the main thing. Therefore, they were protecting him.
They definitely want 5 bowlers. That's pulled, but not a great time by Ratnarika. And it's gone to mid-wicket with no run. Yeah, I think they want the 5-man attack. I think that's precisely why you have a really good. If you've got a top quality all-rounder, it gives you that with ease, and still have 7 proper batsmen, etc., etc. But they felt. So I think they feel safer as well that they think that Sri Lanka's bowling attack isn't the strongest, and they can probably get away with 6 batsmen, genuine batsmen. And take a chance on the rest if they can all average reasonably. That one is shortish by Potts. Ratnarika eases back and it's through to the keeper.
I mean, it might also be a tacit acknowledgement that although they're showing all the faith in Dan Lawrence, the fact is you're putting a chap up to open who very rarely, if ever, does it. He's done it once this season, I think, for Surrey. And that was in a second innings when I think they thought they might have a target to shoot at.
And he scored.
Well, he did make a few, and I think he was not
pretty
out,
quick
actually.
as well.
But they didn't get there. So I think you combine those 2 factors.
Again short, and again Ratnarika just leans back, lets it go through to the keeper.
Lawrence.
So not only do you want to protect Mark Wood, because you don't want to over-bowl him, and having 4 bowlers, and then you're relying on Lawrence and Root as being, if you like, your 5th bowler, which I don't think they wanted to do that. So you're thinking about, you've actually got a bit of a untried experiment at the top of the order, and you've got a bowler you want to protect. I think that kind of was the death knell for Cox getting his game, I think. Which is a shame, because as a batsman and as attacking lower order batsman, it would have been fun.
Yeah, short, down the arse, through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, there's a bit of that. Plus, he's the newest boy into the squad. I mean, he's almost there to fill the numbers. They've got to pick someone who could have a role in the side. But I guess they've probably already made that decision anyway, haven't they?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Lawrence did actually come up through the Essex ranks as an opener.
Yeah, I was reading that this morning. It's true. And it's only because, when he went to the first team, they had Alistair Cook and somebody. So he was pretty well established. So
whereas Cox went the other way, didn't he? Lawrence, obviously from Essex to Surrey, Coxwell from Kent to Surrey was Cox.
Short, pulled again, straight to the man at deep mid-wicket.
Jordan Cox.
They will get through for the single, though.
But it doesn't alter the fact that the point that Potts' bowling has been a little wayward and often too full, and he has been driven. Right, a few... poor old Billy. First, you're in... Does the youth policy involve anyone who didn't go to public school? Well, you know, judge the performance, you know, and I've assured them it will. Mr. P, however, says, Jay, I'm not sure commentary that's a bit more he's done good and whacked it well hard in it would be quite so convincing. There you go. You see it both ways. See it both ways, mate. Friend Leah says, if the Lankan tail keeps wagging, this match could get interesting because I think the English top order looks way more fragile with Lawrence and without Stokes. Funny enough, that's pretty much what we were saying, Leah.
Well, Harry Brook got a ton, his first ton on British soil in the last Test series. Root got a ton.
He did.
Pope got a ton.
Remember the famous, 70s progressive rock band, the Jason Roy experiment?
Well, yeah.
that didn't go so well. You do fear that the Lawrence experiment might end up in the same place.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
We shall see.
I really don't think they care. I think Crawley's nailed on to come back when he's fit. They've just got to get someone to do it. They've got 2 leg slips. Well, they've got a leg gully and a leg slip, a short leg and a slip no run, yes.
I mean, Lawrence he's carried the drinks for such a long time.
Yeah, he deserves a chance, man. Right? I mean, 17 tests in a row he's been on the fucking sidelines.
I think he's only actually played 11 tests in his.
Yeah. And he actually... Oh, now that's gone up. Is it going to get caught? Please, no, it's just gone beyond Duckett. It was running back. It went straight up in the air. But everyone's kind of up in the circle around the wicket, funnily enough. There's not even anyone down at kind of mid-on. And doesn't seem to be a long on either, or long off, sorry.
That was like one of those nightmares you have when your legs are going like crazy. You're running but going nowhere.
Yeah.
And his little legs were beavering away, look, but I don't think he was ever there.
It's like Saturday League cricket, actually. Mid-on and mid-off are actually on the edge of the square. Got really quite close in. I'm sure they're not for Dan and Jaya Surya. Sorry, De Silva. Yeah, just knocked into the leg side, no run.
You can take heart, by the way, Billy. You're getting plenty of support now. Jay has stirred a hornet's nest of something, and there are plenty leaping to your defence.
I always get a bit nervous when... Hang on, after this ball.
Tosses it up. Just defended back to the bowler, no run.
When players are running towards the advertising matting, in case the spikes get caught and they do a knee.
Someone did that once, I seem to remember, when we were watching a game. I can't remember when it was, years ago, but I'm pretty certain someone did. And exactly that. Took a chunk of the leg. It's quite nasty. Oh, that's a decent ball by Bashir. Tossed it up. Was hanging down leg and turned a little bit further. De Silva came down the track. Inside edge onto pad. It was going down leg side anyway, and there's no run. That was a nice delivery. I think he's going to develop, Bashir. It's just weird. He's never going to play county cricket, but he's going to be a test bowler. I suppose if England play enough tests, you get 17 games a year. That's as much as a first-class season. Better opposition.
It's all about height and ability to
leg side
generate
and there's no run. Yeah.
Those are things. Right. Well, now then, Sam Pugach says the bloke on the right is classer. But before you get too excited, remember that people see it the other way around on YouTube.
What do you mean?
Well, i.e. the bloke on the right is Billy.
Oh, right, yeah.
that might be
before you claim ownership of being the bloke on the right. So that's good. Another Billy White, a new young lad, seems to know his stuff.
He does.
Well, there you are then.
We do like people who know their stuff.
Jay Grover, no offence, Billy, sure thou mint. Would you like a translation, or do you get the basic sense of that?
Although I go to Newcastle Uni, I don't.
Billy lad. Why, aye, Billy lad, man.
There we go. That's better.
Yeah. Reap canny, Billy lad. That's awful, by the way. It's a terrible.
Yeah, I'm sure the Geordies will not be happy with that. Potts is who is a Geordie is coming in to bowl to Ratnakar, and it's down the arse and there's no run.
Is it Al Murray does the Geordie Whale song? Why I
don't know.
It's Al Murray talks about the Geordie Whale song.
Just on Shoaib Bashir, I personally really like him. I think his height offers a really good point of difference, which could definitely be useful in Australia.
Yeah, I think so, and I argued this with Leach, and I just think it's the way that England treat their spinners is poor. And actually, if you want a spinner, I think you've got to kind of pick them, and you've just got to play them in Test matches. And again, Stokes being your all-rounder, you've got 4 seam bowlers. It allows you to always play a spinner. And if they have to learn on the job, if you pick the right man, go that way rather than trying to find one in county cricket, because it's going to be difficult for them to step up. That's short and it's through the keeper and there's no run. And I think they did well with that with Leach. I mean, okay, Leach did bowl for Somerset quite a lot. I thought he was unfortunate because his goal seems to have a frail immune system and gets easily damaged at really unfortunate times for him. So,
and of course, it's the same situation with Leach and Bashir as it is with Jamie Smith and Ben Foakes. So it's two people in the side not playing for their counties.
Yeah. Exactly, in those positions, definitely. Potts in. Uppercut. Is there going to be anyone underneath it? No, there's not. There's going to be 4 runs as it runs down to third man. They've got a kind of fly slip or fine third man. He managed to get that square, and it will be 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance
This
floor.
is getting quite annoying for England, I think.
Well, at 6 for 3, were they 6 for 3?
They were 6 for 3.
6 for 3. You'd say Sri Lanka are now entering territory of we're well in the game here.
No, they're not. Shut up. 164 for 7.
They've got only 2 spinners have taken.
Get another
more
100
wickets.
runs, and I'll talk to you about that. That's through the keeper, and there's no run.
Well, when they've got them well
if you choose to bat in a Test match and you think you're in the game at 164 for 7 on a fresh pitch, there's probably going to be the best to bat on tomorrow and the day after. Then you're having a laugh, my son.
Having a giraffe, mate. You're having a giraffe.
Exactly.
We shall see. We shall see. I just think England's. We'll see where we end up in by the close of play, Bear.
We shall.
I think England will struggle a tad.
It'll start raining in about an hour and a half. That's full. Driven back to the bowler. No run.
He does like to bowl it full. I think he's looking to get just that
well,
little bit of swing.
He's trying to get a bit of swing.
Yeah.
I don't mind that,
Too often they've been half volleys.
Yeah,
certainly
that's
in
true.
his first 3 or 4 overs, that was the problem.
You've got to find your length, but as you say, he's maybe going to concentrate on his batting this year.
I mean, probably a bit of nerves as well coming back into the side. 3. I mean, he did so. I
thought he bowled really well in his first. With those times he had a really successful first test, didn't he? He got a few wickets. That's through the keeper and there's no one. And then for the rest of the series, he seemed to be really unlucky. Beat the bat a lot, didn't quite get the wickets, and then got dropped. And that's why I always think he was a little bit unlucky. Because I thought he did have a good first test, and then he bowled pretty good spells a lot of the time, and just couldn't get the edge. It was just doing a little bit too much or something. And I thought they would have persevered with him, but they didn't.
Do you think it's a case of heightened expectations? Had a fantastic debut, and then naturally.
There's a little bit of that, but I didn't think he did much wrong, to be honest. I can't remember whose series when he was it. Trying to think. 3 years ago, it wasn't an Ashes, was it? No. It's been a year. Maybe it was against India. No, maybe a series before that. I can't even remember when he had his debut. It's about 2 years ago, wasn't it?
Was it New Zealand series 2021 or 20?
It could be. Was that the series when we won? Was that the first series of Bazball?
Oh no, that
it was before then. Bashir down the arse, no run. I can't remember. Someone on Twitter remind us who his first series was against. But I thought he seemed all right when he first came into the side. Nothing special, but quite workmanlike. And maybe that's what goes against him. That's sort of nudged into the leg side.
There's potentially a bit of Durham Bass as well with Stokes.
Yeah, could be.
Stokes captain.
Stokes captain. Bashir over the wicket, bowling to De Silva, who's on 70 now. Just drives that out through a vacant cover. 2 men converge on it. Should only be 1, or do they get back for 2? No, it's just a single. That Naika has only got a test average of 9. He's doing all right.
He's our friend Milano.
Yeah. What was that jingle? His jingle, yeah.
Yes.
I'll play it again in a minute just to remind myself. Because you were rating it. Bashir. He's got a smile on his face, which is good to see. Going for under 3 and over. Bashir. That's a horrible ball. He drags that down and gets pretty much what it deserves, which is pushed out past cover to the boundary.
In a very assured manner as well, by the way.
Indeed, yeah. Well, that was a
beautifully.
shit ball.
2+2 is the number.
It's a drag down at a gentle pace outside off stump. Nice
As
height.
opposed to the drag down that was even shorter.
Well, yeah, but you get exactly. You get lucky with those.
Got a wicket.
Pitch misbehaves, and boom, Bob's your uncle.
How many balls left? Okay, we got plenty of conversation going on.
6, 9, 4, 7 tossed up, defended by
some of it Billy related.
The batsman back to the bowler, no run.
I think the outfield might have got a bit quicker since this morning. It seems to have dried out. It was particularly slow.
It was really slow, wasn't it? Or maybe they were just mistiming it. Who knows? Around the wicket, Bashir, last ball of the over. Ratnaika just defends it out to the offside. No run. 49 done. 169 for 7.
Right, Leah's taken some time, apologising for a bit of time away. She's away from the broadcast 50 minutes to inhale a portion of spaghetti bolognese. Good lord. Let me see. Samuel Jackson, our friend, Royal with cheese, says we can tell Billy is new. He's in a shirt.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about dress code, weren't we? Anna?
He didn't ask me first.
Yeah.
Whereas young Hector, before he came on, did in fact mail me and go, "Is there any dress code?"
I thought I'd peppered you with enough emails, Tony.
I was so tempted to basically write back to Hector and go, "Yes, we always wear a suit." But
Yeah.
I
all he had about to do is look at our YouTube channel. It would have been a test.
Right, this Billy lad has so much aura, says Lytton Bailey. Hey,
aura.
He won't be back tomorrow. Let me see. Stephen Kelp, tasty. Now I don't know what he's. I think he's referring to the spaghetti bolognese, not the aura. Oliver Simpson, this lad Billy lad knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Have you been paying people to send this rubbish?
Yeah, exactly.
I have to convince that I might know a few of them.
Yeah. Clipped by De Silva out to deep mid wicket, and it'll be 2 runs.
You'll like this, Bear. There's a chap called Ray Liverpool.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ray Liverpool is watching from Guyana. Sri Lanka is fighting back. Should be a good test match. Ray Liverpool, please tell us why you're called Ray Liverpool. Are you genuinely a Mr. Liverpool? Or are you a big Liverpool fan? In which case, the Bear from Watford will be definitely keen to know about that.
Well, you know.
You're surrounded by Liverpool fans, Tony.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Neither of whom, I have to say, have exactly legitimate Scouse accents, let's be fair.
No. True. Potts in, defended by De Silva. Oh, I like this. 2 mid wickets in.
I was wondering if the thing you quite often see from Stokes is setting ridiculous fields. I was wondering when Pope might go to. I mean,
I like it.
Might he go for the umbrella field soon?
No, I don't think he'll do that. Not with. He might. You might do it. No, you wouldn't even do it with Woods, would you?
I'll tell you who Matthew Potts reminds me of. It won't mean so much to you. He reminds me of Wilco Johnson with that haircut.
Wilco Johnson.
Early Dr. Feelgood days, like the
It's kind of a straight fringe he's got at the front. It should be, his hair kind of it should be up. The thing is, it works with an afro, but not really with kind of western hair. Potts bowls that's defended, no run.
Speaking fair, I'm not a massive fan of Gus Atkinson's new look.
No, it's weird.
I mean, he's someone one test match, and you're going one test series.
It's gone too early. It's gone too early. Exactly. It's a bit, I'm saying it's a bit Phil Foden. Was it a World Cup in Qatar that he had a bleached blonde haircut, didn't he?
Oh, John.
I mean, almost Kevin Peterson-esque. Yes. We know how that ended up.
Yeah, well, exactly. Potts in, and it's defended off the back foot. He's fallen over. Woody. It's gone out into the covers, which is vacant. Mid-off goes field. I think it's Duckett, maybe. And there is no run. Needs a bit of gel in it to keep it up, So that probably goes when you're sweating bowling.
The one thing in Potts' favour is he is, that was 85, that last delivery, although he fell over.
He's done the Mark Wood Durham tumble.
But, at least he's not consistently bowling at 82. He can get it up there. I'd love to see him get it up to 87 a bit more frequently. I don't know if he has.
No, he was bowling at 80 earlier on as well, and he's a big, strong lad, it seems to me. But I think he'd be able to propel it a little bit quicker. He's in to bowl anyway. It's pulled again. It's clearly a tactic, but it's gone for 4. It's not a working tactic. It's a pretty shit one, to be fair. But we'll have one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And Ratnayaka moves on to 30, and Sri Lanka into 176. I want to see Dan Lawrence bat. I want this over and done with. I want to see him bat today.
I want to see them drag it out for as long as possible.
Nah, it gets frustrating. They just need that breakthrough, don't they? That one is short. Ratnayaka just ducks underneath and it goes through the Jamie Smith behind the stumps, and there ain't no run.
Right, there's lots of chat here. Mr. P, does Tony have a Watford accent? Actually, I have been told I do have a Hertfordshire accent. Ray Liverpool said, yeah, my name's Ray Liverpool from birth. I'm a Chelsea fan. There you go. Dara's easy. Only a few Liverpool players have a Scouse accent, so why do fans need to have one? That's a very good question.
Yes, that's a very good question, Tony.
Yeah, but, you know, I'm surrounded by plastic. Paul Stevenson says, listening to Guerilla Radio from Maceió in Brazil. I'm sure I said that wrong, Paul, but welcome indeed to you. Jay says, Ray Liverpool and Everton Week should get a sesh on there. There's a good idea. This pair taking the game away from England, says Ben McCormack. Not so sure about that.
I disagree with this heartily. Okay, if you said, if it had been the other way round, that's just diverted round the corner off Bashir by De Silva, first ball of his next over. And
just let me finish.
They'd been 120 for 2, and then they were suddenly 176 for 7.
You'd say it was all very different. Yeah, they've kind of done it in the opposite way around. Fleur White, do you know a lady called Fleur White?
I might, yeah.
Do you?
Hey, and that's it. And there we have the breakthrough. Fired down the leg side. Little nudge round the corner, and it's Danath Jayasuriya. Is it Danath? I can't remember his bloody name. Which is really crap, isn't it? It's De Silva. Anyway, the skipper.
Gone for 74, alas.
Dananjaya. That's
yeah,
it.
Dananjaya De Silva.
It's fired down the leg side. Probably could have left it alone, but he's just had a little nibble at it. Inside half of the bat, guiding it down to a very fine leg. And there's a leg slip. Was it Rooty? Didn't see who caught that, to be honest. But he's gone, and he's gone for 70, and that's a big wicket for England all of a sudden. And Bashir's got a breakthrough. Man who doesn't bowl much.
He's deserved. I think he's bowled pretty well today.
I think he has as well. This is it. I think if you give a spinner their head and they're half decent and they're a thinking cricketer, you give them time and you give them space and you give them their heads, they can think the game out. And he's got the tools, because you say he's tall. He's got big fingers, gets ripped. If he learns how to do a few variations and learns to be patient.
And that's why he's in the team.
That's why he's in the team, and I think this is what I mean. You learn on the job as an international spinner for England, or
attribute, not track record.
Yeah,
that's the mantra.
You know, I say this all the time. That's how I think Nathan Lyon was pretty much brought up by Australia, and look where he is now. 500 Test wickets, considered an absolute great spinner. But where did he come from? He was He was the grounds person at the MCG.
He was a curator. Curator in Australia.
But you know, I mean, and they saw something in it and they stuck with him. And if you give a decent spinner their head, they'll find a way, I think.
I've got to ask you then. You do know Fleur White, do you?
No, not along the lines that you're presumably thinking of.
No, do you know them?
I know filthy
mind. Yeah, get your mind out of the gutter, young man.
Exactly.
I would say, do you know her?
No, I do know her. Most of the people that have been complimenting so far, I may know.
Well, so you actually have all your friends.
You media whore, you.
Right. Well, Fleur, nonetheless, we won't take it away from you. Looking smart, Billy lad.
So
lovely. There you go.
Oh, now that one turned a lot from outside the off stump. And it's turned down a leg side, and it's been left alone by the new batsman, who I presume is a Fernando. Is it Vishwa Fernando or is it Sita Fernando? It's Vish. Well, we'll give him a jingle in a second. That one has gone on with the arm. That's good bowling. Not that much quicker, actually. I thought it was a little quicker, but it wasn't. 55 miles an hour. It's decent pace for a spinner. The new batsman is...
Every delivery delivered by a manic fiend that is is what I want to see.
Oh, they reviewed it. They reviewed it.
Good spot.
That's interesting. I thought he missed it by quite a long way. I thought it was just a really good ball. But if it, presumably someone bloody heard something. I don't think did anyone even appeal.
They seem to be celebrating as well, England. Although they do always seem to.
Oh, here we go.
Well, yeah. Let's have a look. It doesn't spin. He's put revs on it. It's nowhere near the
Missed it by
fucking
miles.
bat. It's missed it by miles. Why the fuck are you reviewing that? What? Because he went and he didn't even look behind like he knew. Surely it's missed it by a long way. It's not.
Joel Wilson's the TV umpire. Even he's going to tell you that's not out.
Although it'll take a couple of minutes to do it.
Yes.
I'm flabbergasted by that. Not out. Funny that. Oh well. Have we got 3 reviews now? I can't even remember. We got 3 reviews.
3 since COVID because they brought in home umpires for COVID, so they gave everyone 3.
Yeah, I know. That's the first one down. We only need to get 2 wickets, so you can use them willy-nilly now. Tossed up. Oh, that one turns in quite sharply. Not sure it got back before Pad ballooned up out through probably gully. There's no one at gully, and there's no run.
You see, if I'm Prabhat Surya at the moment, and I'm watching this on day 1 from Bashir, and I'm probably rubbing my hands going, do you know what? I fancy a bit of this.
Yeah.
Don't forget also, but he's a left armour. He's a left armour bowling to a team pretty much exclusively of right-handers.
Yeah,
which I think will make life quite interesting.
That's true, and I don't say anything against that. That's just defended out short leg and there's no run. The problem is you don't really have a lot of runs to play with, and someone will come after you because that's the way this England team works. And so I guess that someone will come off. And if this is the problem being a spinner, if people start coming after you and you're trying to alter things. If you don't alter things and they keep coming after you, you get taken off because you're going for too many runs. And if you try and alter things, very good batsmen will pick up your slightly shorter ball and they will cut it, and you'll still end up going for runs, and you will still end up getting taken off. So, and if you only got 100, it's not like you've got 350 on the board. You've got 200 on the board. It can go away from you very quickly.
I mean, I know that we are missing Stokes, but I do think that's one of the weaknesses of this England kind of squad is that we don't have many left-handers. And I just think it allows bowlers to settle into a rhythm, especially if you've got a left arm offie bowling to a team of right-handers. They're going to get a good one sooner or later rather than later.
Well, that's true, but this team does bat aggressively.
It's just ducking, that's it.
You can put the bowlers off, and let's be honest, this team has done that successfully quite a lot because that's how they bully sides and get runs, and they do lose wickets in clusters because they tend to play quite hard, but still they tend to put on enough runs, and I think 200 is way short of what was required in the first innings. That's defended out short behind square and there's no run. I mean, if you throw out 200 and England get, 300, we're still 100 ahead, and that puts an awful lot of pressure on a side batting third.
Well, I buy all of that. I just think England's experimental opening partnership in conditions which are going to be seam friendly by the time England get out, which could be any time now from what we're seeing. So that's my only reservation.
Okay. Watch them pile up 370. That one's into the pads, out on the leg side, and there's no run.
It does appear to have got slightly darker as well.
Yeah. Listen, they're all trying to talk up along there. I'm not.
I hope they don't come off for a bad light. It would be a very cricket thing to do.
Yeah, that would be a real shame with 8 down, I guess. But I mean, generally, it would be a bad thing.
I do think if you're new, I think bad light is a bit of a problem for cricket. I mean, people throw around so many theories, such as using a pink ball when it becomes too dark, which I don't think you can do. But I do think it's a problem if you're a newcomer to the game, and
that one goes away slightly from Atnaika, but he leaves it alone through to keeper and there's no run.
And you see the floodlights on, and people are off the pitch, and that's not a good look.
No, it isn't. This is the problem with bad light, isn't it? I mean, I think you should say, 55-mile-an-hour delivery to a professional batsman of any calibre, even if you just say, right, you've got to bowl spin or something. But then I guess that's kind of unfair on the bowling side to a degree.
It slightly dilutes the game, really.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at his full name, Milan Ratnayaka. He's so good that he's been named twice.
Oh, another one, like Harath.
Yeah.
Harath. That was defended by Ratnaka. Out to cover, no run.
He's Ratnayaka, Mujisalenge, Melane, Priyanath Ratnayaka. So you got Ratnayaka twice, the one you can't say.
Okay.
I was struggling with Mudian Salaga and Priyanath. Fabulous name.
I think Potts should have a go around the wicket here. 2 balls left.
Yeah.
Try and offer him something different.
Well, this is the last over for tea as well.
2 down.
Oh,
with only 2 to go, I think they might delay tea.
Oh, that's an edge, but it's all on the ground out towards third man vacant. There's a backward point. He'll get round and field. It's Dan Lawrence. And I'll get back for 2.
In fact, all the indications are that they probably already have done that because it's...
well, did they start this over before? Well, actually, yeah. If that
so.
Wicket went down, they'd probably gone for tea, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Much the same as the end of the game.
Yep. So I think we may be on for an extended session here to screw up all my rotors.
Well, it's a max half hour, isn't it, anyway?
Yeah. It is.
Well, maybe we just carry on. And then just carry on. Oh no, that means I'm on straight after tea as well.
Oh, go on, we might as
well.
well.
Yeah, carry on. That's full. And defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
52 overs of the sport. It's not really moving very much, is it? You quite often see in England that it does carry on moving, and under the floodlights you might think it would, but it doesn't seem to be.
No, it doesn't seem to be.
Samuel Jackson said...
No, that is tea.
Oh, it is tea. Well, there we go. So, do you want to quickly wrap up and I'll do some social?
Yeah, well, not a bad session for Sri Lanka. Good partnership between Ratnayaka and Dhananjaya Silva. And they did well. I can't remember what the partnership was. It was about 70 or so. But ended up losing 3 wickets for 98. They dragged themselves back 178 for 8 somehow. Somehow Tony thinks that's a reasonable score.
They were 80 for 5 at lunch.
They were 80 for 5, but as I said, if you'd put it the other way around, they lost all these wickets at the end, you still think it's a pretty shit score, which decided to bat first in a test match, which is kind of how I feel about it. I think England will overhaul it by some distance. There might be some rain interruptions in the next session. We shall see. But I'd say England massively in a box seat for me.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you. Right, Samuel Jackson did say, do we give Root a few overs and fuck Potts off? With him being quicker than Bash, we might get one of these 3 out before tea. But then, obviously, that was before the 8th wicket. Ben McCormick said, and the reverse mockers works again. Jay says, I can guarantee I do not know Billy, but I am not shocked by the flagrant Nepo baby behaviour. I'm not quite sure what that means, but there we are. Leah says there he is, the hero of Durban, the one and only Vishwa Fernando. John071 says the batsmen have helmets and plenty of protection to play in bad light. The game's gone soft.
Yeah, kind of agree.
I'm sure there were things on Twitter, but don't follow Twitter so much these days, not surprisingly. No, pretty much.
We're on Blue Sky now as well.
Blue skies from now on.
Indeed, we're trying to kind of capitalise the market in cricket on Blue Sky. Sound like some, evil dictatorship, but we're not. I figure early adopters might get there. And do remember that we desperately need your cash, and not in a bad way. We are supported by you, and that's how we survive, really. And I'm having to sell this flat for various reasons. And we are looking to move into a commercial
how
space.
can they help us, and people help us, and what do they get if they do better?
Well, you can tell them what they get, because I can't remember exactly the wording of each tier, but if you go to patreon.com/Guerilla Cricket, you can become a patron, and we very much need them. And we're planning ahead, knowing that we've got a certain amount to play with each month for rent, etc. Covering the bills, we need internet, and we need to pay for the bloody heating bills where we go, and all that kind of crap. We need to at least try and double our Patreon from what it was to was £1,000 at the beginning of the year. If we can double it up to 2,000, it's really going to help. I think it will more than helpfully cover the costs we need to find somewhere, move in, etc., and get ourselves set up. And then we should have a secure future, because this was always in my flat, and it was, never that secure. At some point it was always going to have to go, so to get on an equal footing would be good. So if you go to patreon.com/Guerilla Cricket, you can become a patron and you get benefits, which I'm hoping My good man Tony here is going to tell me what the tiers are.
I'm just trying to look for them now, unfortunately.
I think
Support us on Patreon. If I go there, that should take me straight to that information. No, it takes me to the Bishop and Bear, which is, of course, one of the benefits, I might point out.
Yeah, of course. Well, I think for lowest tier, you get to come into the Discord. Then you get access to the Bishop and Bear Discord, and maybe a mug, but I can't remember if that's that one or the next one. $20 Patreon, you get a bit more. Funny that.
You get your name read out. You get access to our archive. You get, which is every game we've ever covered.
Plus loads and loads of jingles.
Yeah.
They're all in a Dropbox folder, which you get access to, and you can download and do whatever you like with anything in that folder. And then, of course, you become a sponsor. And if you become a sponsor, like Racing Rant here, on our screen, you can get your logo up on our screen, and you get your link in our bio info on YouTube. We will eventually get around to doing it on the website too, probably at the end of this series actually, with a little strap line I did for Racing Rant as well. So you can get all those things if you become a sponsor. I think it's $50 or $100 a month.
Yeah, you become a studio sponsor, you get to come and join us in the studio, hang out with us as well. I realise if you're a million miles away that's not practical, but nonetheless. But essentially it keeps us on air. It means it pays for our equipment. It pays most importantly for the new studio we are going to have to find, which we're in the process of looking for as we speak. But with that, with David going full knackle and handing us bits of paper, it's time for us to cut and run.
I think it's finished, didn't it? Is it? Okay, it's got 5 minutes to go, he tells me. Now I need to find it now. I might shut it. Oh, because it was from my email. Okay, right. So now I have to go back to the video and play you something. No, is that the second half? Yeah, that's the second half.
West Indies, that really motivated the players, and those two things that I'm saying, I suppose, would support what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's these comments. I mean, Sheila Berry of the Daily Telegraph, when the West Indies were coming in 2012 for a one-day series which followed a loss in the Test series, referred to the West Indies as waifs and strays. I mean, come on. I mean, it seems comfortable to cross that line.
I mean, recently, another example I could throw in, Faz, which I took great offence at, I'm sure Marlon Samuels did as well, was the comments from Jeff Lawson, his former Australian fast bowler, of describing Marlon Samuels as a gangster figure.
Well, as I said, all of these comments are made, and people feel they could get away with it because the West Indies, unlike the English media, unlike the Australian media, and in the Indian media, we are not significant in number, and indeed we are not significant in significance. If you understand what I'm saying, that a comment from me hardly generates any interest because, quite frankly, I'm a nobody in the context of those who would have played the game at the highest level, someone of the stature as a journalist of a Tony Cozio or a Reds Pereira, and so on.
Oh, I'm not having that. No, we're all Faz fans here.
I hear you on that, and I appreciate it.
I don't know a single person that doesn't enjoy your commentary, looks forward to you coming over. I mean, amongst the highlights for me would be your rendition of the classic Calypso song which everyone still talks about from the last tour, because people don't realise that Calypso really comes from Trinidad and Tobago.
And indeed, and well, there's a lot that people still to this day, people still. I was reading, I think it was Simon Heffer, also in the Telegraph, making the same old nonsensical argument about West Indies losing a lot of players to NBA basketball, and again, you have these.
Can you bust that myth? Please, can you bust that myth with any relevant evidence? I hear it all the time. Please, can you just destroy that, please, Faz?
Well, the thing is, David, I don't think it makes sense to even bust the myth because people believe what they want to believe, no matter what you say. And again, that is the arrogance of empire. That no matter how much evidence you present to counteract what you say, you'll still believe what you want to believe because, as far as you're concerned, you're right and everybody else is wrong. So that's just the way it is. It's the way of the world. And I mean, I don't beat up too much about it because the people are insistent on their views, and there's nothing you can do to change it. Even if you were to tell them, for example, that well, we're coming towards the end of the month of July and they want to believe we're already in the month of August, go right ahead. Enjoy yourself.
The other highlight for me this tour was hearing your
players who want to play for the West Indies, to me, more than anything else. But to that point about, and I've heard it many times, that to keep harping on the past is to burden the current crop of players. I would say that when the 100 meters is run in Paris, in the men's 100 meters, don't they mention that the world record happens to be 9.58? Or do they say, or do they say, you know what? That record is unattainable. So let's make the record now 10.02. So that way, everyone will be encouraged to go after the world record. Again, that's a nonsense. So are we trying to say that the West Indies' rich legacy in the game, which is not just about the 1980s, which is just not about the 1970s, people ignore even the 1960s. We had the fire in Babylon in the first 10 minutes of that movie, openly deriding and ridiculing the 1960s as a team of talented players who were not winners, which is factually incorrect. So my point to all of this is that...
If I can just interject for a moment, that 1966 team was the first game I ever watched as a very small child. And that team was a thrilling side, it really was. And West Indies has contributed so much. But to be honest, bringing the story up to date, I don't want to cut you off there.
Yeah, and just quickly. Yeah.
Oh, yes. There were a lot of... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just quickly, to say that I think what Cricket West Indies can do very easily, because look, next year marks 50 years since the West Indies won the first World Cup. 2028, which is 4 years hence, God willing, marks 1 year of the West Indies' first Test match in June at Lord's. So what better opportunity is there? Not so much to burden people or burden players, but enlighten and inspire and take this opportunity as a chance to remind these players that they are part of a rich legacy. It's not a burden, it's an honor. It's an honor to play for the West Indies. It's not that people are trying to cry you down. They're trying to remind you of the great deeds of a George Headley.
What can English cricket do to help?
English cricket can do its best to allow for an even playing field. Because again, if it were an even playing field, then Australia versus England would only be 3 Test matches. And again, people will say that's a nonsense, that is sacrilege. Well, do you have any other international sport that you can name where there's such an imbalance in and we pretend that it's all the same thing? So my point is that if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If you're going to reduce Test series to 3 Test matches, you have to do it for the Ashes as well. New Zealand were the world Test champions and played just 2 Test matches in England a couple of years ago. So if you're asking what can England do, England can start putting their efforts where their mouths are, as far as their pretense of for their benefit as well.
Absolutely. England needs challenging opposition to play against. Otherwise, the thing becomes predictable and boring. We need West Indies, Pakistan, New Zealand, South Africa, Afghanistan, all these countries to be supported. Rahul Dravid made a speech for a Cricket Info event where he said it should be the duty of the Big Three to support first-class cricket in those territories. I mean, one suggestion from Roland Butcher is that English cricket could agree to take on 2 young West Indies first-class players. They don't have to play first team; they can play second team, but they come over to the UK fully funded, as a contribution to their development.
I hear that, David, and I don't mean to cut across, but that sounds patronizing.
Right.
With Test cricket.
Oh no, an exchange.
Listen to what I'm saying. Test cricket shouldn't be, well, we need West Indies to be strong. We need Pakistan to be strong, because when we beat them, we need to beat a strong team. That's not how it's supposed to be. I yearn for the days when I don't hear these comments, that I hear people actually saying, we can't stand these West Indians coming here with their brutality and their savagery and their pace, which is what used to be said.
Yes, I remember.
Because what we need is just simply fairness. We don't need a favor from England. We don't need a favor from India. We don't need a favor from Australia. We need to be treated equally. That's all.
Yeah.
Ireland, Afghanistan, New Zealand, Zimbabwe. If you're going to call us test playing nations, we need to be treated equally. If you're going to say, well, no, for example, as Australia did in cancelling a home series with Bangladesh a few years ago because it wasn't economically viable, then okay, let's have a first division and a second division. Let's have a first division of only 3 teams and let them play 5-test series till kingdom come. And let the other 9 nations create their own series. Yes, limited resources. We won't have nearly the same amount of television money, but let's try and create something a little more competitive rather than the farcical situation we have right now.
Well, Faz, it's great to hear you say that, and to say it with such power and eloquence. 2 things that I associate with you. You've been an independent, one of the few independent voices of West Indies cricket, which we really appreciate hearing over here. All too often opinions are sanitized because people are working for host broadcasters or they want their media accreditations, and you'd never suffer from that. I'm going to take you back to finish on my favourite moment of Fazia Mohammed. It's on television. You know the one I'm going to mention. It has to be Shannon Gabriel's. Talk us through that, Faz, because you.
Well, the thing is, it was purely instinctive. I don't think anybody could expect that to happen. I mean, last ball from Yasir Shah, you've got Roston Chase at the other end, who's surely going to survive the last over, and a wide, long half volley, and Shannon plays the biggest of big drives to drag it onto the stumps. I mean, it was purely instinctive. Why did he do that? And I mean, it's then about to try to capture the overall significance of Pakistan winning a series in the Caribbean for the first time. But yeah, it was instinctive. I felt sorry for Shannon Gill because he's a really nice human being. But these things happen in the game, and you have to be able to encapsulate it as best as you can.
Well, you do it brilliantly, and whatever the result of the series, I know it's a disappointing one. It's been a very entertaining series to listen to, thanks to you, and I've even had to switch over from Guerilla cricket to listen to you. What you do is enliven these moments with that great humour and insight. So, Faz, thanks very much. It's a delight to hear you. Can't wait to hear you again. West Indies South Africa series.
Well, you won't hear me in that one because that's a different environment altogether. I'm grateful to the BBC who've been allowing me this opportunity to offer my perspective and commentary. But the opportunities are limited for many different reasons.
Will you be commenting? Will the Caribbean audience be able to listen to you or see you during that South Africa series?
No, they won't, because I'm not doing any radio or television commentary. And that's just the way it is. I accept that it's an environment that is dominated, it's certainly television, by former international cricketers, and that's fine. And
can you imagine Tony Cozier not being given the slot? I mean, I know ex-players, some of them are better than others, but I think what us viewers and listeners value is the professional broadcaster and journalist, independent thinkers like yourself. We really value that, and long may you thrive, and long may we see you, Faz. Thank you very much for your time today.
You're welcome. Take care, David.
Well, that was
great, Faz. Thank you very much.
Mohammed.
Pleasure.
He stayed on a bit longer in England after the West Indies series, and he went back. Just a couple of seconds before we go back on after tea, because there's a bit of a lull. Events this morning were dominated by a tribute to Graham Thorpe which touched a lot of people. Fantastic individual and player, and we saw some highlights being played of him before, but a worthy tribute was paid to him, and a minute's clapping earlier today before the start of play. And our thoughts with Graham Thorpe, his friends and family today. So the situation in the match before we get I think Tony and the Bear coming back in. Sri Lanka 1-7-8 for 8, having won the toss today. Fernando was Karuna Ratner was the first to go. Court Smith bowled Anderson for 2. And I realised I got the wrong scorecard in front of me, which is never a good idea. In fact, I've gone back to the first test in Manchester, which 1-7-8 for 8, 52 overs gone. And this is just ultimate filling. Yes, Fernando caught root bowled Wokes 4. Karikaratna caught Smith bowled Atkinson for 2. Mendes caught Brook bowled Wood for 24. Angela Matthews LBW Wokes 0. At one stage there was 6 for 3. They lost 3 wickets for 6 runs. Chandimal was LBW bowled Bashir for 17. De Silva captain's knock, 74 out just before tea. Caught Lawrence bowled Bashir for 74. Mendes was caught Smith bowled Wokes 12. Jayasuriya caught Smith bowled Atkinson 10. At tea, Rathanayaka was 32 not out, and Fernando just played 4 balls. The opening one of the 3 Fernandos was not out, naught, and we've still got Asita Fernando to come. Bowling figures for England: Wokes has been the star performer, 3 for 32 off 11. Atkinson 2 for 36 off 12. Potts has been very expensive, as predicted by Billy earlier on Guerilla Cricket, bowling too many half volleys. He's 9 overs, no wicket for 48. Mark Wood 8 overs, 1 for 31, and Bashir 2 for 31. We're now going to pass over to the Bear, who's coming back in for this post-tea session. Are you replenished and revitalised? Yes, Bear's given a nod of their head in his customary giving nothing away in his typical professional style. He dons the headphones and will have great pleasure of passing back to him.
Indeed, and I'm joined by Messi and Ajit, who I'm just about to let in. And England just require 2 wickets to get out there and bat.
Indeed.
So we shall see what happens. Bashir is going to continue after tea. Got a 2nd wicket. That's what you want as a spinner. Someone who's getting wickets when the wickets not really doing much. A spinner getting you a couple of wickets in the first innings of a test match when you've been stuck into bowl is pretty useful. That one is pushed down into the ground by Vishwa Fernando.
No
run. All right, Ajit,
Hello,
how are you, mate?
I'm doing all right. A little under the weather. Something's caught me. Whatever.
Not COVID. It's going around doing the rounds again. Old COVID.
I hope not. I hope not.
Oh, that one beats the outside edge of Fernando, just propping forward. And
He's done well, Bashir. He broke through the resistance of what Mr. De Silva had to offer.
Yeah,
It was a
exactly.
tame dismissal for him. I thought he'd throw away 100. He played really well.
Yeah, he did. But, you know, lucky bowlers get those things. Oh, that's edged. That's gone past Ruti at slip, who chases after it. He'll get it. And there'll be 2 runs, I think.
Yeah. Looks like a dank, dark day in
in Manchester. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, who would have thunk it, right? So,
No,
yeah,
well,
sure.
exactly. It's fucking Manchester. There is a bit of a front coming through that's kind of going to go up through the middle of England.
We did hear there may be. I mean, I was actually happy to start.
Yeah, depending out to the offside, there's no rain. With a bit of luck, a lot of the rain will happen overnight in the days. I mean, it's patchy and solid at the same time, but it's just a question of when they come through, really. Got away with it a bit here on the first day. I think this is the start of it, and you got 2 or 3 days of potential.
Given to tailenders at the crease, I wonder if they'll just give Joe Root or somebody some overs from the other end, just to keep them out there. It looks quite dark there.
Well, no, I don't think. I think they want to get out and bat.
I mean, the point is, with lights fully in effect, the umpires might take the batsman off if one of the faster bowlers comes on.
Well, that's true.
So I'm just thinking, probably just give it to a spinner, keep the game moving.
Well, then England, of course, will probably come out to bat, and if Sri Lanka use their opening bowlers, they'll go, it's too dark, and well, they can't do that anymore. It's up to the umpires, isn't it? But I'm sure they'll complain about it. Last ball is just defended, and there's no run, and hope to get taken off a bad light anyway, even though the floodlights are on, which is a bit daft. But hey, over to you, Messi. Tell us what are people saying out there.
Oh well, Mr. P said liquid tea for the bear. Michael Bedford said, need to hear more about Fleur White. Has she been wronged by a gorilla?
I've never heard of her, so no, not from me.
I think
that's a question for Billy.
Wronged. I'm all for bringing on commentators who bring with them their legion of fans.
Absolutely.
The more the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. And it's always good to have people say nice things about commentators. Your failure was that you didn't quiz Billy as to his cricket pedigree. You've got to do that next time you're on with him, Bear.
He's got a bit of sun, Mr. Atkinson. Surely. I mean, it's shocking, his hairstyle.
It is. He's gone full Phil Foden, as we've discussed. He is in. It's driven by Ratnayaka out to cover, and there's no run. No, we did. We found out we didn't quiz him on air, but we did find out he went to Sherborne School, and he played in
bloody Sherborne. They were the enemy.
Yeah, he went to Sherborne, and he was opening bowler for the second 11, school second 11.
Oh. Well, that's a thing I can relate to. I was captain of the school second 11. I was always in the second.
I was in the first. I made it.
Right.
Worked around the corner down towards long leg, and there's a signal.
Why wouldn't they run that? Is actually Ratnayaka shielding the tail? This is interesting.
Well, it is interesting.
I mean, I think given how close they are to 200, okay, maybe it's earlier in the over. He thinks Atkinson. Okay, all right. Interesting tactics, let's just call it that.
Well, he's got a few on the gloves himself. I mean, he's batted okay. Could have been out. He spooned one up in the air, didn't he? He got away with that.
I mean, he had hit that, well, reasonably good enough. He saw that there was only a catching short cover and short mid wicket, so he chanced his arm. Got away with it.
Got lucky. That one is defended. Back towards the bowler, and there is no run.
He looks thoroughly competent for somebody with a sub 10 average.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I thought his average when he came out was 9.5. I thought he was going to be a bit of a bunny, but mind you, this is England, and anyone who's a bunny looks good against England at times. So. especially in first games of the series.
Leah says it doesn't matter what score Ratnayaka makes from here. He can sleep well tonight in the knowledge that he has a higher test average with the bat than Darren Lawrence, at least until the second innings.
Fair enough.
Well, he pulled that one, and that's a good shot. And Bashir seemed to lose that a little bit. Oh no, maybe he thought Potts was going for it. Maybe Potts thought Bashir was going for it. Neither of them made it, and instead it made its way to the boundary for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
The way he positioned himself and placed that, I mean, somebody in the top order would have been happy. And well, the two fielders ended up hugging each other. Outside the boundary, but they couldn't stop the ball.
Well, you're right. I don't think. I mean,
it looked like Potts would go for it.
Yeah, I mean, England might feel we should have got him out for less, but. All in all, they're not going to be unhappy with rolling aside for less than around about 200.
No, I mean, it's right indeed that tomorrow day after would be the good batting.
Exactly, pitches. There's no juice at the beginning of the day. That's short and outside off stump. Doesn't really carry through to Jamie Smith. There's no run.
There's a strong chance that it'll be raining in the morning session tomorrow morning. Which might change the nature of the pitch a bit.
Yeah, there's going to be some tricky patches, no doubt. But again, with not much to get over, kind of feel you're always in the game, don't you? Unless you suddenly find yourself 96 for 6, which, let's face it, England could do. But even then, you're not that far behind, are you? The other team only gets 200. Is it just
me, or is Atkinson not giving his all? I mean, he seemed to be just trundling in.
No, that's kind of how he bowls. I mean, that was 85, but he's bowled that full and outside off stump. And Ratnayaka, he's having the time of his life out there. He's driven it beautifully out towards the ex-cover boundary. He doesn't quite make it.
He's a tall bloke.
And they got through for 3, so it worked out perfectly because he retains the strike at the beginning of the next over. 187 for 8. Over to you, Missy.
I'm just looking to see what his highest first-class score is. 59. So, he's got that in his sights, I'd say.
Yeah.
O'Neill Harris says, "Hi, Messi. I'm sorry that Grubby didn't know that the O wasn't an indication that you are O Harris, that you are actually O'Neill. O'Neill lives in the United States and is one of our most loyal followers, I must say. And we're up to date. Oh, sorry, Hard Landing Appreciator is coming and says, what's Potts, in response to what Potts like, he says, I think he's excellent, slightly off it today after 5 weeks of junk cricket. Well, my view from an Australian point of view is I really, really hope that England decides to send Wokes and Potts as openers to Australia, because I'd love to see that.
Atkinson will make it. I don't
I'm
think
not
Wokes
impressed
will
with what I've seen from Potts today.
No, I'm not. It's been a couple of years since I last saw him, I have to say. It looks like there's some brighter prospects out there, which is probably why he hasn't really been playing. Bashir is in and he's forced out square on the offside. Out to
Again,
point,
they
no
didn't
run.
take the run there.
No,
He's
they
shielding
didn't.
the tail-ender clearly.
Yeah.
He thinks he can bat here with Lanka. Good to see.
Well, he has got 39 of 74 deliveries, so
That's not a bad debut, even if you're batting in the top four. I think.
exactly. I mean, on this, there's the second highest score of the innings. Defends that one out into the offside. I think it's about a run, but it's not there.
I mean, what's more, he looks increasingly comfortable. Nothing seems to be bothering him. I mean, it was against run of play that De Silva was dismissed, but this is like just like good test match cricket. He's just comfortably playing down the good balls. I remember 1 hour before or so, he played out a maiden from Bashir for the first time when he faced him. That's very intelligent cricket.
Yeah, just tipped out to the leg side and there's no run.
There's a in-out field, I'm assuming, because there's a square leg, there's a short square leg, there's a backward square leg catching, there's a slip for Bashir, bowling to the left-hander.
Indeed. Around the wicket, tossed up on the leg stump. Not a very good ball. Got away with it. Down leg side, no. Run.
I thought he would actually lap that hard.
No. It's a tail ender.
Oh, yeah. More increasingly grey-haired Mr. Sangakkara, still a lot of curls, handing the debutant his catch, his cap. You see Ratnayaka receiving his cap there. That's a good guy to get his cap from. No wonder he played that cover drive like he
Well, yeah, indeed.
What would be England's move here? They went with Atkinson, so at least they are trying to see if maybe they want to get
I
off.
think they'll keep Bashir going for a couple of
Bashir
overs.
will go. Bashir will go.
Trying
Shorut is a competent.
Yeah, exactly. I think they'll. I mean,
Less,
Ratnayaka is playing very sensible cricket, at least.
Exactly.
Not taking any chances.
Maybe an over off two of Dan Lawrence, just to see if he can be tempted into something.
Or
in this
maybe an over or two of Woody, if they can get away with it. See if they can rattle them a little bit.
Yeah, I get a feeling if Wood comes on, they'll be taken off.
That's a
Okay,
nice shot.
there you go.
Clipped into
More
the leg
good
side.
batting.
Indeed. End of the over, single. That will annoy
He's played that
England.
wide of mid wicket.
Yeah.
It's almost like he was always waiting for that ball, and there comes the ball. Beautiful.
Lovely. Messi.
Mayank says, I was looking at something online about over rates and was wondering, does anyone know the least overs bowled in a full day of cricket with no interruptions of weather? Now, I would venture to suggest it might have been the time the West Indies pace attack was at their peak, because there were frequently 11 or 12 overs an hour being bowled back then.
We don't read about the good parts of that.
And Samuel Jackson says, help, gents. Been joined by mother in the poolside bar and wants to talk cricket. Any chance your witty repartee can help me?
Is this the famous actor from the United States?
No, well, one would hope so. Probably not, though, would be my guess. That's short. Through to the keeper.
And if his mother were to be around, they've done well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
He looks a bit listless this spell, Atkinson. Sorry, Messi, to interrupt.
I was just thinking for Samuel, he may not look like anything like Samuel L. Jackson, but when you pick up the phone and say, it's Samuel Jackson here, whether that invokes a slightly different reaction you might otherwise
you expect a certain invective to follow very shortly.
Yeah. Short. Ratnayaka just ducks underneath it through to the keeper and there's no run. I'd be tempted to go fuller and fuller.
Exactly. I mean, he's bowling early 80s here, and he might as well just try to tempt Ratnayaka into a drive and indiscretion. But what we see is like a floating gully slip. There's nobody catching along with the keeper. They're looking at catch at the wicket. I mean, something like a short cover. Like this.
That one's into the hip. It's played around the corner to the man at square leg, and there is no run.
At least he's
It
picked up his
seems to me if the light's good enough for Atkinson to bowl, then it's good enough for Wood to bowl. I mean, you're a fast bowler either way, and I do think that Wood is the best bet for him here, surely.
Yeah, I mean, he might get you both those wickets in 1 over on a good spell. Wood. But yeah.
Atkinson is in. That one's a bit fuller. It still goes back, still clips it into the leg side, and there is still no run.
I would have a short square leg for this guy. Bowling, when a fast ball is bowling, he likes to hang back in the crease because I don't think he's comfortable with the balls coming into his midriff. And we saw 2 balls already this over. I would have a short square leg for him. I think at least 2 went right past there. He's just getting away with it, I think. I don't know what England is doing. Maybe a little off with their tactics.
Yeah, we're not the greatest at taking 10, Jack, are we?
It's a new captain as well.
That one's short and down the leg side. Pretty horrible ball, really. If Swivel pulls it, he's at least going to get 1 ball this over at Fernando. Maybe that's all he needs.
2. He needs to. Well, he's going to get 2. Let's hope so.
No, I thought that was maybe the over. I thought the over hadn't ticked over.
No. Let's see if Vishwa Fernando is. I think I remember reading he's a former javelin thrower who turned into cricket. So maybe he has a strong arm, and maybe he'll use it. Bash one through. You see now a more of a traditional test field where they are playing to get Vishwa Fernando on strike. Looks of it. Now we see 2 slips and a potential gully. Catching cover, square leg, short
fucking hate that though, Ajit.
I know what you mean.
Just bowl normal to both guys, put pressure on this whole. Because then you're just trying to get the guy, and he knows what's going on, so you just get less opportunity. That one is full and straightish. And Fernando doesn't look like he's going to be the most competent out there. Defends it back to the bowler though, and there's no run.
Would you hang one out close to him? Sorry, Messi. Yeah.
No, I agree entirely with Ben. I think you're bowling to Ratnayaka's a tail ender, and you're not bowling with any slips. That's mad.
Exactly. Try it in the channel outside the off stump. See how he'll make a mistake sooner or later. You just got to be patient. He'll product one that he shouldn't do. That one is they got a short leg in as well for Fernando. He survives the 2 balls that he has to face, and it's certainly down to short leg. And he's only faced 12 balls.
We have a message from a Billy White, presumably no relation. Says, where is Billy gone?
Well, I was wondering I don't know what Billy's last name is, but I wonder if Billy White's doing
Billy Stevens.
Oh, okay. I thought he might. Maybe he's going to handle Billy White. Maybe he's changed his name. Maybe he's doing some self-promotion.
Well, he'll be back in 10 minutes anyhow.
Yeah.
Jay Grover says, given the normal state of Guerilla cricket youth policy, I wouldn't be surprised if Billy's family owned fucking Berkshire.
I mean, I was pleasantly surprised at the number of fans this guy brought in for a first-timer.
Yeah.
Nice to see. I mean, if it means a little bit of a turnover, more fans who join Guerilla Cricket Patreon and so on, we'll be happy, right?
Indeed.
Absolutely.
That's tossed up a little bit by Bashir.
Oh, yeah.
Ratnayaka's giving it the heave-ho down towards long on. They've gone for 2. I think they're going to stick at 2, realising that it's not going to make it for 4.
Looked like an agreed to almost.
Yeah, they could have got 3 there, but I don't think they wanted it.
No. I mean, no, he's having the time of his life here. Look, he's quietly nerdling when possible to change strike every over, and now he's capitalizing on opportunities. Well, at least if he can get Sri Lanka to 200, they have something to play with.
Yeah, indeed. Well, yeah, I don't think that's enough.
Something to play with, not a whole lot, but yeah.
On the back foot, cuts straight to cover, and there's no run.
Maybe it's time for Bashir to bowl another drag down. See if
that was a seam up. No, that was a seam up delivery. I saw it was faster. He pushed his wrist through on that. You see, it just came straight. It was like a seam up. It was 60 miles an hour.
But
now he's gone over the top. Has he gone off? Has he gone off? Oh, only just. Tempting. Duckett was back there. And they got Fernando on strike with 3 balls to go this over.
Yes.
I'm sure he's not so fussed about facing a spinner though.
No, but you always have a chance with the tailender, right?
Yeah.
Put a deep mid wicket and hang one in front of his nose. Let's see.
Yeah. Long on cow corner.
It worked last weekend for me. I didn't listen to my captain once. Then the next over he said nothing doing. This was
That one's beating the outside edge though. That was a good delivery. Fernando again prop forward. He drew him outside his off stump. Put it wider.
And just to prove my captain right, that guy hit straight to mid wicket. Mid wicket didn't have to move. So it can work.
It can do. Yeah. Fernando facing up. This one is tossed up again. A bit too full though. He's able to defend that under his eyes, out square on the offside, and there is no run.
I mean, he'll have some pedigree with this sort of bowling at least. This is what he grew up on, Mr. Fernando.
Yeah, well, that is the other thing, isn't it? You wonder whether giving him a bit of raw pace is maybe better.
Let's see. I'm curious if he'll... it is a free hit, right, effectively?
Yep.
No. He bunts it down.
It's too flat. Should have given it. Yeah, I think you need to slow down and give it a bit of air to tail ends. Anyway, that was defended up towards mid on, fielded by the bowler himself, and there ain't no run. Over to you, Messi.
Morley Saunders says, "Hello, Messi. How are you? Watching from the Virgin Islands."
Oh wow!
Great to have people all over the world with us. Makes us feel important.
I think you'd be happy to have internet if you're living in British Virgin Islands, but yes.
And Farong says, "You captain for England, wake up, lad, bold Duckett."
Yeah, there you go.
For wrong.
Yeah, there you go.
I was watching 100 game the other day, and Michael Atherton said any member of this team could bowl except Duckett.
Well, yeah. Atkinson again. Ratnaka gets it into his thigh pad.
This right here, you see
Defends,
this ball?
no run.
The one that comes into him just short of a back of length, he's not sure where the ball is going at all.
No.
That's the one that... So you need a catcher for that, at least a leg gully or a short square. Like, look at that. This one he plays down. Earlier he took a ball also of wood into his fingers.
Yeah.
He's always a bit tentative at that length, right?
Yeah, I think they're hurting as well. Yeah, that's what he got wrapped earlier. How does Farong feel about Sheikh, what's the name? Hasida. How the BRU feeling about that?
What's he done?
She ran away. She was the leader, and she got on a plane and did a runner.
The BRU
she was deposed.
Yes, the Bangladesh Rixal Union. Is that a replay or another ball?
I think maybe that's the right way to put it. What do the Bangladesh Rickshaw Union think of that?
Yes.
Yeah. I've no doubt they're delighted. Jay Grover said, Ajit just made me spit beer.
Yes.
So keeping you amused.
Not the outcome I was looking for, but can happen. Yes. I'm sorry. Maybe I owe you one next time.
No, he's always spitting his tea or his beer.
All right.
And it's our aim in life is to make him spit.
All right.
Oh, well, that's short and that's pulled out towards deep square leg. They're going to come back for 2 and they're going to make it.
Good running there. Good running and aware. Both batters knew what was going on. This time Potts gets around, but it was a 2. And they did well to capitalize. This is almost like, I mean, for the lack of a better explanation, when there's a proper competent batter along with not quite a bunny. I think Vishwa Fernando can bat a bit. When you look at his first class numbers, he's not an absolute bunny. So, well, you hope at least against England's top quality bowling, he might become one if you're England. He's ahead at number 10, right?
I don't know. Oh, that's not going to carry.
Oh, it didn't carry. But there was a trap there. All right.
There was a trap, and he did play it in the air, but it went short of Duckett, who was down at deep back of square leg, and they got through for the single. Another 2 balls at Fernando. At least the last few overs, at least they've got some balls at the guy they're trying to get balls at. But
I mean, I look at Vishwa Fernando's batting first class. He averages only marginally less, 8.62 compared to the 9 odd that Milan averages, but I think he's faced considerably less number of balls. So that gives the story away.
Yeah. Well, he's going to face up. Atkinson gets 2 balls at him, bowls it straight. I think he's caught his bottom hand as well on the bat. That looked a little bit painful. Snapped his hand back off the handle.
If he can play out another over, he's gone through and done what his captain would have wished for.
Well, Ratnayaka's done really well. He's on 47. He can get himself a 50 here, and
right.
And then
That's
2
well
players would have got 120 runs, and the rest of the side would have managed 70, 74, something like that.
It can happen.
Yeah,
I mean, this
it can
is
happen.
fun.
Shorts.
Oh dear.
Ducks.
It was not all that shot. I don't think he had any idea. I think it went past right his head even as he was ducking.
Well, maybe. End of the over anyway. 58 gone. 196 for 8. And looks like the physio's
Joseph
coming out.
Isaac is with us. He says, "G'day, I'm watching from the USA." Good to have you with us, Joseph. Anna Forsyth's with us. Hello, Anna. Just hello, folks. Right now, I'm praying for no rain this evening in Vancouver, so the staff outing I planned to the baseball goes ahead. Feels like cricket fandom all over again. Oh dear.
I suppose you can't. I suppose baseball's a game you can't really play in the rain for the same reason, slippery balls and all that.
Yeah. But it's funny, you don't sort of think about baseball being hugely rain affected in the way cricket is. I guess that most places where they play it, they've got slightly more predictable weather. I'm not sure.
Yes.
Also, do they close the roof? Is there a closable roof in certain baseball stadiums?
I imagine so.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But yeah, obviously not in Vancouver.
All right.
They've got some physios or something helping with the
he was hit on
finger
the
injury.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're actually due for a change, aren't we?
Yes.
We'll do one more over. Ooh,
Okay.
inside edge onto pad because it's Bashir. Hopefully, it'll probably go quite quickly. Defended into his pad, bounces out on the offside. And there's no run. They got leg slip, short leg slip, and there is a shortish cover.
This is what I like. At least with the spin, they're attacking. The field is more attacking. There's a catching point as well.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Around the wicket, Bashir tosses that out. Driven out to deep square leg. I presume someone's out in the deep.
No, there's nobody there. I think it's an easy
two.
2.
It is an easy 2. This is getting very frustrating for England. Ratnayaka moves on to 49. Kudos to
All
him.
right. Well, if he changes strike again to retain it for the next over, that's his 50. So well done him so far.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to have a change at the end of this over. It's going to be Grubby, Tony and Billy.
All right, here comes the debutant again.
Yeah. That one is straight on. And Ratnayaka just defends it back to the bowler once more. And there is no run.
Now it's a waiting game, this ball and the next. And probably then it's up to Bashir if he can show how he has grown. He did really well in his previous series, the first one he was
Give it a
bowling for
little
England
bit
at
more
home.
flight, take a little bit of pace off.
Exactly. Just hang it a little back, but still hang it up.
Exactly. It's tempt the shot.
That was not bad. I think he's getting into the groove now. He's going to hang one right outside his off stump.
I think it needs to be quite straight. I think you still want to try and bowl straight. Just on the round, middle and off. So if it turns, you might get something. But give it enough air so they tempt them forward into the big shot. They've got mid-off and mid-on are sort of halfway
If you
back
saw
now.
mid-off and mid-on, yeah, they hung back a little. They are waiting for him to have to sort of go
There's enough room behind them that if he thinks he can get it, it's the game of cat and mouse, isn't it? That was too full and it's driven back to the bowler. And there ain't no run. One
Not
more
too
ball
bad,
and we'll have
not
a
too
change. No, not too bad.
No, I think now if Ratnayaka is clever, he'll push one straight through to just wide of mid-on, if possible, and run a single. That'll do him well.
Yeah, it will do. Maybe they bring him up for a little bit. Last ball. He bowls it flat. He's gone up. He's gone up. Has he got enough on it? Oh, he fucking has, you know. There you go. He's 50. It's 4 runs over the top of mid-on. The right thoughts, though. I like that. And it will be 4 runs to Ratnaika, and he gets himself one of these.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Thanks, all. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, Ajit. Nice to see you. Right, so 3 of us here. It's me, it's Grubby, and the Central Missionary. Debutant Billy to my left. All right, Billy, how are you?
Good afternoon. Well, it'd be better if we got these last couple of wickets.
I know, it's turning into slightly annoying partnership for England, this, but fair play to the Sri Lankan batsman, as Fernando allows this one to pass down the arse, really. Ratnaika has gone to 55 on Test match debut. I'm reminded of Paul Allott back in 1982. He got a 50 on debut, didn't he? 204 for 8. I have to say, I didn't see this coming earlier on. It looked like Sri Lanka were going to capitulate for under 150 at one point. But the debutant Ratnaika and his captain De Silva have both scored 50s. This is very well played, actually, by Fernando. Well, he might have taken another rap on the fingers there. Seen a few of those today, just leaping up off a decent length. Atkinson again, who's caused a lot of the batsmen problems with his extra pace and his silly hair.
I like his hair. I think you're being a bit harsh, Grubby, on his hair.
Is that because David's told you you've got to be more accepting of the youth?
No, well, no. I mean, I confess I do not like Matthew Potts' haircut. I mean, nothing wrong with a bit of platinum, though. Don't mind that.
All right, fair enough. Here he comes, Platinum Atkinson. A short ball that rather dies through to Jamie Smith, the keeper there. Not sure the pitch is already a bit tired after 2/3 of a day, but it didn't seem to go through at all, that, Billy, did it?
No, a few have kept pretty low. I was just wondering, why do you think it is that England seem to struggle to dismiss the tail so often?
It has become a bit of a theme, isn't it? You're absolutely right.
If you hear Nasser talk about this, he often talks about you need extra pace and you need mystery spin, or really good wrist spin to dismiss the tail consistently. And England has struggled in both those departments a bit. You can't say that we're lacking in pace at the moment. Well, that's a terrible delivery, banged in halfway down by Gus, and Fernando has nothing to do with it as Smith tumbles away to his left to do the fielding. And with Adil Rashid retiring from red ball cricket quite a long time ago, we don't really have that wrist spinner, do we? So yeah, it's a mystery.
I'd quite like to see a bit of Root, even for just a couple of overs. See if he gets done when he bowls slightly more round arm than Bashir.
He does. You're right. This is outside the off stump. Fernando shoulders arms. I think I've got a theory on this. So I started on Guerilla in 2016 when Sri Lanka last toured here, so it's a lovely nostalgic 8th anniversary tour for me. But not long after that, England toured India, that 16-17, toured Bangladesh and India, and we covered it all here at Guerilla, as you'd expect, through the night. And Jadeja, who's one of my favourite cricketers, bowls that horrible, filthy round arm quite a lot, doesn't he? Here comes Atkinson once more, bowling to Fernando. It just tails in and he defends it into the offside. There's no run. And I think that during that tour, Joe Root looked at that and thought, I could do something with that. And I think since then, he's got much more round-armed in his action. Just a little theory I've got. Maybe one day we can speak to Joe Root and see if that's true or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting theory.
A few messages, all right. Brian in Brisbane says, I see Tony's return to the tried and tested paper notes. Hello to Billy. No, those are just my intro notes.
Brian, thank you so much for all the stuff.
Oh, yeah. We feasted today, Brian, and thank you for that. O'Neill Harris says, Tech Tony has improved so much since the 4-inch screen saga. Lovely. Well, thank you, O'Neill. I appreciate that. Yes, I did come. I have actually been into the studio a couple of times and honestly practiced. It's all about the sequence of doing things.
Quite right.
And tried to get my head around it, as they say. Hello again, says Stephen Kelk. So hello again to you. And apparently he owes Samuel Jackson a beer. Oh no, he owes Ajit a beer for his Samuel Jackson reference.
As Shoaib Bashir starts a new over, a nicely flighted delivery, which Ratnaika is forward to, defending it to point. There's no run. He's done brilliantly, hasn't he? 55 not out on Test debut when you're picked as a bowler.
I think we should play his jingle in a minute.
I think you should.
I can tell you the story of his jingle.
Bashir round the wicket again and very correctly forward in defence is Ratnayaka once again.
I mean, he's making his Test debut, I think, age 28, which is, you know, I mean, I wonder if he was discovered slightly later or developed later, or because 28, you know, you don't have too many years left.
No spring chicken. I mean, he's not going to die soon, hopefully, but
he was selected for the
defended
Afghanistan
again to the
test,
offside, no run,
but didn't get a game. Sorry, Greg.
Right, no worries. And he played in the warm-up game. I was surprised. I thought a couple of the seamers that Sri Lanka have left out, but they obviously wanted to get Ratnayaka into the side. And he's proving his worth with the bat at the moment. This is a bit of a drag down from Bashir, and it sort of surprised Ratnayaka going back in the crease and can only find wide mid-off, no run.
Also been a very consistent performer in Sri Lanka's A side. 39 first-class wickets and picked 39 first-class matches with 79 wickets. He's also scored 633 runs with a high score of 59 in Sri Lankan first-class cricket. So he's he's been around the block, but he's earned his chance, I think.
Knows which end to hold it. And he's holding it to very good effect. This one takes him on the pad, but it's sliding way down the leg side. It hurried him. Fuller, flatter delivery this time from Shoaib.
Is he doing it deliberately? Because really pushing that one through, and when he does, it keeps so low, doesn't it, Billy?
Oh, I was just about to say the same thing. I mean, I think he's almost looking for a P-roller again. Chandamal will be wondering why these haven't shot along the ground.
More flight this time, and he gets under this one. Ratnayaka doesn't quite get all of it, but he's going to get a couple of runs as it runs away towards the extra cover boundary. Ben Duckett runs after it, does the fielding, and a couple more to both Ratnayaka and the total. 205 for 8. We're seeing his package at the moment, and he's played some well-controlled shots, some along the ground and some sort of over backward point, and a pull shot. You know, he's got a lot about him. He's got some shots.
I have to say, I think watching left-handers bat is one of the nicest things in cricket. I always think they seem to time the ball better.
Why is that? I remember my dad saying this to me when I was a kid, and I grew up watching David Gower, and Gower is just exceptional. One off. We were talking about dear old Graham Thorpe in the tea break as well, and Thorpe, for all his skill and pluck, and he wasn't as elegant a left-hander as you'd ever see. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling here, and it's going to be England's erstwhile captain, this fella.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Ratnayaka is on strike again. He obviously only got one from that previous shot and the last ball of the previous over. This one is defended into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, I like this move from Pope. Just as I said earlier, something different, something more round arm. You know, Ratnayaka's going after Bashir, and he's not going to sit there and block it. So hopefully one of them will go to hand eventually.
Yep. He's a more than useful option, Joe Root, for England. A slip and a leg slip and a short leg. This is driven wide of mid-off where Duckett fields, and Ratnayaka, I think, takes the single. Is he, or is he trying to protect his tail end partner? Yeah, he has taken it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can be turning down singles.
I wouldn't say so.
Even though he's on 57, he's still a number 9.
Yeah, but he's the man in. He's batting very well. Anyway, it's Vishwa Fernando who's come on strike here. It looks fairly chilly up there at Old Trafford. The sun's gone in. A few jumpers in the outfield. This is nicely bowled by Root. Bit of a tempter outside the off stump, and Fernando's back and looking to cut it, and only half committing to the shot, and in the end missing it.
Was it Graham Swan who said never cut an off spinner, never pat a burning dog?
A burning dog, that's nice. Is this caught behind? Root is appealing for it. It's not being given by Chris Gaffney, who I always think is the best third umpire in the world, but not the best on-field umpire in the world. But anyway, he's giving it not out. Root wants it reviewed. Pope, his captain, does review it, but not with any great degree of confidence. Billy, what do you think?
I think he's hit the ground.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. We'll see.
But
We've got a review, Tony.
well bowled from Root. Nice flight.
But we do have a review, and I absolutely can. Is it a bowler review or
It's a bowler review? Yeah.
Oh well, here's
as you know, because you've been following the game.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Well, in that particular bit of footage we can't see because the ball has bounced above the line. Bad camera work, let's call it that. Yeah, I think it's hit the ground. I think you're absolutely right, Billy. It's gone past the outside edge. I don't think it's anywhere near the outside edge. We'll check. No, he's missed that, hasn't he? He's missed that, and he might just have scraped the bottom of the bat along the ground a bit. So, back to you, Mark. Let's get on with the game.
It never really. I mean, I did see it initially, and it never really looked like one that was worth appealing for.
Quite difficult for Ollie Pope to turn down Joe Root wanting a review, I think.
But this is where you've got to
be tough.
If you're captain and you think
only one man wearing the big trousers.
Rooty is in again outside the off. Beats him on the outside edge. Another nice piece of bowling. Just a bit of natural variation. Would you call that, Tone?
I would, and it also makes you think that that the calls to give him a go before are paying off because he's just got that little bit of variety, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Joe Root.
That's one of those ones that he's bowled it like a normal off spinner, and it's just skidded on. So acted like an arm ball. This is defended outside the off stump by Fernando. Well played.
England have been slightly wasteful with the two reviews that they've. I mean, none of them been close.
As were Sri Lanka earlier on, so it's one review each left in this innings, but that's fine. That's part of the game. I do think that's one area where Ben Stokes, as soon as he became captain, he's been really good with those reviews. Generally, I think.
Did you say that Chris Gaffney was your favourite TV umpire?
Yeah.
So who's your favourite on-field umpire then?
Ooh, that's a good question.
I mean, personally, mine would be Michael Goff. I think he never gets anything wrong.
Excellent
he
as
is very
Alfred
good.
in Batman as well, as we often say.
I'll give you that one.
Stephen Kelk has said, I will be consulting Tech Tony for some of the problems I'm having with the dependencies in a large Java project. Well, Stephen, the most common failing I see in Java dependency management is a lack of understanding of just plain laziness of transitive dependencies. When considering a new dependency, take a look at everything that the large dependency brings, like for example HBase Phoenix, and ensure that your transient dependencies are in harmony with the rest of the module. I hope that clears that up.
I'm stunned. Shoaib Bashir bowls. It's defended by Milan Ratnayaka, who's playing a great hand for his team. 57 not out.
Shall I tell you a secret?
206 rate. You were reading
That's
that
what
out.
I was. That's what I was looking for when
Yeah.
when you accused me of not watching the cricket, which actually was correct. I wasn't.
Shoaib is round the wicket again. A bit more flight this time. It's down the leg side. It takes him on the pad. It rolls out harmlessly on the offside. No run.
I wonder what the. I don't know if we can find this out. I wonder what the most overs bowled on day one of an English Test match by a spinner is.
Back in the day, lots. Bear in mind, we very rarely bowl the 90 overs we're meant to bowl in a day. Don't get me started on that. Defended from the crease by Ratnayaka. He uses his bat to give it to a fielder. Just leave the ball alone. I don't know why Test match batters insist on going, can I get the ball now? Just leave it. It's not yours.
It's not your job. Once it's
not
left your bat.
And one day someone's going to come a cropper, Tone.
Yeah.
And then don't come running and crying to me. Ratnayaka back in the crease, and he whips it up towards mid-arm where he gets a comfortable single.
That's what my dad used to say to me when I was doing something stupid. If you break your leg, don't come running to me.
Yes. He invented that joke, your dad, didn't he?
Probably. He invented most of the dad jokes I ever know. I might have embellished a few over the years. It's frustrating though for England. It's genuinely.
Yeah, I mean from 6 for 3 this morning.
Yeah, well, as the bear said, but it's more the fact that the tail has just been allowed to wag so effectively. That is a massive frustration, and as Billy pointed out, a common fault at the moment for England.
Just allowed to pass through a wide delivery from Shoaib Bashir.
I was just wondering, I'm sure this is unlikely, but have England been told that they're not allowed to bowl pace? Because I'm really surprised that we haven't seen Wood yet. Wood in a while.
Well, you and a number of people on YouTube saying much the same thing.
This is defended in an ungainly fashion by Fernando, but there's no run, and that's the end of the 63rd over. It's 207 for 8. Well,
there we go.
That may give lie to that theory because Mark Wood is coming on.
Hooray! I'll jingle him up in a minute.
Yeah.
Tech Tony does it again, says Stephen Kelp. Ben McCormack, why isn't Mark Wood giving this pair some chin music? Well, you are about to, hopefully, we suspect, see a bit of that. Leah says, here's how you know Billy is young. He thinks left-handers are invariably elegant, which tells me he's too young to remember Graham Smith and Shivaran Chanderpaul. No, of course you're not.
I think Wood's being told that he's not allowed to bowl.
Yeah.
Because of light?
It
looks that way. So it looked like England wanted to bring Wood on. Then there was a brief chat. And now Root's going to bowl.
There we go.
Come on. So this is the point at which you really want Root to sort of rip out 2 in 2. But then surely Sri Lanka would either have to open with their spinners, which actually they may not mind, or you stop for light. But if you're then going to stop for light at the break between innings, then you should presumably be doing that now.
I mean, we had this debate a little bit earlier that it slightly dilutes the game. I mean, Stokes, he always talks about entertainment and entertaining the crowd, so he's not going to. He's not on the field, of course, but he's unlikely to go off just being told he can't bowl pace. But I don't know.
Yeah, and now it's the umpire's decision, isn't it? Whereas in years gone by, it would be you'd offer the light to the batsman and they'd either take it or not.
But I'm kind of with the school of thought that says if you're saying to a team, in this case England, the light's not very good, you can bowl your spinners but you can't bowl your fast bowlers, the fact is that's saying the light is not good enough to be playing, full stop. You know, putting a proviso on that you have to bowl a certain type of bowling. But if you're doing, seems like they're having to run out with a light meter, which wasn't there before. Does Joe Root want to have a look for himself?
I think this will be because this has to be the reading for the whole Test match.
It is.
I assume so.
So they seem to have delayed it, and now it has appeared.
I'm not saying I have the answer, but this appears to me to be one area of cricket which is wholly unsatisfactory.
Yeah.
The whole light, take a reading, then that's the reading for the whole game, and you can bowl certain bowls. It's not great, is it?
Meantime, the Pigeons seem to have decided that sod all's happening, and they might as well, Do
you think they're Manchester Pigeons? They must be Manchester Pigeons.
Well, in Manchester, that's a high,
Listen, they might have come from somewhere else. We don't know, don't we?
Well, they'd be they'd be homing pigeons. They'd be presumably at home.
Yeah.
We mentioned earlier briefly that it's quite a bad look for the game, or the bad light stuff, and I stand by it. I think something needs. I mean, as you say, we don't have the answer, which is part of the issue, but they need to do something about it. Because taking all this time to actually sort out what they're going to do is frustrating. I just think it's not a good look if you're paying all that money to be at the ground.
I sort of get it in years gone by when batters didn't have all the protective gear that they have these days. They do have that protective gear, so either the light is good enough to play, in which case you can bowl anyone you like, and it's challenging, yes, it's supposed to be challenging, or it's not, in which case you come off. But this kind of, we've now had 5 minutes we've been whittering on about it, where we've not had any play, and it's all down to this uncertainty in this grey area. Yabu sucks. 207 for 5. Ratnayaka is going to face Joe Root, as it turns out, and he essays a drive that's fielded by the man at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, hopefully Root can do the job that Mark Wood isn't being allowed to do, and just
bowl at 90 miles an hour.
Well,
another defensive shot.
Root can do everything, can't he?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would be funny if you put Joe Root on to bowl because Wood's not allowed to bowl, and he ran in from the boundary and bowled at 93 miles an hour. That'd be hilarious. Ratnayaka faces up to Root again, and very correct. Bat right next to the pad, and once again he just moves the ball with his bat after it had landed. Leave it alone. The ball's not yours.
I was looking for our bad light jingle, but I can't seem to find it, rather annoyingly.
Slightly more flight this time from Root, but a carbon copy forward defensive shot from Ratnayaka. It feels like we're in a holding pattern at the moment.
I wonder if I can... go into here.
Man of the match performance at the moment from Milan Ratnayaka, who faces up once again to Root. He's playing a expansive drive off the back foot, but it was a full delivery. Can't get a run though, so it's fielded by the man at the deeper cover position.
I'd like to see Root just drop his pace for the last ball of the over here. Bowl something below 50 and see if you can tempt him.
Above the eye line?
Above the eye line.
That sort of stuff.
He'll want a single to keep the strike.
Yeah, good point. And Pope should be, as captain, alert to that and get people in on the one. If he wants to play a big shot over the ring of fielders, then he can try. Let's see.
The problem is with this kind of situation is for 113 balls, England have been hoping that he'll just hit one up in the air at some stage.
Yeah.
But he hasn't so far. It's difficult for Pope.
Root round the wicket to Ratnayaka, who just turns it round the corner. It's fielded at short leg. Just fell short of Dan Lawrence's under the lid there. And that is the end of the over. It remains 207 for 8 after 64.
Right, bad light. Remember these?
It's incredibly dark out here today. Really is very, very dark indeed. There's a slightly there's a chill terror of evil all over the ground as this dark pall of darkness and misery descends here at the ground. It's quite unnerving in actual fact. I, for one, am really quite scared. I've not been this scared, I wouldn't have said, since sort of train from Taunton to Chelmsford back in 1953. And I felt the shivery terrors of darkness then in a way that I hope never to feel again. I'm feeling it now, though, here today at the ground. Very, very dark indeed.
Forward defensive shot there, Rob.
Daphne, can you hear me? It's very dark, and I'm really quite scared.
You get the idea. It goes on for too long, but nonetheless, it's amusing.
Marvellous. Marvellous stuff. Back in his crease goes Fernando this time in defending it. This ball from Shoaib Bashir. Yeah, just a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment in the game. The light means that England
almost lapsed into Dame Edna there more than Richie Bennett.
only bowl their spinners. And it's Shoaib Bashir coming in again. An attempted I don't know what I call that. It was like half a sweep and half a paddle, and he missed it, and it was taken expertly down the leg side by Jamie Smith.
I wonder if Pope might think about bringing Dan Lawrence on at some point. I mean, he really is something different. Nicknamed the Essex Murley when he was at Essex, of course.
He's more like Paul Adams in the sense that Paul Adams was known as the frog in a blender, and that's what Dan Lawrence's action looks like to me.
He is. He's much more like that. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, ludicrous. But you know, I think he might even have a couple of Test wickets, Dan Lawrence. He's got a few. Hasn't he?
Probably in Sri Lanka.
Maybe in Pakistan. Anyway, this is a full delivery, Yorker length, and Fernando just drops a bat on it, defends it. And they've done well here. The Sri Lankans get to 207 for 8 after a pretty abysmal start this morning. Dug in and making a proper Test match of it, which is superb. It's a ball which, same ball that he attempted that weird sort of choppy sweep to a couple of balls ago, but this time he lets it go, and I think it's a much better option for him.
I mean, this is where the less proven nature of this England attack is maybe just being exposed a little.
Same thing again, is getting closer to that leg stump though. Bashir is bowling over the wicket, and obviously he's an off spinner, and the ball is tending down the leg side. Fernando lets it go, but yeah, it's going to get a little bit closer. And that's the end of the over. It remains 207 for 8. That was another maiden.
Anna Forsyth says Joe Root is one of the worst offenders at touching other people's balls. Okay. That's interesting to know. Mayank, at this rate Sri Lanka should win by an innings, I reckon. Billy is wise, says Jay Grover. Stephen Kelk, what are we listening to? It's brilliant. Was that Dan Norcross doing that? the Richie Benno voice?
I don't know. It might be. It's certainly from those days.
Oh, I've got a feeling
I do like it.
was.
It's very good.
Frank Rockefeller just says 100-watt bulb.
Joe Root starts a new over round the wicket to Ratnayaka, who's very much staying leg side of that delivery as he plays it deliberately and defensively into the offside.
All sorts of light-related comments.
He is doing what you suggested, Billy. He's trying to get it above the eye line, but Ratnayaka has absolutely risen to that challenge, and he's whacked it over long off for one of these.
I believe in miracles since you came to bat. You sixty thing, you sixty thing, you. I believe in miracles since you came out to bat. You sixty thing.
Starting to reach the stage of slightly embarrassing now for England, I think, this.
Full delivery is driven back to him by Ratnayaka.
I think that might be my favourite jingle so far.
What, the hot chocolate one? Well, that's one of the reasons we get dinged on YouTube all the time. That's the problem, you see. You play that, you think, oh, that's really great, and then, dung, there goes your YouTube money.
Forward in defence is Ratnayaka, who's when I'm 64, and defends that into the offside.
What do we think of Jamie Smith's black wicket-keeping gloves?
I like him.
I didn't think much of him when he missed that stumping.
Yeah.
But generally, I think they're quite trendy, yes. I got nothing against it.
Very trendy. Snazzy.
Snazzy.
It's good. I said in the last Test match, or one of the ones against the West Indies, very round arm from Rooty there, turned to the leg side, there's no run. It reminds me of Mike Tyson, used to box in black gloves and black boots.
He did.
And he looked very cool. Jamie Smith not quite as hard as that, I don't think. But, well, who knows? I'm guessing. Ratnayaka facing it as a bouncer from Root. Top edged. He's running down towards the long leg boundary. That was an exciting piece of play. And I think he's going to get a couple of runs here. Wow. Do I remember seeing Shane Warne bowl a bouncer once? I've seen spinners bowl bouncers. It's not very...
I'm sure he must have done.
It's not very
no one's appeared.
Regular though, is it?
No one's appeared, so shall we just steal one more over and to hell with it? They'll come when they decide to. Boo Brown wants to know who's going to win. Who's winning? I'd say it's edging towards even. You'd say
England at the moment.
Yeah. I think this pitch is doing quite a bit. I think 250. If they can ease it up to 250, that would be okay. That would be just below. I think kind of 280 might be par. I think 250 would be alright.
Yeah, we could be in for one of those games. I do like those games of Test cricket where it's 200 odd versus 200 odd.
Brian in Brisbane's going. My 230 plus prediction is looking close.
It is.
Shame I forgot to enter the GPL.
And actually, Dave Brooke backed Sri Lanka to get over 350, which is still a long way away, but it's not impossible now.
No, it's not impossible. New ball would be around before then, of course.
Sure. Here comes Shoaib Bashir starting a new over. And it's wide outside the off stump and full, and just lent on by Fernando. Controlled it nicely, backward of point, and gets a single.
Do you think we're set in for no quicks for the rest of the day, or do you think? I mean, how often does the light really improve?
Oh my
Look
Lord.
at this! You've got people in duvets up on the balcony up there.
That's the hotel. That's I think the Hilton Garden Inn hotel. I've been in one of those rooms. Absolutely fabulous place to watch cricket from. You just literally wander out onto your balcony and start watching the cricket. I love it.
Was there a game on at the time?
Yes, yeah, there was. It was a Middlesex. It was Middlesex collapsing against Lancashire, as I recall.
Marvellous. Oh, well bowled by Shoaib Bashir. It's not quite got the wicket, but Ratnayaka was beaten on the outside edge. He'd come round the wicket and quite wide of the stumps, wide of the crease. I beg your pardon.
It's an absolute jaffer from Bashir. Just drifted in nicely and then held its line.
Perfect. Exactly right. Here comes Shoaib again, straighter this time and full, just defended into the onside by Ratnayaka.
Fred and Bear, I don't know if you're listening out there, but you were due on an over ago, just to let you know. They know, they just can't be asked.
Speared in towards the leg stump, really down leg side by Shoaib Bashir. I think he's much better off with that off stump line, or just outside. Looking for the outside edge, or the one that goes straight on and challenging the stumps and LBW. 2 balls left in this over. Forward again comes Ratnayaka. playing it up towards mid-on, and Bashir does his own fielding. 216 for 8 is the score. One ball left in the 67th over of this innings.
Jano71 says, come on Sri Lanka, make this go 5 days. Bear, you might need to give Billy just the quickest of crash courses on social media reading. I gave him a quick rundown. There we go. That's how quick it was.
Defended again to the onside, and that is the end of this Bashir over. It's 216 for 8. You're getting the Bear, you're getting not Fred, you're getting more Billy.
More Billy on socials.
And Tony and I will take our leave.
We are indeed.
I'll tell you, I'll stay here for a minute and just chat shit until people get into position. Tone's levering himself out. Bear's levering himself in. And I'm being told to fuck off. So I'll fuck off and I'll see you one day soon.
Something like that. Who's you're commentating, aren't you? It's on. Yeah. There you go. That's YouTube, and Twitter's on there as well. Blue Sky's open somewhere as well.
Thank you.
You know how to use an iPad. You're young, so we're all good.
Right, Sri Lanka 216 for 8 off 67 overs. Hello to everybody. Goodbye to the people who can't stand me. Joe Root starting a new over, right arm round the wicket to the right-handed Fernando, who watches this ball travel well down the leg side. Not a wide because we're playing cricket. And Ollie Pope, whose day started very well as England's stand-in captain. He had Sri Lanka at 6 for 3 after a few overs.
Well, what it does say is this wicket's not that hard to bat on, doesn't it, really?
Root in again. And this is a full ball on just outside leg stump, which Fernando blocks to mid-wicket. He's faced 38 balls now. Just the 3 runs. Doing a good job by keeping Ratnayaka company.
And presumably, if Pope doesn't want to go off, but at some point you go, well, fuck this, I'm going to actually
bring Wood on and
go off. Yeah.
As Root's next ball is defended by Fernando. I don't like this rule for the reason you've just outlined.
Exactly.
Which is that in times gone by, what used to happen was the batting side were offered the light, and if they didn't like it, they went off. And it was decided, Root now over the wicket, and full ball Fernando defends. If they didn't want to carry on the batting side, they would say, we're coming off. And it was said, that's not fair because there's 2 teams playing, and one team is deciding whether they're playing or not. And they could take advantage of that when it suited them. At the moment, it's the bowling team who has that right, as Root bowls again and Fernando defends. Because if the bowling team want to come off at this point, they just get Mark Wood to mark out his run, and the umpires say, thank you very much, we're coming off.
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense, really, does it?
I mean, as we discussed on the last stint, it just dilutes the game, really.
If I'd been listening, I would have probably agreed with you.
I mean, Pope would be very unpopular if he decides to come off now.
That's true, but as the last ball is defended. But if England were losing this match, and it was on the last day, and they decided to bring on Wood to go off, they would be within their rights to do so. But that doesn't mean it would be good for the game of cricket. You've just switched from giving the decision to the batting side to giving it to the bowling side, and that's not a good idea.
Well, Mr. P says,
Well,
oh dear, all out for 130. Bear said earlier, this is a good fight back.
It is a good fight back.
It is a good fight back, but I'm not sure that it's a good score.
No, it's not a good score. That was my point earlier as well. I don't think
Again, I wasn't listening. So
it's all right. It's all right, Fred. I don't expect
if that's what you said, you were probably right.
I was, yeah. I think if you decide to bat on the first day and you're going to get out for just short north of 200, that's a bad day when you decide to bat.
But can being 6 for 3 to then getting there give a lot of confidence to the bowlers?
Yeah, it's a shift in momentum, certainly. Bashir is going to continue, of course, because England can only bowl spinners at the moment. This first ball is a little bit shorter. Again, it sort of dies in the wicket as Ratnayaka pushes us to extra cover, no run. Bashir, England's junior spinner. He's the man in possession at the moment. Still a very young international career. He's not played a lot of cricket of any sort, to be honest, as he's in again and bowls again a little bit too short. Doesn't bring Ratnayaka forward. He just pushes it from the crease to mid-off. No run. 216 for 8. Run rate's pretty healthy at over 3, but it's the 8 wickets that are a problem for Sri Lanka as Shoaib Bashir is in again. And this is a flowing drive through the covers. I think he's got enough of this for it to reach the boundary just about.
It's slowing down quickly.
It is slowing down, but it does reach the boundary.
Ah, well. One of these.
We will have some more of your messages shortly. Probably between the overs makes more sense when the spinners are bowling. Go gentle on our new socials reader. Billy joining us for his debut today. We should have a cap ceremony like they do.
Yeah, we should do. We should film it and put it out on Twitch. That's one. What's the other one?
Twitch, TikTok, SnapTok, all these kind of things. Insta, Snap.
Getting Snapchat and TikTok mixed up there.
I have no idea what any of these things are. I still have a CompuServe account. 220 for 8.
What did they do? Yeah,
that was like a closed system. It was like a closed internet. Very weird. Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be over the wicket now from Bashir to the left-handed Ratnayaka with a slipper, leg slip and a short leg. He bowls outside the leg stump and Ratnayaka moves towards the ball and drives it to mid-wicket where the captain Pope is fielding. No run. Bashir has 2 wickets, the first of which was an absolute grubber, which was a short ball which virtually rolled along the ground and pinned somebody. LBW, this is a ball on leg stump which is turned somewhere in the vicinity of Lawrence.
Oh, wow.
Under the helmet at short leg. It did seem to be in the air for a while. It was away to his right. I'd like to see whether how far in front of him that bounced, but they're not showing it again. They're pretty sloppy on the replays today. This is again well outside the leg stump, and again that dies in the pitch and virtually rolls Bashir last. That would have been a good ball to a right-handed batsman, but unfortunately the left-hander was on strike. The end of the over. Let's have some media messages.
Frank Rockefeller says cricket, every wicket has to be earned. We're definitely finding that out today. Jay Grover, definitely Norcross. Thank all your gods. Billy, that you are too young for his LDI admin impression.
We're looking again at that chart. It was actually off the pad, but it was a comfortable height to short leg, and Lawrence dropped what for a short leg catch was a pretty simple one.
I'm not sure it hit the bat though.
No, it didn't.
Not LDI admin, that's Idi Amin.
Oh, Idi Amin. Yeah.
Dan, no wonder I couldn't make any sense.
Exactly. It took me a little while to figure that one out. But, yeah, Dan.
The capital I look like an L.
If we can find, well, I do have some highlights of Dan doing test.
Yeah, but you're saving that until he gets his OBE or something.
Well, exactly. But there's some of the things that were said back in the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
First ball of Root's new over is very full, and Fernando defends. He's looking to defend, and he's defending well. Give him credit. The number 10 of Sri Lanka. Some of his teammates up the order. Having said that, he's had an absolute mow out to deep mid-wicket. There is nobody out there, but having faced 43 balls for 3 runs, has now gone to 7 off his 44th ball because that is just about a boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was pretty safe shot though.
Yeah, no one out there.
He's had a mow at the ball on leg stump, and as you say, with no fielders out there.
Well, Yane71 said, if the light stays like this for the rest of the day, Sri Lanka should cash in here with Root bowling.
Well, they don't have to, as you say. England can come off if they want to. This is a better flighted off break outside the off stump. There is some turn there for Root, and it's a proddy defensive shot. That was thrown up, and there was distinct turn there. There was a time when Old Trafford was easily the best pitch for spinners in England. As this next ball is fuller and defended, it used to turn quite dramatically. It turned some quite mediocre bowlers and made them look like world beaters, a bit like Taunton. 2 slips now and a short leg wait for Root into Fernando. This is short and cut quite sweetly, but he can't beat the cover point fielder. Off the bat he probably thought, oh, this is going to be a boundary, because he hit it sweetly, but couldn't pierce the offside field. 1 ball left of the 70th over.
There's a good point. Why don't they get fucking Dan Lawrence on with the flogger of blender shit?
Oh, yeah. Last ball is full on leg stump, defended back to the bowler. The end of the over. 70 overs gone. 2-2-4 for 8. Billy, take it away.
Well, Ben McCormick says that this pair are taking the game away from England. I mean, I wouldn't go. Yeah, I wouldn't go so far as to say away, but they're definitely they're definitely denting England a bit. And Mr. P says, there it is again, Bears big boundary breath out sigh. I did one too in sympathy.
Yeah, you never have to guess which team Bear's supporting. He makes it quite obvious with his comments, sighs, cheers.
What do you guys think Stokes would be doing differently here, if anything, sitting on the boundary?
He'd probably bowling himself a 20-over spell of short stuff.
Well, if he could,
and knackering himself for the next 4 years.
Well, yeah, would he be tempted to take us off? I don't know.
There's a good chat about Lawrence, actually. Because why not do something different?
Well, exactly. It's got a strange action as well.
It would be negative for England to come off the pitch now as first ball of Bashir's new over is on leg stump and Ratnaika defends.
But again, clearly, I mean, your hands are tied here as well, though. 8 overs, you get a new ball.
It's not like they're being thumped around for 7 and over.
No, but you want the opportunity. You might think that the pitch is quite dead. It's the first day. You don't really want to be bowling 2 spinners. You want to be bowling.
No, you do want to give your seamers a decent rest, though, as this is a lofted drive which goes over the head of long on. Is it got enough to get to the boundary?
No.
I don't think it has. It's going to pull up about 2 yards short. Wokes chases it back, and they come back for 2. 2-2-6 for 8 now.
Well, I guess you'd have got pretty good odds on Ratnaika being top scorer for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, he's done really well. I mean, almost not no pressure coming in for your debut at number 9 with your team down that badly, but it might free him up. It might have freed him up a bit, I guess.
As Bashir comes in and bowls again, and this is just blocked to extra cover, no run. It must be pretty nippy there. We saw pictures of people on their balconies in the hotel rooms wearing duvets.
Yeah,
Manchester can be a bit on the nippy side.
Stadiums can also get pretty cold.
That's true as well, and windy. And
Oh,
this is
now.
lifted off towards mid-on, and it's taken above his head by Wokes. Ratnaika has holed out. The 9th wicket has fallen. Sri Lanka are 226 for 9.
They've done it. Now, see, the interesting thing is also going to be, after we've had a little jingle for a wicket,
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
England having done this, right, get them out.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka come out and can't
can't
open
look-
with fast bowlers.
Yeah, but
which they will do, and then they'll go off. And
Well,
say
no, but Sri Lanka might want to bowl at England in the dark with spinners.
I don't think they will on day one.
Anyway, again, it gives too much in the hands of the bowling team to decide what's going on, and I don't think that's a good decision, really. Anyway, Milan Ratnaika has done particularly well. He's gone for, did it say 72? It's just gone off the
72.
screen. He's getting pats on the back from his teammates, and well deserved as well, because what was he when he came in? He was number...
He was number 9.
Number 9, yeah.
Number 9. So when the 7th wicket fell, Sri Lanka were 113 for 7.
Yes, yeah.
So they've doubled the score to 226.
Those two just got over a 50 partnership, I
Yeah.
think, before he got out.
Terrific. What are people saying?
People are saying, well, Yano71 says something that we've mentioned throughout the day, which that it's typical slow outfield in Manchester. It has certainly been pretty slow. And Ben McCormick says, reverse mockers coming to the rescue again. Few needed that.
Yes, I did indeed.
Right, we're seeing some odd CGI adverts which don't look like
mean,
anything
but-
relating to human beings at all.
It's got Keanu Reeves in, so it's obviously a mock-up of anything he's been in vaguely.
I wonder if Pope would have taken them off. I mean, nothing was really happening, but it is frustrating. I don't think he would have.
I don't
but
think he would have,
it's-
because it just doesn't look good. And there's no reason for that. As I say, if they were going at 7 and over, then the spinners, then perhaps you'd think about it. But they weren't. They were going at 3 and over. So
Well, they're bowling at the tail, but
yeah. You need a good. I know cricketers historically, in all countries, in all generations, much prefer it when they're off the field and they're not actually playing. But this would be a step too far, I think. Anyway, we're seeing some football adverts because the football season has started, even though it's very early in August.
I managed to get joint top for my Fantasy Premier League in week 1, which is good. Last year was an absolute disaster.
Yeah, well, and as we all know, the teams that are top of week 1 always stay there for the rest of the season. Is that
No,
true?
but it's good to get a good start. Last year, I think I had Darwin Núñez in my side and picked this side, and about 4 players didn't play, and Darwin Núñez got himself sent off on day 1, and I ended up with about 9 points or something.
You're listening to Fantasy Football Chat on. Oh, I don't know who's the number 11. It's Asita Fernando, and he's such a good batsman that his average is 3, and B, his bat has no sponsors logos on whatsoever. Nobody wants to be associated with him. Do we have a jingle for him?
Yeah, we do. Maybe we can pay him £100. I've got a Guerilla cricket bat.
And everybody's in cricket. It doesn't matter who you are.
First ball goes past the outside edge. Get your people to speak to his people and see what we can arrange. It was a decent catch by Wokes. For once, it didn't go to Duckett. There's a lot of room over Duckett's head. There's a bit less over Wokes's. This next ball from Bashir is defended by the number 11 batsman. The end of the over, successful one for England to Sri Lanka, 226 for 9.
Nothing on social since last. I always think
have
it's
you got
slightly,
Twitter as well?
I can. Let me have a look at Twitter. I always think it's slightly dangerous when a batsman comes in without stickers. You never quite know what to think. I always think they're going to smack it around.
Bear always says the same thing. We've got stickers. Let's
send them some.
Let's
why aren't we trying to get to Bairstow's people at one point, because he didn't have any stickers.
No, I don't think we decided we don't want Bairstow because we wouldn't get any value for advertising. He's not out there very long. What are we looking at? The fall of wickets. They were 6 for 3, 40 for 4, 72 for 5, 92 for 6, 113 for 7. And as I say, 113 for 7 to 226 for 9 is definitely a recovery. You've doubled the score after 7 wickets down. That's pretty good going. But let's see. As you say, it's going to be interesting, Bear, because if England do get this last wicket, what's going to happen when they come out to bat?
Indeed.
Anyway, Joe Root is continuing, and he's bowling to now the senior partner. All of a sudden, it's Fernando. What's his first name? Vishwa?
Vishwa. Yeah, Vishwa and Asitha are at the crease.
And Root will be bowling right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Fernando. He goes back into his crease and just drops this into the silly point region. Keeper Smith comes round to field.
Now he's got to do something because he got 7 of 49. He was just letting.
Yeah, he did have a mo in the last over. Presumably they've put somebody out as though to give him a single, because all of a sudden he's now the senior man. He's tried to chip this straight and he has got it pretty straight. It's going to plug, so it may only be a single as Duckett comes from mid on to mid off to field that. Duckett, another one wearing sunglasses on his cap for making no sense whatsoever.
Frank Rockefeller, thank you very much for the $20.
Oh, fantastic.
Super chat. Hold on, we've got a jingle. I can't remember where it is though. There it is.
Use your bribe, super chat.
He says, I always give good reviews, umpire calls mostly.
Terrific. Thank you very much for that. That's a full ball, which Fernando... Oh, okay, they're both Fernandos. I see what you're saying here. So Asita, or we call the number 10 and number 11, defends back to Root. He's getting through his overs quite quickly. I don't know whether England are behind the over rate or not, or whether that matters anymore. Next ball's on leg stump and defended to short leg. We've not got a load of men around the back. We've just got a slip and a short leg who's pretty close. He's not going to want to see the sweep coming out, and the sweep does come out, and he under edges this possibly into his bollocks. Where did that go?
I think it went into his back leg.
Right, okay.
And then went nowhere after
he's
that.
Not a big man, it's fair to say, Asita Fernando, and he's not what you'd necessarily call the prime body shape of an international sportsman. As Root bowls again, he defends. He's sort of short and stocky, isn't he?
On the subject of slow over rate, England have been, well, you'd imagine they're not behind with the amount of spin that's been bowled this innings so far, but in the Test Championship we've been docked a lot of points.
Oh, huge amounts, mostly against Australia, where they seem to completely ignore the fact that there were any over rate regulations, and I mean, stupid really. If you're in a competition, why give away points?
Is it a sign of how little they care about the Test Championship, or do you think
they shouldn't? They've entered it. If they want to, they can say we want no part of it. But you're in a competition. Why would you ignore the regulations?
Do you like it as a concept?
I think it has it has the basis of a good competition. I think me and Bear have discussed this previously. I'll say after this ball.
You want to hear my version of
Bashir
it?
starts a new over and this is push to point. Yeah, we would like to see semi-finals and finals. Possibly 3-match tournaments.
Yes, I think, and I've said this many times, forgive me listeners if I'm boring the shit out of you, because I've been mentioning this since about 2015 when it was first mooted.
Bashir bowls the ball's a big turner. It's a little bit shorter. Vishal goes back to cut and the ball follows him. He does get a bat on it, but there was some distinctly encouraging turn there for the Sri Lankan spinners.
I think every 4 years, like the World Cup of that's a terrible ball.
Down the leg side and it's swept.
I don't think he got anything on it. I think it's buys,
may have been buys, but it's found its way to the boundary, and it is indeed 4 buys. 2 jingles.
Rubbish. I don't think we have a jingle for buys. Maybe.
Yes, we do. The ball went through the keeper.
Oh, yeah.
The Blue Oyster Cult. Thank you.
Somehow we let it through, straight through the keeper, went through the keeper.
That goes on for 20 minutes.
Yeah,
so we should leave that running.
Yeah, no. Our version, or my version particularly, of the World
Test
Cup,
Championship.
World Test Championship would happen once every 4 years.
As this is a short ball, and Visha goes back and defends the midway kick. Carry on.
It would be like a carnival of cricket. You would have
Carnival.
You have a whole month of
test matches. Everybody there on Trinidad.
Top 8 teams in the world go to one country. You have 1 month. They have the quarterfinals. Second month you have the semi-final, and then the last month you have the final, which would all be 2 or 3 match test.
Pushed off to mid-off. I thought, just 4 teams, semi-finals, 3 test matches each, semi-finals, and 3 test matches for the final. It could be over in 7 weeks, 4 teams.
I don't think you could play that many back-to-back tests. I think
of course you would. This is nudged down past the slip towards short third man. Root chases it back, but not before they've come back for 2 runs to Visha. That's the end of the 73rd over, 232 for 9. Billy.
So you're basically saying it would be a Test match World Cup? Is pretty much the gist.
I'm doing it for just the top 4 teams. Bears wants to be a bit more expansive.
Yeah, I think if you can do it in 3 months, right? A whole summer of international Test match cricket between the top 8 teams in the world.
And bear in mind that it needn't necessarily go to a 3rd game. My semi-finals.
Yeah, well, of course. If it's 2-0, then you don't have to play the 3rd test.
Jeremy Henderson has a very helpful bit of information for us. Milan Rathnayaka now has the highest individual score by number 9 on debut.
Cheers, Messi. That's Messi, cheers, by the way. Jeremy Henderson. Usually weather forecast from him, but occasionally a tidbit on the stats front. Root starts a new over, and Visha leans forward and defends Dan Lawrence, who's not had a great day at short leg, even though I don't think he's technically dropped any, but he doesn't look all that comfortable there. Visha Fernando is facing his 58th delivery, and this is a round arm swinger from Root. It's just hit him outside the leg stump. If it would have been a little bit straighter, I think it would have been a very loud LBW shout. That is a clever ball, really. If you get that just a bit straighter, you're going to pick up LBWs. Let's see what Root does again. This is a genuine off break, and Fernando goes back and defends.
It's not really a spinner's wicket, let's be honest. The old ones misbehave. But it's pretty flat, and there's not a lot of turn.
I think it's turned quite a bit for day one. You only need half a bat's turn for it to get an edge, don't you?
Yeah, I know, but it's not particularly quick.
Root bowls again, and this is slapped between the stumps and the mid-on fielder, and down to the boundary for 4.
Well,
ungainly but effective.
I think. I think if top order batsmen were playing a lot of this spin, if England were facing this, I think there'd be plenty of runs.
I think they probably would, especially the way England play, not allowing opposition spin bowlers to settle. As Root bowls again a little bit more of a round arm ball, which is defended by Visha Fernando, who now has 13, which is good going.
On your point of Dan Lawrence at short leg looking uncomfortable, I mean, personally, I just think he's too tall.
I suppose that's true. There's a possible run-out chance as I think he has gone. Visha came down looking for a single off the last ball of the over. It was played straight to short mid-wicket. Got the ball back into Smith a little bit high. I'm pretty sure he's broken the stumps with
well, I thought he missed him
Fernando
for a bit, but clearly
short.
he thinks he has. And if he has, it's out.
I don't even know why that was sent upstairs personally, because it looks like it's out by a huge distance, or what Ian Smith would call the barest of margins. He's just played it straight to mid-wicket and run, and there was never a run there. Who picked that up? That was Pope.
Ollie Pope.
And he's gone by a yard and a half. Yeah. And we are going to see whether England are going to have to face the Sri Lankan seam bowlers, because the last Sri Lankan wicket has fallen. They are all out for 236 of 74 overs exactly, and the last wicket was a run-out. We're going to play a jingle for it, or we're not going to bother?
Yeah, I can play a jingle for it, just because you asked for it.
There's a run-out. There's a run-out jingle.
There is actually. I'll find it though.
Run, rabbit, run.
There's another run-out jingle.
You dug a hole too deep, I won.
I mean,
leave because you're done.
Perco 2-minute jingle.
Yeah, no, it's only 20 odd
Look around while walking off the ground.
Well, there was never a single there.
For a single and my stump shattered. Do don't run, 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 do don't run.
There's another one. There's an Arlott one.
Oh, there is an Arlott one as
Let's
well.
play the fourth run-out jingle.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
That was Boycott running out Derek Randall on his home ground in 1977. Boycott never wanted to sacrifice his own wicket, it's fair to say.
It was on 99, wasn't it, or something?
We're going to have a change, because between the innings, Tony is hovering, looking menacing. I would like to thank Billy for on his debut, who's done a terrific job. An assured debut, yes.
A very assured debut.
An assured debut.
Welcome
Never
back.
missing
You're
a
coming
cliche.
back tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm back tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Lovely.
Really enjoyed it.
Excellent.
Excellent news. Who's going where? What's going on? With on-air production notes. I think I'm staying here, aren't I? Excellent. So thank you, Billy. Thank you, Bear. We're going to see if there's any more cricket today, because there's a possibility that there may not be any. But I've been advised to keep talking. It's not happened very often in my life, and I'm quite happy to comply. Let's talk you through the fall of wickets. Sri Lanka won the toss and opted to bat. The first wicket to fall was Dimuth Karunaratne, who was caught behind off Smith. Short ball from Atkinson. He tried to pull it. He got a top edge through to the keeper. The second wicket was Nishan Madushka, who was caught at first slip by Joe Root off Chris Wokes, a genuine outswinger. Then immediately followed by Angelo Matthews, who padded up to a straight one. From Chris Wokes. Not only did he make the mistake of padding up to a straight one, he then wasted a review on what was a plum LBW. The fourth wicket to fall was Kusal Mendis with the score on 40. How did he get out? He was caught by Brook off wood for 24. Fifth man to go,
Shoulder of the bat.
Dinesh Chandimal. Sorry.
Shoulder of the bat as a real rising quick ball, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yes, Dinesh Chandimal, who was definitely very unlucky. A short ball from Bashir virtually rolled along the ground and trapped him in front. And that was 5 for 72. The sixth wicket to fall was Kamindu Mendis, who had just hit a nice four off Chris Wokes, who then changed the angle of attack, came round the wicket and got him to nibble at one behind. Smith took it comfortably. Who was out next? Prabhath Jayasuriya was the seventh wicket to fall. He was caught behind off Atkinson after taking a bit of a barrage and having been given out, caught and then reprieved off a no ball, was out 2 balls later. We then saw a terrific partnership between Milan Rathnayaka and Dhananjaya De Silva until the 8th wicket fell. De Silva, who was caught by Lawrence of Bashir. It was a good off break, and he just tickled it round the corner. It was taken at leg slip. Good catch by Lawrence. He looked more assured at leg slip than he did perhaps at short leg. Then Ratnayaka, who number 9, he scored 72. Terrific innings. But he had a whack at Bashir, was caught over his head by Wokes. And the last wicket to fall, Vishwa Fernando taking a single that wasn't there. Asita Fernando, quite rightly, said, no, there isn't one there, get back. He tried to get back, had absolutely no chance, as Pope sent it into Smith. So, Sri Lanka, having, as I say, won the toss and opted to bat, are all out for 236 off 74 overs. I think we can all agree, can we not, Tony, that that is a below par score?
Well, yes, and then again, no. Yes,
you can't ask for any clearer
unequivocally
verdict than that.
No, I mean, having had them at 6 for 3, add to that fact, again, you let a guy in his first test who's predominantly a bowler get 70 odd. I think England lost their way. I think they got a little bit flummoxed by not being able to bring in their main strike weapon in Mark Wood when they wanted him to.
That's true.
I think they might be a little concerned about Matthew Potts, who really didn't look up to test bowling quality. I don't think he dragged it back a little bit, but he didn't bowl well. I don't think at all. But if you'd have said at the start of play you're going to have him for 230 odd, I think you'd have gone, all right, we'll have that. Especially as, remember, they had elected to bat.
Yes, Grubby has made his way in from the green room.
Grubby's been
after
backing a horse
presumably
in Brighton.
Judging by the noises coming from there,
it was a horse. Yes.
Was a horse race. And
did you win? And was
judging by the smug look on his face, I think probably no, he hasn't won a horse race. Has he?
No, Dave had the winner.
Yeah,
fair play.
So it wasn't hidden. What's his name? Didn't come in. The one you were.
Fair play, says Grubby through gritted teeth.
Yes.
No,
indeed.
all good. All good. I'm really happy for him.
Grubby, you're on social, I think, in this little
ace
trio-et.
Even better. Everyone's a winner.
Everyone except you on this occasion, except in
and
Brighton.
many others.
Indeed. Well, now the other thing I think which is kind of interesting at this particular moment is how would you be feeling if you're Dan Lawrence?
I'm feeling pretty good actually.
Seriously?
He's in the test team. Yeah, he's loving it.
You're not going to be remotely concerned that it's dark.
You've got to play. He wants to play. He's been given the opportunity because Crawley's had an injury, and I bet he just can't wait to get out there.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what professional players like to do.
He's already thinking, as soon as Zach's fit again, I'm out the team.
Here we go.
So make
Nothing
it
to lose.
difficult for them.
The other thing then is, which I think is interesting, if England can't bowl Mark Wood or Potts or any of their seamers, presumably Sri Lanka are going to open completely with their spinners.
If
We're
they want
already
to.
seeing. Well, the only option is they don't open at all.
Yeah,
And
they may decide actually we don't want to come out anymore today.
But that's
it's
not
probably
their, that's not their decision. That's not
It
their
is
decision.
because if they put on a fast bowler, then they will be told he can't bowl, and that's it.
Oh, right,
coming
so
off.
they have to engineer
so
it.
It is de facto their decision.
Okay,
This is
I'm
de
with
facto
you.
the bowling team's decision. This actually happened in a test match a few years ago in Pakistan, which was very close at the end of the 5th day, and there was all sorts of permutations. It could have been a draw, there could have been a tie, either team could have won it. And again, it was a situation where the light was bad and the umpires had informed, I don't know who gives them the right to inform, that the fast bowlers wouldn't be allowed. So the bowling team had the absolute whip hand in this situation.
Well, if I was them, given that they've seen what Bashir's been able to do with the ball and he's got them to shoot through, he's got some movement. Remember, we're day 1, we're not day 4 or 5. I think with their gun spinner and decent spin support, they'll bite your hand off for the opportunity.
Well, I think they will.
Particularly a new man who's not opened before, who's suddenly though going to find himself facing spin with a new ball.
Yeah.
In not particularly, there's a whole
and if it goes
interesting
against them at any
equations all
point,
over the place.
they can knock it on the head straight away.
Just bring the fast bowler on.
Yeah.
Gaffers or rifle go. Nah.
Or they could play with Lawrence's head, or Duckett's as
That's
well.
not allowed.
I was about to say that's a bit harsh.
Well, yeah, quite difficult to grip. But I'm saying, you can sort of measure up the seam bowler, and you can do all kinds of things, which I think the way that the bad light laws have developed, they identified a problem. It was all in the hands of the batting team, and the way it's worked now, it was supposed to be just in the hands of the umpire. But because the umpires now have given themselves the right to say, fast bowlers no, spin bowlers yes, it's now all, as I say, in the hands of the bowling team. and you haven't actually addressed the issue, which is it should be the umpire's decision, yes or no. And if they say yes, then anybody can bowl.
But
if they say no, then nobody can bowl.
But it is more the umpire's decision than it used to be now, isn't it?
It is, but it's de facto, as I'm saying, the bowling team's decision.
Yeah,
because
they
even
can make
I
that
get what you're saying. Yeah.
Well,
they have a veto. That's what I'm saying.
Australia? What am I saying? We're thinking about Australia. England are
Australia.
obsessed with
New
Australia.
Zealand.
Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka are in their huddle. They will, we think, open with their spinners because they'll want to tilt at England tonight. England's 2 openers, one of whom is new to his task. Only had 1 innings for Surrey this season, 2nd innings in the game against, was it Somerset? I think it was Somerset at the Oval. He did make a few runs then, but it's not quite the same height differential between Lawrence and Duckett. You haven't really got sort of the absolute long and short, have you? But there is still one.
We should have got Robert Pershing Wardlow in.
The tallest man, what was he, 7'4"?
8'11.1".
He also died sadly when he was about 31 or something, didn't he?
Unsurprisingly,
23.
Anyway, 23 was he?
Yeah. He had some sort of growing disease.
Ooh, yeah.
Well, there is a limit.
Shocking. Either way, Sri Lanka are heading out. We are going to see spin from the off, and it is going to be very, very interesting to see how England go, particularly this man.
What time is it? Dan time, Dan time. Yo, 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 yo. I'm Dan Lawrence, new to the scene. I can open up the bat and I'll come down to 3. Those pace bowlers don't want it with me, cause our bat is our bat for a century.
And he's going to open with this man, of course.
Going places. He's looking good now. He's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And
takes care of himself.
Taking on the captain's mantle, we're starting with Crikey Moses. Anything to stop Fred singing. Here's Dhananjaya, who's going to open the bowling for Sri Lanka.
They need some more runs. Who could score some tons? De Silva maybe.
Teams from Asia are quite used to their spinners opening the bowl.
Well, that is
with
very
a new
true.
ball.
That is very true. Not necessarily under floodlights and grey Manchester skies.
No, but even England spinners in Asia have done the same.
Well, De Silva skips in, he's around the wicket. It's defended by the Duckster. Back to him, and there is no run.
He's not going to leave many.
Well, he doesn't. What was some crazy percent? About 3% of all his test balls received. I don't know if that percentage has changed, but it was extraordinarily low for an opener. Ben Duckett, of course, there is a forward short leg and a slip. He's onto his back foot. He defends straight out towards short extra, and again there is no run. He possibly, you're pointing at something on the wall.
Yeah, you were telling other people to talk about it.
Oh, Patreon, I will. Not during a spinner's over though, but I will try and get.
That would be ludicrous.
That would be. It wouldn't give me a lot of time. We shall see how we go. 2 dot balls thus far. Ben Duckett is doing a spot of gardening.
The bloke's going out to deep square leg, sort of about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. For the
Dhananjaya De Silva from the Anderson end. That is launched by the Duckster up and over extra cover. I think it's going to beat the man out there. I think it took about 40 minutes, or possibly an hour even, for Sri Lanka to get their first boundary. England have their first boundary off the 3rd ball as the Duckster is on the attack.
Kids can't listen and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Classic opening batting, isn't it?
Lofting a spinner over wide long off.
Yeah, inside out over extra
Exactly,
cover.
onto
Yeah.
the back foot goes Duckett, fences this to short extra. On this occasion there is no run,
Duckett
so England are
fenced
off
this.
and running.
I wonder how much he got for it.
For what?
Duckett fencing things.
Dhananjaya in, tickled away towards leg by Duckett. They take a sharp single, and it means we're going to see Dan Lawrence for the first time as an England opener.
That's like one of those ads you used to get at your local cinema. Duckett fencing.
Duckett.
233 Alexander Road. Left out of the cinema.
It's normally the local Indian restaurant, isn't it? The local ones. Always a joy. You just don't see so many of those anymore, which I think is a real shame. Right.
Don't go to the cinema
Dan Lawrence. There'll be butterflies and nerves for him, you can rest assured. And he really defends out of slightly hard hands, but he pushes it, and he is off and running. In his opening career, he's pushed that to long on, got himself a single, will keep the strike. And after Dhananjaya's first over, England are 6 without loss, trailing by 230.
It's Dhananjaya bowling to Dan and Ben.
Wow.
There you are.
Have we had Steve Bruce on frequently today?
I haven't heard it. No.
No?
No, not yet. I did see he said something quite wise and interesting, so
Yeah.
fire away.
Well, he's almost emotional seeing all the new bears being blooded. Jay Grover says, "Cheers, Billy," which is something he probably just says randomly. George McPherson, Anderson would have done the job in quick time. I love the way, I'm as big a fan of Jimmy Anderson as anyone, but this kind of mourning of his...
Take a wicket every over.
Of his test career, it seems a bit de trop to me.
Well, we're going to have Prabhath, not surprisingly, the 32-year-old slow left armour, Prabhath Jayasuriya.
I thought that was his middle name. Prabhath, not surprisingly.
Well, he's I think, only Nathan Lyon and somebody else, I'll have to have a look in a minute for you, has got more wickets than him since 2022. That's defended tidily by Lawrence.
I'm not sure if
he doesn't have a jingle, unfortunately.
He doesn't have much of a run-up either.
On the case. No, he doesn't.
He just sort of takes a couple. He's almost sort of Raheem Cornwall-esque in his lack of run-up.
He is indeed. He's
just a couple of steps of walking.
Around the wicket to the right-handed Lawrence, and who works him away down towards square leg. They will take a single. The score will move on to 7.
Yeah, that's a bit of a gift ball. Just get a full ball on leg stump.
Well, Lawrence won't mind how many of those he gets.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
Prabhath Jayasuriya Walker.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah. Okay. Only 2 spinners, Nathan Lyon and R. Ashwin, have taken more wickets than him since his debut in 2022.
Thank you, Tony.
But if you of course look at his home figures and away figures, they will be quite different, which I will tell you in a minute. This one is defended by Duckett straight back to Prabhath.
I think you'll find
Jayasuriya. What you'll see, if you did look at that, is he's taken 63 wickets at 25 at home, 24 at home, I beg your pardon, and he's taken 8 wickets at 57 away, which is quite a discrepancy. This one pushed into the offside, beg your pardon, by Duckett. They choose not to run, 7 without loss.
And that's why he's opening the bowling here.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he is their gun spinner. He does have 9 right-handers to aim at during the course of the 10 right-handers to aim at. That one's an ungainly, funny little slap shot from Duckett. Wouldn't really call it an on-drive. It was an on-slap. But it does go to mid-on, and he gets a single. Bring Lawrence back onto strike. But yeah, when you take Stokes out the game for England, that's 1 left-hander down. If you're a left-arm bowler, you'd be happier with a team of right-handers, wouldn't you?
Well, traditionally you expect to turn it away from the right-handers.
It's going to be in past Chris Gaffney. Lawrence comes forward, flicks him nicely. They're going to have to hurry. The throw came in, hands go on head, and I think there's going to be buzzers here. It was
4 of them, though.
4 of them, not 4 of them. No. Don't think so. They just jogged back for their second run. So 1 became 2 when it probably shouldn't have done.
Yeah, he didn't run his bat in.
No,
he would have been out with a direct hit.
10 without loss anyway after 2.
Should have got the dive in.
6 for Duckett.
No, you get the dive out, Fred.
It's one of those.
You have to get the dive out. He would have been out by a yard.
Oh yeah, he was absolutely gone. Looked a languid sort of stole back by Lawrence. Grubby.
Lawrence.
Anyway, over to you.
Yeah. What have we got here? We've got Jay Grover. Not all of us live our lives in perpetual fear, Bishop? I mean, I do, but I'm not an international sportsman.
What am I in perpetual? Oh, we're talking about whether Lawrence would be concerned. He hasn't given the look of any concerned man, I'll give you that.
And Ravi Natarajan says, love the commentary by the Three Stooges.
Weren't they an old music hall act?
Seems about right.
Curly, Larry and Moe.
Curly, Moe and Larry, yeah. They were the Three Stooges, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Well remembered, Fred. Duckett is going to face. He's going to face Janandai De Silva. He's going to sweep too. Sweep beautifully. Oh, that ball bobbles on it. It's way down to backward square, but it's gone all the way for 4 more. The Duckster is not in a mood to hang about. Bad light, having to face spinners first up. Doesn't matter to the
It's a
Duckster.
little bit top edgy.
He doesn't care, does he?
Well, there's nobody there. I mean, if you hit it into a gap, to be fair, it doesn't really matter if you top edge it.
Played it nicely enough. What else can we tell you about Prabhat Jayasuriya, other than there's always an interesting first name to give you? We'll wait for De Silva, who has a leg slip and a slip, and that
well bowled.
Was a fantastic piece of bowling. That was the classic one, the wrong one, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was a classic off break. What am I saying? But it beat Ben Duckett, who does the sharp intake of breath, sucks in his cheeks, and he knows that one had him hook, line and sinker. You can't add that one to your leave figures, Ben.
How old do you think he is, Jayasuriya?
Jayasuriya is early 30s.
He's 32.
Early
nearly 39. Sorry. Very nearly 33.
Weird.
That was it's defended back to him. Billy's off to get his train.
Cheers.
So he'll be puffing Billy. And this is a real Ivlon Air production. Look at the I'll send the rotor out before I go home.
Oh.
That's flicked up in the air. Another top edge sweep from Ben Duckett. He's going to get away with it. 2 men are off in pursuit. One of them will catch it. He absolutely does. They should have come back for 3. Did they leave it at 2? Yes. No, they did come back for 3.
His full name is Neketh Guerilla Roshan Prabhat Jayasuriya.
That's the fella.
Easy for me to say. You want to know all the teams he's played for? No, it can't be.
No, really, no.
No, we're all right. Well, yes, we've got some of those. The Gaul Marbles, Colts.
The Gaul Marvels.
I thought you said Marbles.
Not
That'd be a great name for a team, wouldn't it?
Yes,
Go on, the Marbles.
If you've lost your marbles, yeah.
There is no team sadly called the Gaul Bladders. Although perhaps there should be. We were fascinated by who Be Love Candy were. But they were the franchise before the Candy Falcons, apparently. As this one is defended by Lawrence out into the offside. There is no run on this occasion.
Is that a song by Bow Wow Wow, I Love Candy?
It was.
I love candy.
I think it was a cover, but...
it was.
Yeah. It's a 1950s sort of bubblegum hit. Well, candy, bubblegum.
As that one's pushed away towards backward square, they take another single.
Bow Wow Wow had that same sort of drumming thing that Adam and the Ants had.
Yeah.
That was the Malcolm McLaren bit.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to go too far into the whole Bow Wow Wow story.
No, probably not. But musically, there's a linkage for you.
Was that before he started dispensing diet advice?
Who, McLaren?
No, Adam Ant.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, I want candy wouldn't be great diet advice.
No, but don't you ever was definitely.
Don't you ever?
Yeah. The B-side was Swallow It Whole.
Tony, ridicule is nothing to be scared of.
Just as well, really. Just as well. Still pretty full, Old Trafford. I mean, you can see gaps in the seating now. It's been a cold day. It's been an overcast day, bar the first hour and a half probably when
which suckered them into batting.
Suckered them into.
Yeah.
Well, no, as we've said, Fred, before you arrived. What are you saying there?
I don't know. What
Jayasuriya is going to... I will tell you in a minute. We'll wait for Jayasuriya to bowl to Lawrence first, and then I will tell you. Defended off the back foot by Lawrence, back to Jayasuriya. No team that has chosen to bowl when winning the toss in a test match at Old Trafford has ever won.
What?
No team that has chosen to bowl instead of bat, that's defended again, down towards long on.
This sounds ludicrous.
No team that has won the toss.
Put the opposition in has won.
had put the opposition in has ever won a Test match at Old Trafford by doing it.
Thank you.
Again, this one is flicked wristily
Find that hard to
by
believe, but-
Lawrence.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to hear you say it again.
Could you just clarify that,
Jesus.
please, Dad?
Right, I'm going to have to back this up for you in a minute, which I think I might be able to do. That defended again very solidly indeed by Lawrence.
No team.
Right, no team has ever been victorious at Old Trafford.
Having won the toss
and elected
at Old Trafford after winning the toss and choosing to bowl. Although,
how can there be an although?
well, you didn't let me finish, as this one again is defended to mid-wicket. Although that might have been a slightly different stat had the last Test match played here, which of course was against Australia in the Ashes, played out, and England had gone on to win. Then that statistic would have been rendered redundant. Oh, that's beautifully flicked by Lawrence. He does like using his wrists. He does like flicking into the onside. He did both of those things splendidly there through the mid-wicket. He's got 4. I don't know why that's funny.
So just to confirm, no team.
Where I live is the address I give.
having won the toss.
And elected to bowl has won the game. Although
in a Test match at Old Trafford.
And a game finished differently, then that would not have been correct.
Well, the umpires are conferring, probably going, can't you just shut that bloke up who's commentating on Guerilla Cricket? It's gaffers, of course. Now, I think this might be Good Night Vienna.
Curtains.
Or more likely Good Night Salford or Good Night Old Trafford, because... Stretford, yeah. Well, Ben Duckett and Dan Lawrence, unscathed, are wandering off with a score at 22 for no wicket. England trail by 214. If that is to be the end of the day, and I strongly suspect it might be, we've seen little evidence that the sun is going to suddenly burst through at a very overcast Manchester. As they say, if you can see the Pennines from Old Trafford, it's about to rain. If you can't see the Pennines at Old Trafford, it's already raining.
Lovely.
And one suspects
They say it
that
the other way
this is it
round
for the
because
day.
that's funnier.
Do
if
they?
you can't see the Pennines, whatever. Anyway,
right,
but
thank you for
no
that.
team has ever put the opposition in Old Trafford and won a game.
This is absolutely
Are
true.
you sure?
I am very sure.
Wow, that's quite an amazing statistic, I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Have you got it from a more reliable source than the BBC? Who?
Well, we don't.
Can we talk about single wicket gate?
Single wicket
Single
gate.
single innings gate.
First, before you do, because I think we should, because it's a sad indictment on the quality of modern journalistic content. However, gaffers and Paul Rifle are stood out for all the world like two neighbours chatting over a garden fence. One's going, well, I went fishing last weekend. The other one's going, I'm thinking about putting a couple of extra gnomes in my garden. And I suspect they're going, well, we're done for the day, aren't we? But we need to stand out here and just make it look like there might be half a chance. Don't you think, Grubbs?
There ain't though, is there?
I don't think there is.
It looks very, very dark as previously advertised.
Very dark. It is very dark.
Yeah,
very dark.
But
236.
England's day, you got to say.
Well, yeah. So far, 236, and we think so far is as far as it's likely to go. 236, of course, Sri Lanka. England robbed of the opportunity to use Mark Wood to clean up the tail, because a lot of that, probably the last 50 runs of that, were made while they had to play their spinners. Fred will give you the exact number of runs that were played under that circumstance. So we saw a bit of Joe Root accompanying Bashir. They couldn't play any pace. England with their makeshift opener, who's looked very solid, untroubled. Ben Duckett, likewise, although he did loft one boundary with a bit of a top edge sweep, but there was no one there to catch it, are on 22 without loss. And
single wicket gate.
Single wicket gate. You'll
Single
just
innings.
talk about that, right?
Single
so
innings gate.
I've even got. Shall I find it? I can find it.
Just while you're doing that, I'll just read out a couple of messages we've had in. I don't know when this was, a good few minutes ago, but Jay Grover, I don't know what we said, but he said, second spat beer of the day. Cheers, Grubby. I don't know what I said to make him spat his beer, but there we are. And Darat Azizi says, I loved watching Thorpe play against spin. What a player. Well, I think we can all echo that.
Right, so In 2027, it will be 150 years since the first ever Test match, which of course was in 1877 at the MCG.
Although,
so that's going to be. So it will be at the MCG, a commemorative match for 150 years, effectively, of Test cricket. Now, the BBC had an article to mention that Australia planned to celebrate 150th anniversary of the first ever Test match by playing England at the same venue in March 2027. So far, so good. The MCG played host to a single innings match from the 15th to the 19th of March 1877, with Australia winning by 45 runs before England won the second match at the same venue. If you look at the scorecard for that game, which anybody could do, Fred,
Yep.
it's a 2 innings game.
Yep.
Obviously, a lot of runs in the first innings. Famously, Mr. Bannerman, who then had to retire hurt, didn't he, for whatever he made. 67% of all the runs made. Legend, a record that stood to this day.
Although,
you can clearly see, there's no although, you can clearly see that it was a 4 innings game with the full scorecard for the 2 innings.
Yep.
Now, when we then, of course, sent a very polite tweet to the BBC and the author of that article, going,
saying you fucking muppets.
No, it was very polite. It was very polite.
The first one was.
We got no response. Subsequent research done by our news hounds,
researchers,
our bank and body
well,
of
not just the subsequent
fine
research,
boys
also
and girls.
that research. Yeah.
But we found that multiple websites, including the august organisations such as Reuters, were carrying the same nonsense.
Yes, I think it may have come from an original press release from the Australian
from
Cricket Board.
Australia. Well, someone needs to put their hands up and admit.
Oh, you think you've sourced it?
No, I haven't. But the fact that Reuters, a lot of people take Reuters stuff. But the fact that Reuters and the BBC have both made the same mistake, I'm wondering whether
the same mistake with the identical wording, Fred.
Almost, because Reuters called it a timeless game, which of course it was, but as all cricket was at the time. But it certainly wasn't a 1 innings game. This is, as has been pointed out, not very difficult to find out whether that's true or not.
Arrant nonsense.
Well, it highlights. I mean, we are going to sound like grumpy old men here. It highlights 2 things.
I can confirm, Fred, for your
Jesus,
edification,
the voice of God.
The Cricket Australia release did not say that.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, well, there we go.
Thank you very much.
Or did they change it?
Antipodean news hound. So whoever's invented this, that the first Test match was a single innings game, is a fucking muppet.
Well
and
done.
A terrible journalist.
Well done. You've disseminated this across the world.
Well, yeah. It says to me a couple of things. One is you should never have got a basic fact that possibly arguably the most historic Test match ever played, because you can only have the first of anything, and it's famous for so many different reasons. And if you love, care, or have an interest in cricket, almost anyone would know about 1877 and that match. So to get that basic fact wrong is somewhat disrespectful of the sport. For the BBC sports department, who you really would think would get things right, even if they received it from someone else, why didn't they check the facts? Why did they just repeat it?
Bally C.
Bloody
It's
awful.
because of the unique way they're funded that they can't be asked to correct their mistakes.
And then the other point is it feels in the current climate, and maybe this is just my interpretation of it, somewhat disrespectful to Test cricket not to know that, or at least not to check.
Everybody can make
that.
mistakes.
Of course.
Everybody else can make mistakes. I think we can agree on that. But if it's brought to your attention, then do something about it.
Well, there we go. It's the dispensable nature of clickbait, rapid journalism these days.
I told you I once found an article on the internet which was talking about bowlers who have bowled fewer no balls in Test cricket.
Oh, right.
Okay, and I was reading it.
Yeah.
And one of the names on there said Bob Willis never bowled a no ball in Test cricket. Said this article.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, A, Bob Willis was very well known for bowling no balls in Test cricket, and B, he bowled something like 1,000 of them. He bowled a huge number of no balls in Test cricket.
Maybe someone looked at it and just only saw the zeros.
Well, just don't. I mean, you can't believe what you read on the internet. That's the.
But there's an insight.
But here is something you can believe. Anna Forsyth was in touch a few minutes ago, and she said the chaotic Tony fact, followed by the street where you live jingle, Eliza should have ended up with Freddie, is perfection.
Oh, well, that's nice. A chaotic Tony fact.
What was the?
Was it the fact or me that's supposed to be chaotic?
What's on the street where you live jingle from My Fair Lady?
Oh, I guess it must be.
What jingle was that? What jingle did you play?
The street where you live.
It must have been.
I have often walked
Oh,
down the
that's
street
a different
before.
song.
Going, gone.
But I've never felt the earth
Something,
beneath my
something
feet before. Baby, here am I.
Live jingles
15 stories
on Guerilla
high,
Cricket.
knowing I'm on the street where you live. People often say.
What a wonderful feeling.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Right, which jingle was it? Was it Dan and Jaya De Silva?
I don't know. I think she got it wrong.
No.
No, that's Silver Lady by David Soul.
Yeah, which is a great song.
Well, who
That's
else?
right.
Who else
It's
was
the one that goes
The
on the
late David
street where you live.
Oh, I know. It must have been Dan Lawrence for some reason.
Oh.
Here, was it this one?
No.
Oh, no, that's only because I'm still playing Dan and Jaya De Silva, sorry.
No.
No, it wasn't that one, was it?
It's the one I keep singing.
Well, I wonder what one it was then. Who was the other bowler for Sri Lanka?
Prabhat Jayasuriya.
Yeah, but we don't have his jingle, so it definitely wasn't him.
And of course, I'd get in touch,
It's
please.
the wicket one that goes
Oh.
on the street where you live, going, gone.
But
that
there
one.
wasn't a wicket.
Oh,
Well, there was earlier on.
But not when,
Not well,
Tony
not when the
was
three
on.
of us were on.
Oh, this is a mystery.
Anna, if you're still listening, which would itself
It's a
be a
mystery to
miracle,
me.
given that I think we're feeling that the games are done for
The
today.
game commences.
What jingle was it? What jingle was it?
What jingle was it? You can enter at home by texting. It'll only cost you £45 a text. It's a four
It's a
jingle.
four
that possessed the
jingle.
bear.
The Bears come in with
The Bears come in with
his encyclopedic knowledge of
musical theatre.
No, of our tweets.
Jingles.
Of our jingles. Twingles.
Twingles. Twiglets.
Okay. I wonder if it's. I think it's more likely to be a Jeff Perkins one.
I don't think this is the way to look for it.
Just play all the jingles on the machine.
No.
No, it's not that one. If this would have been in My Fair Lady, that would be
Isn't it? Isn't it the one that's got the words the street where you live?
Oh, wait a minute.
On the
Hold
street
on.
where you live.
Okay. No. It's more likely to be a Jeff Perkins.
All right.
actually, I think.
I think my work is done here.
Okay, well, if you've stuck with us so far, good luck to you. It's stumps on day one.
It is stumps, we're there.
England finished at 22 for no wicket. The day's play has been officially banned on end.
England will take that. No wickets down in difficult
So,
circumstances.
no, there's no although. And we're going to wrap this up, and
We
we'll
are.
be back. Tell us when we'll be back, Tony.
We will be back 10:50 tomorrow morning. Don't be late. Do not miss it. Jump on the GPL if you can. We will look forward to seeing you then. Thank you for your company today. It has been a delight. It's been an eventful day too. See you tomorrow.
Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla cricket. Whoa. Guerilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla cricket.
It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara.